any respect, he violently demands an answer. Just who the hell are you anyway? Taking a much closer look, Delay quickly figures out his true identity. Wait a minute. The king of the Moonlight system, white hair, crescent moon pupils, staring right into Su Liang's severed moon eyes, makes him absolutely certain. Delay instantly starts interrogating him. King of the Moon from the Twin Moon sect. Are you seriously trying to start a war with the Eastern Realm? Su Liang couldn't care less. He gently closes his eyes, thinking to himself, absorbing the energy of the entire mineral vein all at once, it should be possible now. Not long after that, brilliant rays of green-gold energy suddenly erupt right behind his back. Those massive wings are absolute proof that he successfully broke through to the 6-star realm. His overwhelming aura brightly illuminates the entire surrounding space. Su Liang carefully calculates in his head. 1/10 of the entire mineral vein's energy was instantly consumed in just the blink of an eye. But there's one major catch. This temporary 6-star state can only last for about 5 minutes. Once the time runs out, he drops right back to 5-star. Delay is scared completely out of his mind, violently trembling in absolute terror. Seeing this, you and I both know what's coming. He reveals a smug smile. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. Watch closely, guys. Su Liang throws his arms wide, shouting for the withered moon firefly queen to appear. Instantly, a blazing fireball erupts over his wings. It burns so fiercely, it looks like it could literally scorch the entire dimension. Suddenly, the fireball cracks open. Answering Su Liang's direct command, the legendary Firefly Queen finally makes her dramatic entrance. As flaming fragments rain down around them, she steps out with absolute authority. Her overwhelming aura and glowing eyes are totally intimidating. With the Queen's descent, tiny sparks of fire scatter across the entire eastern domain. It's a clear warning signal to everyone around. The ice citizens panic, dropping to their knees in sheer terror. They bow deeply, realizing the mighty withered moon Firefly Queen has returned to the world after thousands of years. The Firefly Queen glides up right behind him. She gently places a hand on his shoulder and actually calls him master. Inwardly, she thinks about how signing the contract instantly revealed all of his crazy plans to her. Her piercing gaze stays totally locked onto Su Liang's back. She honestly cannot help but marvel at him. She admits she has never seen anyone act this incredibly reckless before. His talk about challenging the Ice Empress, totally not a joke. Su Liang coldly glances back over his shoulder, but the queen is still completely lost in her own thoughts. But the absolute craziest part, this guy is not even an apostle at all. Su Liang speaks up with pure seriousness. He congratulates her on regaining her freedom, then reaches out a hand, asking if she knows exactly what to do next. Is 5 minutes enough? The Firefly Queen immediately catches his drift, gently rubbing her chin in hesitation. Even though it's not a full moon right now, she weighs the 5-minute window. After a brief pause, she agrees to try. She grabs Su Liang's hand, sealing their temporary alliance. Wasting absolutely zero time, the Firefly Queen rapidly unleashes a massive surge of glowing energy. The aura wraps around both of them as they levitate. Boom! They shoot into the sky at light speed, leaving behind a blinding trail that literally tears through the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Delay is still totally shell-shocked. He mutters in complete disbelief, realizing things have gone horribly wrong and it's all over. Snapping back to reality, his eyes bulge with absolute terror. He screams at the top of his lungs that they need to notify Lord San Bixao immediately. Moments later, over at a massive, towering ice castle, underneath a glowing red crescent moon, the place looks surreal. Su Liang arrives in a flash. He hovers silently in midair, quietly scoping out the entire situation below. The queen's voice whispers in his ear, confirming they have about 4.5 minutes left. She asks if he is looking for something specific down there. Su Liang points his hand straight down at the castle. To save time, he tells her they should just scan the entire thing at once. He shuts his eyes, focusing intensely to probe every tiny vibration in the area. Su Liang quietly releases his energy, letting his spiritual aura spread completely around the icy fortress. Pushing his divine senses to the absolute limit, he scans right through the thick castle walls. Immediately, he spots a very pale-skinned girl with striking blue hair hiding deep inside. Looking much closer, Su Liang secretly figures out the truth. This little girl is actually an incredibly rare 8-star beast tamer. Hovering silently in the sky, Su Liang gets a bit annoyed. He wonders just how many 8-star tamers are secretly lurking around this eastern domain. Before he can even ask, the Firefly Queen chimes in. she reveals that this little hybrid is actually the current ice consort. She's the one who made a temporary contract with San Bixiao. That specific name instantly rings a bell in Su Liang's mind. The current ice consort, staring down at the girl, he takes a wild guess. He figures they probably have to defeat her if they want to escape the Eastern Domain. Su Liang's eyes suddenly go wide as a massive clue finally clicks into place. Wait a second. Could this tiny girl actually be that hulking 3-meter-tall ice citizen from earlier? She must have used a disguise. Suddenly, an urgent system notification rings out, snapping him right back to reality. Warning. The Eastern Domain King has officially been detected. Until you manage to defeat the enemy known as Fentong, you are strictly forbidden from directly attacking the king yourself. The only exception is if they cause critical damage to your own squad. Get this, guys. At the exact same time, the Ice Consort receives a very similar alert. The Eastern Domain King is detected. Before breaking the pact between Cloud and Dream, she cannot directly attack the king herself, unless the opponent does something that causes serious critical damage to her own battle formation. She instantly figures it out and yells at the top of her lungs. So it's you, Moon King. Are you actually trying to start a war right now? Immediately, a super loud string of curses echoes back through the air. The ice consort quickly covers her ears. Fight, you idiot pig. Let me out right now. I've been charging power for half a minute. Aren't you an 8-star beast tamer? Fentong furiously screams back at her. If that guy manages to escape with the Firefly Queen, just wait and see the absolute nightmare we're both gonna face. The ice consort immediately pouts, completely complaining about the situation. Lord Fentong, I am an 8-star ice attribute beast tamer. Okay, I am definitely not some 8-star sky attribute tamer. Who told you to hide inside my body just because you hate the cold? I really miss Lord Baishu. She returned to the Supreme God realm over a year ago, and I honestly have zero idea when she's finally coming back here. Hearing this long, whiny rant, Fentong absolutely loses it. She snaps aggressively, telling this useless girl to stop talking so much nonsense, saying that she rubs her chin, falling into deep thought. Both Jinghong and Baishui are totally absent. You and I both know this is way too much of. Fentong quietly analyzes the whole situation quickly, making a very grim assessment. Because of the ice consort's current power level, forcing me to fully manifest is going to take at least 3 agonizing minutes. Alright, you and I are diving right back in. Both sides stay on high alert. Over here, Su Liang frowns his eyes, darting around desperately searching. He scans every single corner. Then he finally spots it. A faint trail of black mist, seeping out from a hidden blind spot. Su Liang's eyes go wide. He thinks to himself, found it. Right in the middle of a room, completely packed with random junk, a purple mirror sits proudly on display. The mirror opens up and right inside a mysterious pitch-black orb reveals itself to him. After staring at it closely for a while, Su Liang is totally baffled. He really can't figure out why the enemy would even want to summon the Azure Heart Shao family. While the current ice consort is shivering violently from the freezing cold, he quickly pieces the situation together. But the moment he touches the Ice Queen's treasure, the Moon God Festival's restriction is completely lifted. In just a few seconds, the real battle is going to start. Su Liang quietly summons the Firefly King. Right away, she tells him she can only hold on for about 4 more minutes. The catch: they can't run into any obstacles at all, because she simply doesn't have the energy to fight. He reaches his hand forward and calmly reassures her. It is fine. As long as they escape the Eastern Domain, everything will be okay. Su Liang calls out decisively. The Lake Moon Beast answers his direct summons, instantly appearing and sending a silent wave washing right over the magic mirror. As the Lake Moon slowly fades away, the item inside the mirror vanishes with it. Mission accomplished. Su Liang and the Firefly King don't waste another second and quickly make their escape, leaving the current ice consort screaming in absolute shock. What just happened? When she finally realizes what went down, she completely loses her mind, cursing in a blind rage. Did that bastard really just touch the Ice Queen's treasure? How dare he? Seething with anger, she vows to herself that he won't get away so easily. Dawn is fast approaching and she promises they will meet again very soon. Moon King. Right at that very moment, Su Liang and the Firefly King are urgently sprinting away at absolute lightning speed. Watching the moon slowly dip below the horizon, she speaks up nervously. The night is almost over. When she gets zero response, the Firefly King asks again, full of doubt. Su Liang, are you even listening? Still nothing. Right now he is way too busy staring deeply at the orb in his hands, completely lost in thought. Something isn't right. With his sharp senses, Liang instantly spots the weird detail and slowly analyzes it. The scabbard of the star-slaying crescent is supposed to be a weapon from the Seven Crescents Boneflower beast. But this black orb, it's completely dead. There's zero life force left inside it. He doesn't overthink it and anxiously summons the Moon Lexicon. In less than a second, the data pops up. A part of the upper crescent boneflower blade has been detected. When the next batch of info appears, Liang's eyes widen as he reads closely. Warning: the scabbard of the upper crescent boneflower is made of 4 parts, a black blade, a purple heart, a blue soul, and a golden lock. You absolutely need the golden lock to awaken the boneflower. Every single owner of these parts is clearly displayed on the screen. Black blade, currently held by the Moon King of the Northern Domain. Purple heart is held by the Star-Slaying Crescent. Blue soul belongs to Bai Yuexing of the Eastern Domain twins. And the golden lock, held by the Eastern Domain's Ice Queen. The very next second, Liang's face completely drops. His mouth twitches as he realizes, hey, the Star-Slaying Crescent never actually mentioned the bone flower had 4 whole parts. Liang grabs his forehead, racking his brain. Plus, how could the Ice Queen, who has been around since ancient times, possibly not understand the secret of the 7 crescents? Keeping it on her person makes total sense. Well, at least he still scored some decent loot to bring back. After all, he managed to rescue the Firefly King this time, and snagging the blade means this crazy trip wasn't a total waste. He is so lost in his own wild theories that he completely ignores the Firefly King frantically calling out his name, Liang. Meanwhile, Liang just rubs his chin with a totally satisfied smile. He'll just hand it over to the Star-Slaying Crescent first. She completely loses her patience and screams right into his ear, "Hey, Liang!" That finally snaps him out of his little fantasy world. The Firefly King anxiously tells him that even though his speed is insane right now, is definitely not a full moon. The night has already passed, and we have to cross the Eastern Domain's border. Even though her face clearly shows sheer panic and heavy doubt, she still tries to keep her words polite. "I really don't want to doubt you, but looking at you in this magical control panel right now." A second later, she just can't hold back and asks, bluntly, "You can't actually handle a supreme-level enemy at all, can you?" Hearing this, Liang has no choice but to admit the total truth. Next up, the glowing system panel lists out every single pet he currently owns. Northern Domain Moon Sovereign Emperor tier currently cannot be summoned because the Beastmaster's realm is way too low. Withered Moon Heart Cleansing Firefly King Emperor tier requires reaching the 6-star realm before it can be summoned. Mid-level Lake Moon ready to summon. Jade-tailed Rabbit mid-level Waning Moon Physique also ready to be summoned right now. Low-level Moonlight Butterfly available to summon but limited in number. Liang glances over at the Firefly King and finally connects the dots. He realizes that after making the contract and resonating with the system panel, she can apparently see all the private info on his dashboard too. The 5-minute time limit has officially passed. Since he forcibly boosted himself up to 6 stars, he'll be downgraded back to 5 stars now. All right, you and I can see King Huoying couldn't manifest. There was truly no other way. Filled with deep suspicion, she fiercely interrogated him. "What in the world is going on? Didn't you just say you possessed the Waning Moon Beast physique?" Liang just laughed awkwardly. He helplessly explained, "Unfortunately, it is not a full moon, so it will not work. And honestly, even on a full moon, I still couldn't fight an Emperor tier beast." King Huoying stood frozen in the spatial world. Her face showed absolute disbelief as she muttered about the Waning Moon physique. "It shouldn't be like this." Her voice dropped, filled with deep regret. "That is exactly right. Without a full moon, fighting is completely impossible." King Huoying gently leaned down, staring intently at the jade-tail rabbit. If only that day had actually been a full moon too. Seeing the adorable little rabbit sleeping so peacefully, she quietly whispered, "Apparently this guy is actually a branch bloodline of the legendary lunar rabbit." Standing right behind her, Liang couldn't hide his pity. He spoke up, saying the high and mighty gods couldn't even see the flaws in the Waning Moon physique. She subconsciously repeated it. Flaws? King Huoying suddenly stood up and fiercely snapped back. "Bullshit. How could the Waning Moon physique possibly have any flaws?" Her expression turned dead serious. She boldly declared that the Waning Moon physique was absolute perfection, the ultimate masterpiece of the moonlight. Suddenly, the sky was completely overrun by swirling pink clouds spreading out just like waves of pure color. Both of them instantly sensed the massive shift. After a brief shock, they gasped in pure amazement. "What is this?" In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered in brilliant peach pink. Down below the ice, citizens looked up and frantically fell to their knees. A startled girl cried out. Lady Fentong, of the third blue sky flying blossom, has finally descended. Delicate peach blossom petals danced wildly in the wind, completely blanketing the empty space with surreal magical beauty. Su Liang was suddenly frozen midair, leaving him in absolute panic. A few seconds later, his face hardened, his eyes locking intensely straight ahead. Directly opposite him stood Fentong, sporting those magnificent giant butterfly wings. She decisively laid it out and declared, "Just give up, it is already broad daylight now." With an incredibly cold gaze, Fentong casually uttered words completely laced with hidden meaning. "You guys definitely know the consequences of doing this." Even though he expected a roadblock, Su Liang pursed his lips in extreme tension. He couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, what kind of insane speed is this? Facing the flying blossom Fentong, his mind was strictly on high alert. He told himself, forget reaching the eastern domain border. I can't even move a single step forward from here. Right then, she just coldly issued an absolute order. Return the Ice Queen's item, then follow me back for interrogation and your complete punishment. This way, I might still be able to spare your lives. Hearing this, Su Liang just stayed completely silent, staring her down without a single response. A furious warning suddenly rang out. Flying Blossom Fentong, you really need to stop dreaming. Hearing that, Su Liang instantly froze and whipped his head around. And honestly guys, even Fentong couldn't hide her absolute surprise right here. The very next second, spirit fire gathered all around, swirling into a massive circle to form a protective barrier right in front of Su Liang. King Huoying fully materialized, shooting her an icy glare. Her face was totally emotionless, but her words were rock solid. I might die after fighting here, but I am absolutely never going back with you. The Feitu Palace is about to break its seal. I have to destroy that thing with my own two hands. Fentong furrowed her brows. At this point, she lowered her voice to actually persuade her. If it is you, you can surely understand me. Without letting King Huoying finish, Fentong closed her eyes and calmly broke it down. Huoying, are you really still going to be this intensely stubborn? Isn't the Ice Queen joining the Moon God Festival this time, just to get revenge for the Baoping Palace? You just need to relax and wait for the Moon God Festival to finally end. Now King Huoying fell totally silent, a hard-to-hide pensiveness flashing in her eyes. Without beating around the bush, Fentong bluntly decided things like she held the outcome in her hands. Your eastern domain will absolutely defeat the Feitu Palace and the 10 lunar eclipses. When that time comes, everything will finally be over. She decisively grabbed hold of King Huoying's hand, her voice dropping significantly. But Fentong gave a dead serious warning. Before then, I absolutely will not allow you to just go seek your own death. She was way too agitated. Her anger completely flared up as she snapped and threw rapid-fire questions. If even you guys can't win, how on earth are you going to reach the Feitu Palace and show off right in front of Bai Yuqing? King Huoying hesitated and started to reply. It really seemed like she was actually starting to waver. At this point, Su Liang couldn't hold back anymore. He forcefully smacked Fentong's hand away and furiously yelled out, that is completely enough from you. He didn't hold back his blunt rejection either. Defeating the Feitu Palace is strictly the business of our Yuyao faction. You outsiders in the Eastern Domain need to stop sticking your noses in. Keeping that exact same tone, Su Liang continued. I have no idea what happened between you two in the past. But he glared directly at Fentong without a shred of fear, warning her straight to her face. Go back wherever you came from, or watch us completely wipe out both you and your Ice Queen. Hearing this, King Huoying couldn't help but be totally shocked. She blurted out, you are completely insane. Fentong just angrily ground her teeth together. All right, watch this. Growling with rage, her face turns completely pale. Refusing to back down, Fentong loudly mocks him. Just a lowly apostle of the puny Moonlight faction, Fentong keeps running her mouth, acting totally tough and arrogant. She claims that after the lunar miracle shattered, only one true miracle remains during the 12 nights of the full moon. The Moonlight faction is already dead in the water. This lunar festival is definitely going to be the absolute last moment of joy you losers ever get. Like an absolute maniac, she points right at his face and screams her lungs out. It is still broad daylight. How dare you speak so arrogantly to me right now? But then, in the blink of an eye, Fentong suddenly freezes up completely. She slowly turns her head toward a strange light. Looking totally confused, she just mutters, wait, what? Fentong stares blankly at the far horizon, totally lost. At the exact same time, a loud system notification rings out, signaling a massive shift in the environment. Fast asleep just a second ago, the jade-tailed rabbit suddenly snaps its eyes wide open. Liang just smirks and mutters to himself. The moon is rising. If you look closely, his broken moon eyes are literally reflecting a massive glowing full moon hidden deep inside his own pupils. Right on cue, a giant moon slowly breaks through the swirling black clouds. Its brilliant light starts spilling across the entire sky. At that exact moment, way over on the northern region coast, the full moon is already hanging high. Its bright, dazzling light reflects beautifully off the crystal-clear water. Meanwhile, right in the center of the 9 prisons, Elder Miyue stares up at the sudden moonlight in absolute shock. Totally baffled, she turns to the person groveling, in pure despair, right behind her. Frowning, she demands to know, "What on earth are you doing?" It is the moon guiding maiden. Moonlight faction. Supreme tier. Hearing Miyue snap at her, she nervously looks up. She is totally flustered and completely at a loss for words. Shaking with fear, the moon-guiding maiden flashes back to that brutal death match. She explains that, back then, before she could even trigger her skill, she was already killed. She just respawned, but she is still caught in a state of absolute panic. Crying her eyes out, she actually ended up triggering her massive skill all over again by total accident. Miyue does not even have the energy to scold her. She just sighs helplessly. Just forget it. Anyway, with your supreme tier power, you can only keep this fake full moon going for about 5 minutes tops. The fake moonlight shines down on the ocean. Both of them stare quietly, a deep sense of dread creeping in. She mutters nervously, "Let us just hope nothing crazy happens because of this." Jumping back over to Fen Tong, she is just standing there completely paralyzed. She stares at the sky, absolutely refusing to believe what she is seeing. A full moon right now. What the hell is going on? Liang ducks his head, as a quick thought flashes right through his mind. Of course, I can sense it. This whole situation probably comes down to the jade-tailed rabbit. He instantly pictures its crazy transformation in his head. But here is the thing, a fake full moon does absolutely nothing against an Emperor tier enemy. Only a few seconds left until the Firefly King gets recalled. The glowing beast standing next to him stays completely silent. With everything hanging by a single thread, Liang puts all his faith into the jade-tailed rabbit. He knows that right now every ounce of hope rides entirely on this little guy. The second Fen Tong spots the tiny jade-tailed rabbit, she just bursts out laughing. Covering her mouth to hide her grin, she speaks up with absolute pure disgust in her voice. What kind of pathetic joke is this? A mid-level jade-tailed rabbit. Getting absolutely zero response from Liang, Fen Tong gets even more cocky. She just cannot resist throwing out another completely arrogant insult. King of the Moon is this, the great power giving you the confidence to spout such garbage. Pointing up at the sky, she sneers. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize a cheap trick from a supreme tier demon? This little light show will only last 5 minutes. It is not going to change the outcome of this battle, one single bit. Liang just closes his eyes, completely ignoring her obvious bait. He does not care about Fen Tong or her endless trash talk. He just turns around, focusing entirely on his own beloved little combat pet. Liang drops his voice to a whisper. My old one-star realm really held you back from using your true power, didn't it? He keeps talking to the rabbit. But I know for a fact that the limits of the crescent moon body have already pushed way past this level. The jade-tailed rabbit sits there listening obediently to every single word. Suddenly Liang points straight at Fen Tong. His voice drops into a cold command. You see that fancy Emperor tier enemy, right there? I want you to become stronger than her in exactly 10 seconds. Then he immediately summons the Lake Moon artifact. Hearing its master's call, the glowing item appears in a flash without any hesitation. In an instant, massive piles of glowing mineral ores appear right in front of the rabbit. Watching this happen, the Firefly King stares in absolute shock. It realizes those are pure Moonlight faction ores. Is it really about to eat them all right now? The jade-tailed rabbit violently grabs handfuls of the glowing rocks. It violently shoves them into its tiny mouth, chewing like an absolute maniac. Fen Tong is just frozen in place. Her face goes completely blank. You can practically see the giant question mark floating right over her head. The rabbit keeps devouring the rocks like a starved beast, totally ignoring everything else. Liang's firm command echoes in its ears, pushing it into total madness. Its red eyes glow out of control. You are my only trump card in this fight. Right now, get stronger. I need you to evolve right now. Liang screams out loud. Show them what you can really do. And the jade-tailed rabbit just keeps swallowing those magic ores, showing absolutely zero signs of stopping. Su Liang silently watched its frantic state, a hint of regret in his eyes. Because the cloud-chasing moon and sinking star contracts functioned completely differently, the jade-tailed rabbit's true terrifying potential was heavily restricted by his measly one-star cultivation realm limit. He calculated the odds in silence, his expression completely tense. But right now, Su Liang was temporarily sitting at the 6-star realm, even pushing towards 7. You and I have to wonder, could he actually beat the Emperor tonight? His gaze swept over the two girls. Both were still hesitating, locked in an intense internal struggle, neither willing to launch the first strike. Su Liang easily figured out the hidden truth. If Pink Moth kept dragging this out and refusing to attack, she was probably still clinging to their past friendship. Time was running out. He anxiously realized the Firefly King only had seconds left before fading away. Once that happened, it was basically a guaranteed death sentence for her. The Firefly King's eyes filled with deep sorrow, and her trembling voice carried a heavy, undeniable trace of doubt. A full moon. Why did it always happen at this exact moment? Was the moonlight guiding them tonight? Slowly, her mind drifted back to those ancient memories. Lord Shui Liantian, she whispered to herself. Did you somehow predict this exact moment all those years ago? It had absolutely nothing to do with luck, strength, cultivation realms, or probability. It was basically fate since birth. Because she firmly believed in her heart that a true miracle would happen. The bright moon hung high in the dark sky, glowing more radiant by the second, yet it stubbornly refused to reveal a single answer. Still holding on to her heavy doubts, the Firefly King finally turned to Su Liang. I have one last question. Why did you reject the Grand Princess when she tried recruiting you? Su Liang did not hesitate for a second. No special reason. She called my entire team a bunch of useless trash, so I cursed her out right back. My precious rabbit is definitely not some defective failure. Didn't you also claim the waning moon physique was not trash? Meanwhile, the jade-tailed rabbit was just happily munching on an ore vein, completely ignoring the tension around him. Whenever he talked about his ultimate goal, his voice turned dead serious. One day, I am going to trample the Flying Rabbit Palace and the 10 lunar eclipses right under my feet. I will make them regret everything. Feeling the pure, unshakable determination radiating from him, the Firefly King stood there totally stunned. Finally making peace with it, she parted her lips and softly agreed. You are absolutely right. The Firefly King clenched her arms so tight, it trembled with frustration fiercely, declaring that the waning moon physique was never a failure. She screamed out, finally releasing all her heavy emotions. Lord Shui Liantian of the East, the waning moon physique of the Aquarius Palace is absolutely not trash. Those impossible words echoed loud and clear through the night. Hearing them, Su Liang shot his eyes wide open in pure, unadulterated shock. Snapping out of his daze, he frantically asked, Wait, what did you just say? Panic washed over his face as a legendary figure suddenly flashed into his mind, sending his heart racing. One of the 7 world miracles. The mighty guardian of the Aquarius Palace, Lord Shui Liantian. He actually possessed the waning moon physique. This whole entire time, it instantly clicked for Su Liang. Wait a second. Now I finally get it. So here is where you and I finally get answers. How did the Flying Rabbit Palace crush Aquarius? Simple, because the day they fought was not actually a full moon night. The waning moon physique had absolutely zero base combat power. The Firefly King lowered her head, still muttering in a total daze. Exactly. On a full moon night, Lord Shui Liantian is literally unbeatable. I always believed that. Torment filled her voice, as she blamed herself. But alone, I just could not defeat the Sun faction. I despise how useless and incredibly weak I have been all this time. After a long, heavy pause, the Firefly King mustered her courage and asked him, Su Liang, if the day comes, will you let me face them head on? Before she could even finish, he agreed without a single second of hesitation. He placed his absolute unwavering trust in the Firefly King. Hearing his immediate answer, she felt his complete trust washing over her. The corners of her lips curled up into a soft, genuine smile. Right after that, the Firefly King stepped forward. Opening her arms, she pulled Su Liang into a gentle hug, silently expressing her immense gratitude. He did not pull away, just standing there quietly in her embrace. But right at that moment, her body began fading into the moonlight. Su Liang stared at the Firefly King in total shock. Everything was happening too fast. Pink Moth was completely furious. Gritting her teeth, she screamed, Firefly, are you seriously going to be this stubborn? With those words, she instantly activated her technique, spreading the massive wings on her back to their absolute limit. They were still locked in that fading embrace. Taking the fleeting moment, the Firefly King quickly whispered a major secret directly into his ear. Right before Lord Shui Liantian fought the Flying Rabbit Palace, he forcefully separated his life force from his very own crystal core. Su Liang snapped his eyes wide open, totally unable to hide his shock as his brain went into overdrive. Wait, what? She kept whispering her final secret. If you can condense that crystal core again, the full essence of the waning moon physique can be restored. Before she could even finish her sentence, her time ran out. The Firefly King scattered into the wind, leaving Su Liang frozen in absolute stunned silence. He quickly shook off his shock and braced himself. With the Firefly King gone, his own power instantly dropped back down to the 5-star cultivation realm. The Firefly King had formed a soul contract with him. If he died right here, she was going to suffer catastrophic damage as well. Putting the pieces together, Su Liang figured it out. And honestly, you and I probably guessed it too. This was exactly why Pink Moth hesitated. All right, you and I are jumping right into the tension. Su Liang locks eyes with a frowning, hesitant Fendong. Her brief hesitation is all the opening he needs. Without a second thought, he decisively summons the Lake Moon. In the blink of an eye, a massive ore vein materializes, spiritual energy surging wildly. Right then a flash of pure shock crosses Fendong's eyes. Su Liang smirks proudly, perfectly aware of what's happening. That's right, this is exactly what the Firefly King guarded once belonging to the Aquarius Palace's false light throne. Right in the middle of those veins, the throne stands out perfectly, a massive purple gem embedded straight into the center of the seat. The life crystal core that the Aquarius Palace separated, it's right here. That glowing purple gem is the Aquarius Palace's seal, radiating an incredibly ancient, mysterious aura. Without missing a beat, he loudly shouts out, "Jade Tail Rabbit." Hearing the call, the little guy immediately turns around. Catching his drift, it quickly uses its incredibly long ears to lift the entire throne. With absolutely zero hesitation, it tilts its head back, tosses the whole chair right into its massive open mouth, and just starts happily munching away. Fendong absolutely loses it, screaming at the top of her lungs. "What are you doing? Stop right now." Su Liang just casually replies with a totally triumphant look and a deeply mocking smirk. "Stop? Why on earth would we ever stop right here?" He glares back firmly, declaring that this is an absolute miracle created by the crescent moon physique. The Jade Tail Rabbit is actually mutating right now, its whole body, radiating an incredibly bizarre spiritual energy. Facing this insane sight, Fendong is terrified and instantly goes on high alert. She quietly wonders to herself, what exactly is this weirdly shaped Jade Tail Rabbit about to turn into? Even Su Liang didn't see this coming, so he quickly unleashes Lake Moon to set up a defensive barrier. The rabbit's massive silhouette slowly appears through the thick smoke, looking exactly like a divine beast descending to Earth. The Book of the Moon pops up with an alert. High-level Moonlight Element, Giant Lop Rabbit. But the crazy thing is it doesn't stop there, instantly flashing another massive notification. Moonlight Element Supreme Tier, Moon Embracing Jade Rabbit. Su Liang looks up in total shock, thinking fast, what? It actually evolved to the Supreme Tier in such an insanely short time. The Book of the Moon pings again, but this time it's a huge downgrade. Low-level Moonlight Element, Mid-level Jade Tail Rabbit. Right after that low-level Moonlight Element Moonlight Rabbit. The notification panel goes completely crazy with text flying everywhere, constantly shifting and changing non-stop. He's super confused and half doubting it, wondering what's going on. Is this totally out of control? When the smoke finally clears, the Jade Tail Rabbit's current form is finally visible right in front of them. Now, watch this closely with me. The result is out. Su Liang's eyes are wide with shock, and Fendong can't hide her total disbelief. In just a split second, the Jade Tail Rabbit reverted all the way back to the absolute lowest tier, now named the Moonlight Rabbit. It just casually stands there, while Su Liang and Fendong stare in total disbelief. She is absolutely stunned right now, stammering out that the evolution totally failed. Then, she tightly clenches her fists angrily, spitting out how incredibly disappointing this whole thing is. "Firefly, your big gamble completely failed." Fendong points straight at Su Liang and unleashes a furious rant, screaming that the Aquarius Palace's throne should never have been given to this pathetic human. Even with her pointing right in his face, he stays dead silent, not saying a word. Su Liang doesn't even blink because absolute horror is currently taking over his entire mind. Seeing his totally stiff expression, Fendong smugly speaks up and asks what's wrong. "The evolution failed, so are you trying to figure out how to save your own life?" Suddenly, Su Liang cracks a sinister smile, quietly repeating the word "failed." Right after, he boldly declares it right into Fen Dong's incredibly mocking gaze. No, this right here is actually the most perfect evolution possible. At that moment, a notification panel pops up clearly reading low-level Moonlight Element Moonlight Rabbit Lord Yuke with the Crescent Moon physique. Su Liang stares intensely at the Book of the Moon, reading those exact lines while saying out loud, "Thanks a lot, Firefly King." Following their agreement, it doesn't take long before his eyes reveal a completely triumphant look. He slowly delivers his epic declaration. On the night of the full moon, right under the moonlight, I will stand before all those people. Then Su Liang turns to emphasize a serious warning to her. Fen Dong, I highly suggest you don't even think about making a move against it. He flashes a super smug smile and continues his heavy threat. If you actually make it hold a grudge against you, your Three Blue Skies faction's 10,000-year invincible legend is going to be completely and utterly shattered. Hearing those words, Fen Dong throws an incredibly suspicious look at the Moonlight Rabbit standing down below silently, repeating the phrase in her head. The grudge of a low-tier beast. That pet's ridiculously adorable little face actually makes her even more cautious. A low-tier beast handling my pressure is definitely not normal, or is this just some trick to fool people? Right at this moment, Su Liang suddenly speaks up. I have no intention of blowing things out of proportion today, so I'll let you off. Later on, I'll personally snatch that final crucial puzzle piece straight from the Ice Queen. Saying that, he sharply turns around, totally ignoring the furious woman as he calls out. Let's get out of here, Moonlight Rabbit. So where does this leave us? Those insanely disrespectful words make Fen Dong absolutely furious. She grinds her teeth forcefully, emphasizing every single word. All right, you and I are about to see something insane. What did you just say? Fen Dong snarls, spreading her massive butterfly wings wide. Instantly, a crushing pressure fills the area. Those massive butterfly wings start slamming shut. The sheer power behind it actually shakes heaven and earth. The ground violently cracks open, sending jagged rocks flying everywhere in absolute chaos. Right at this intense moment, those two massive wings are just inches away from completely crushing them together. The only tiny gap left is exactly where Su Liang and the Moonlight Rabbit are standing. But suddenly the wings freeze midair. It is like they hit some massive invisible wall and just cannot move forward anymore. Fen Dong is absolutely stunned by this. What in the world? She screams. She stares at her own wings completely locked in the void. No matter how hard she tries, they just will not shut. Panic sets in. Where is this terrifying resistance coming from? Fen Dong's face instantly darkens as a wild thought hits her. Could this actually be the Moon King's doing? But then she looks down and sees Su Liang acting completely calm. Instantly, she pushes that crazy thought right out of her head. No, he has not moved an inch. Right, then a glowing white orb suddenly appears in the tiny gap between her massive wings, radiating an incredibly blinding light. The flash is so insanely bright that Fen Dong cannot even open her eyes. That brilliant glowing sphere, it is actually the Moonlight Rabbit's special skill. The little guy stands right in the middle of it, completely blocking Fen Dong's finishing move. Su Liang looks up with a dead serious expression, watching his little rabbit floating bravely in midair. The Book of the Moon pops up to explain everything. Combat skill, Guardian of Aquarius, power template. It allows any phase to turn into a full moon night on command, but it comes with a brutal 30-day cooldown. Reading those exact words, Su Liang quickly runs the numbers in his head. He has absolutely no idea how the moon radiance power is still actively working, even after being completely destroyed. But one thing is for sure, this wild new evolution did not just copy the old Aquarius traits, it actually unlocked totally new abilities. This right here is a totally perfect and flawless rebirth. Seeing Fen Dong's giant wings forced back to their normal state, Su Liang breathes a sigh of relief. He realizes they might actually escape the eastern domain without a scratch. Meanwhile, Fen Dong is completely terrified. Still shaking from what just happened, she frantically wonders how a mere rabbit could ever pull this off. Out of nowhere, an intensely blinding halo of light starts pouring down right over the little Moonlight Rabbit's head. The massive glowing image of the Aquarius constellation slowly takes shape right above it. Fen Dong is so shocked, she literally cannot speak, her face completely frozen in total disbelief. Then the Moonlight Rabbit raises its tiny paw, giving her a cheeky little wave goodbye. See you later, little butterfly. Incredible bursts of pure energy whip wildly around the Moonlight Rabbit as it waves. Seeing this, Fen Dong bites back. Try not to die too fast, okay? The Moonlight Rabbit just flashes a massive grin and quickly fires back. Right back at you. 1 second later, an absolutely earth-shattering explosion blasts straight into the sky, violently tearing the fabric of space into shreds. Massive boulders are ripped apart and sent flying everywhere. The sheer force of the blast even hits the distant ocean, triggering gigantic endless waves crashing against the shore. Right at that very moment, out in a totally empty patch of ocean, a massive, terrifying whirlpool suddenly tears open the water. Back on the coast, Miyue stares closely at the glowing sky and softly asks, "It has almost been 5 minutes. The full moon is going away soon, right?" Hearing that, Yin Yu immediately jumps right up to her feet, screaming in absolute joy. "Wait, really?" She happily looks out at the incredible ocean view in front of them and announces, "Then that means we are finally going home." But suddenly, an enormous pair of butterfly wings starts violently flapping right in front of the full moon. Yin Yue freezes in total confusion and mutters, "What is that?" Right at that terrifying moment, a brutally powerful slash violently rips straight across those giant glowing butterfly wings. Yin Yue is so absolutely terrified she crashes straight to the ground, while Mi Yue just stands there frozen in shock. Now, here is where things get really crazy for us. Meanwhile, deep inside the Eastern Domain Mountains, a colossal beam of light explodes upward. The energy is completely out of control. The massive light finally crashes right at the base of a huge mountain, and the insane impact triggers an absolutely massive earthquake. As the thick smoke and dust from that wild crash slowly clears out, it reveals a monstrous gaping crater sitting right at the mountain's base. Way up high in the sky, Emperor Thunder is rocketing forward at breakneck speeds, desperately screaming out for Lady Fen Tong at the top of his lungs. Down in the ruins, she sits by the heavily destroyed mountain base. Despite taking that monstrous hit, her face looks completely chill as she mutters quietly. "Not bad at all," she sneers. "It has been 10,000 long years, and I finally get to feel this kind of beautiful, agonizing pain again." Fen Tong slowly glances up toward the open sky, mentally running the facts. She knows deep down that bastard still has not even unleashed his full strength yet. Still resting on the crushed ground, she suddenly blurts out something that leaves Emperor Thunder totally confused. "No, honestly, it is just that this pathetic artificial moon is completely useless." Saying that, she finally pushes herself up. If that is how it is going to be. She then dashes right past Emperor Thunder, her voice ringing out with savage determination. "Next time we cross paths, only one of us survives." Watching Fen Tong's bruised body fly past him, his eyes go wide in total shock. How is this even possible? The fresh blood dripping from her wings leaves him absolutely horrified. He cannot wrap his head around it. The great Three Blue Heavens Lord, undefeated for tens of thousands of years, is actually severely wounded. Stick with me, it is not over yet. Cut to an unknown ocean. High in the sky, a bizarre shadowy figure is quickly soaring straight ahead. Down below, the dark ocean waves violently ripple just from those wings flying past. "All right, you and I are heading straight to the southern region." Right past the ocean, massive skyscrapers blend perfectly with wild, overgrown nature everywhere. Boom! Suddenly, that peaceful vibe is shattered by a gigantic Regular people walking down the streets totally lose their balance from the insane shockwave. Over by a massive ancient tree in the southern region, we spot Liang. His small figure is huddled right at the base. Dust and thick smoke are still swirling heavily from that crazy impact. He clutches his Moonlight Rabbit tightly, wincing in pure pain. Gritting his teeth, he realizes the moon goddess full moon effect is over. The moon in the lake technique must have hit its absolute limit too, right? Looking down at his deeply sleeping rabbit, he cannot help but feel completely amazed. Who would have ever thought the Moonlight Rabbit could be this strong after evolving? It actually fought back against the Cherry Blossom Phantom, even though the full moon was totally fake. Liang stares straight ahead, absolute determination burning in his eyes. Every single thought in his mind is focused and ready for action. Next time, he has to use his full power to completely crush the Three Green Heavens. But right then, someone with very slender legs gracefully steps right into his view. The stranger speaks up quickly, completely. That voice, it belongs to none other than Great Empress Kong Yue. She gazes down at him, her eyes practically shining with pure, genuine happiness. Seeing her, Liang just mutters to himself, "Well, this welcoming ceremony is definitely something else, huh?" Before long, she takes him on a grand tour of the southern region, starting right inside her own Kang Yu Holy Palace. An incredibly majestic scene unfolds before them. Bizarre, massive plants completely wrap around towering sky-high buildings. While Liang is still totally stunned by the wild view, Kang Yue excitedly starts introducing the amazing area. First time visiting the southern region, right? This is an entire world surrounded completely by endless giant vegetation. She looks up with an extremely proud expression, continuing her grand little tour. That is because the peach orchard is one of the 7 great wonders here alongside the famous plant sanctuary Heavenly Peach Ring. These massive plants are also home to countless living beasts stationed right here. We are talking supreme ranks, maybe even emperor-tier monsters. She glances over at the completely dazzled Su Liang and excitedly brags. The tourist count in the southern region easily crushes the central, western, and northern areas combined. Those 3 regions together are truly majestic, right? His eyes stay glued to the incredible scenery up ahead, casually whispering out a quiet sound of pure awe. Honestly, it is completely unbelievable. The 2 of them keep exploring the region. Meanwhile, Su Liang is thinking to himself, we might have that 3-year agreement, but we honestly do not match up at all. The staring eyes of the surrounding crowds just make him way more anxious. Walking around together like this, it feels so weird and completely unbelievable right now. After walking a bit, Kang Yue speaks up. By the way, this is pretty rare. She looks right at a confused Su Liang and drops an absolutely massive bombshell. Both the King of the Moon and the Western Region Gemini Bai Yuexing arrived here simultaneously. Hearing that, he is absolutely stunned and quickly asks her, "Wait a second, you are telling me the Western Region Gemini is here too?" Because right now, he is remembering something incredibly important. Now stick with me here. Based on intel from the Eastern Book of the Moon, the Black Blade Holder is the Northern King. The Purple Sword Heart belongs to Sunken Star Crescent. The Blue Soul Sword is held by Bai Yuexing, the Western Gemini. And the Golden Lock Sword belongs to the Eastern Ice Queen. Thinking about this, he comes to a hard, confident conclusion. The Blade Soul of the First Quarter Moon Changhua has to be in Bai Yuexing's hands. Right on cue, Kang Yue casually explains it. Obviously, the full moon is coming up fast. All the Moonlight attribute beasts are fully preparing for ascension. Bai Yuexing is doing the exact same thing. Aren't you doing it too? As the woman finishes speaking, pure blank confusion spreads right across Su Liang's face. He quietly mumbles the word ascension to himself. Then, he puts on a highly cautious expression, quickly calculating the whole situation in his mind. Wait, no. She definitely has zero clue the Cherry Blossom Phantom chased him here. That 3-year promise is still way off in the future, so she naturally assumes he came down here for an entirely different reason. But pacing around the issue, Su Liang still has one massively huge question. What the heck is ascension anyway? Thinking it over, he awkwardly scratches his head totally, pretending like he understands everything. Yeah, right, ascension. Then he covers his mouth, stammering and failing to form a solid sentence. Yeah, the ascension. Seeing his extremely obvious fake acting, Kang Yue can barely hold back her laughter. She actually laughs out loud, tossing him a few words just to save his poor pride. The King of the Moon is a busy guy, so missing out on minor southern region hobbies is totally normal. Saying that, Kang Yue quickly steps forward to lead. She points her finger way off into the distance, excitedly offering him a chance. Since you are already here, do you want to actually experience it? Su Liang looks a little embarrassed, gently scratching his head, hesitating without saying a single word. Once Kang Yue leads him right to the spot, he cannot help but gasp, his eyes going wide at the totally insane sight before him. Right in the bustling city center, a giant pink plant pillar shoots straight into the sky. Its twisted branches look exactly like soft flowing silk ribbons. This place is exactly the Southern Region Sanctuary Heavenly Peach Ring. So what do we see next? Endless stairs resting on every single branch, with tons of people desperately trying to climb and conquer them. Seeing the epic sight right in front of him, Su Liang couldn't hide his shock. He actually asked, is this heaven's ascent? This pace is slower than regular mountain climbing. Do 8-star beast tamers really join in on this too? Kang Yu immediately started breaking it down for him. That massive ring you see. You and I are looking at the 10,000-meter entrance to the heavenly ring. And get this, nobody has ever reached the top. Staring intensely at the glowing spirals in front of him, Su Liang snapped his head back. Wait, absolutely no one has made it to the top. She looked straight ahead, answering with a smile. You heard right. The absolute highest record is 9,999 meters. Not a single person has touched the 10,000 mark. And here is the kicker. As more time passes, this heaven's ascent is only going to get drastically harder. Since nobody in history ever conquered the peak, it's highly likely nobody in the future ever will. Hearing all this massive lore just left Su Liang completely bewildered. Burning with curiosity, he immediately asked her, but why? Kang Yue quickly explained the rules. Every single meter of the heavenly ring actually represents Lord Daoyuan's official power ranking for absolutely every living creature in this entire world. The aura of Lord Daoyuan doesn't just weaken when facing a strong expert. The higher you climb, the more insane the crushing pressure and resistance becomes. But if you beat the trial, your beast's power will permanently dominate that specific meter. It forces all future generations to witness the absolute peak level you managed to reach. Then, she pointed right at the crossroad between the vertical drop and the spiral path, continuing to drop some heavy lore. Anything below 5,000 meters gets broken and updated almost every single year. But above 5,000 meters, especially near the very top, it basically never changes. Because reaching 8,000 meters isn't just a basic requirement, you actually need the genuine power to rival the absolute strongest opponents to even be officially acknowledged here. Hearing all of this incredible history, Su Liang was completely blown away by the deep mystery surrounding the heavenly ring. Just as he was trying to process it all, Kang Yue suddenly pointed her finger straight ahead. Hey, look at that! The official leaderboard sat right at the base of the heavenly ring. First place was the first-generation Cloud Princess of the Cloud Sea at 9,999 meters. Second place the first-generation Lovers of the Western region at 9,998 meters. Rank 3 was an anonymous Lu Suxuan at 9,966 meters. Rank 4, the anonymous Heavenly Maiden at 9,422 meters. Rank 5, the Eastern region's Ice Consort at 9,361 meters. Rank 6, Taiyin's former Moon King at 9,300. Rank 7, Nether Spring Queen Mother at 8,999 meters. Rank 8, Southern region's Great Emperor Kang Yue at 8,999 meters. Rank 9, Western region's Gemini Bai Yuexing at 8,200. She then explained that this board only shows the top 9 spots. Only those at the very pinnacle will have their beasts forever cemented in history, truly dominating the entire world. Su Liang was actually a bit stunned to see that the previous generation's Moon King somehow only managed to rank 6th. Plus, he glanced over at the woman standing right next to him. His mind was racing. Great Emperor Kang Yue is known as the strongest of this era, yet she only ranks 8th. It was like she could read Su Liang's mind, because she instantly spoke up to explain. No need to look so surprised. I am actually pretty satisfied with my current ranking. After all, the top 6 fighters are all 9-star beast tamers. They are literally known as demigods. Also, Bai Yuexing's record was set over 2 years ago. Chances are, she came back here today just to smash that old limit and set a brand new record. Right at that moment, the silhouette of a girl appeared at the base of the heavenly ring. Cutting back to Su Liang, he was resting his chin on his hand, deep in serious thought. So, that is how it works. This heaven's ascent is actually legit. But pay attention here, suddenly a mysterious voice echoed out, completely startling him. Back then, the first-generation Cloud Princess taking the number 1 spot was pure, unmatched majesty. It turned out to be the voice of Ying Wang from inside the B-space. She kept feeding Su Liang the details. Originally, she was just 1 step away from the 10,000-meter mark. Nobody knows what she actually saw up there at the very end. Hearing this, he had to pause and really think about that title. Was the first-generation Cloud Princess an apostle of the Cloud Sea? Ying Wang hurriedly shook her head. She explained that calling her an apostle is straight-up insulting. Back then, she formed a contract with the strongest emperor of the White Deer clan, suppressing the world for 10,000 years. Even Yue Yao had to retreat. Su Liang's completely determined gaze was now glued entirely to the heavenly ring right in front of him. Seeing that look, Ying Wang quickly warned him. Honestly, if you aren't absolutely sure you can crush these legends, it's really best not to even try it right now. When she warned that his trump card might get completely exposed, he instantly froze up. You could visibly see the sheer hesitation written all over his face. Right at that exact moment, Kang Yue suddenly reached her hand out. Su Liang couldn't help but look at her in total surprise. Seeing his reaction, she flashed a completely wicked smirk, keeping her hand extended as she teased him. What is wrong? Do you want to give it a shot? Sunset was slowly falling behind the massive towers, the golden light, painting the sky, and making the whole scene look incredibly warm. This girl, with the intensely dark expression. She is the Gemini from the Western region's White Saint clan. Her name is Bai Yuexing. After waiting for a long time, she finally lifted her head, her mind absolutely racing with a million heavy thoughts. My ancestors from completely different generations actually managed to claim the 2nd and 3rd rankings. Even though the later generations were completely divided, I was still granted the ultimate title of Gemini. She carefully scanned the leaderboard one more time. Once she was done, she asked with absolute deadpan seriousness, If I break past 9,000 meters this time, you will finally acknowledge my strength, right? Sunken star eclipsed moon. All right, you and I are back in the action. Luna stands right beside Bianca, her ghostly projection warning the girl that ascending the heavens is no simple game. As Stella's descendant, there is absolutely no way you can cross the 9,000-meter mark with your current strength. Hearing those words, Bianca shoots a totally annoyed glare right back at Luna. Even so, she stays incredibly firm, stubbornly clapping back with just one sentence. We will only know if we try. Seeing Bianca acting so completely stubborn, Luna just sighs entirely at a loss for words. Pure anxiety floods her heart as she remembers how she and her master once walked up to the 996-meter mark, carving their eternal legacy right into the stone. Because of that, she knows exactly how terrifying the realm above 9,000 meters truly is. Watching Bianca's back as she steps steadily toward the heavenly ring, Luna continues to worry. She knows that every single step forward means surviving a full power strike from an absolute conqueror. Right at this exact moment, glowing system panels suddenly pop up in everyone's line of sight. Reading the text, absolutely everyone is struck with pure shock. The massive crowd gathers around to gossip, and the loud commotion makes Bianca turn her head in genuine curiosity. What is going on here? Suddenly, the massive crowd splits completely in half, leaving a huge open path leading straight to the stairs of the heavenly ring. Bianca keeps staring directly at the exact spot where everyone else is absolutely glued to. The second she actually sees it, her eyes blast wide open in sheer undeniable shock. It is the majestic Emperor Orion and Tyler, walking forward surrounded by 4 fierce girls holding back the massive crowd. Bianca is completely blown away, instantly recognizing one of those faces as the legendary Emperor Orion. Then she looks at Tyler's totally calm, carefree expression and whispers in pure utter panic. The twin moon cult leader, the current Moon King Tyler. Why in the world is he here? Luna's phantom projection also locks eyes on him, and she looks a bit shocked after realizing something. Tyler seems completely different. Something is definitely off about him. Just half a month ago, the star-slaying Luna was actually teleported to the eastern region with Tyler. However, in a specific moment of time and space, she suddenly felt an incredibly familiar aura, exactly like her master from 10,000 years ago. So she forcefully jumped right out of the carriage, fully determined to follow her calling heart. Over in the western region, a massive greatsword suddenly appeared right in front of the twin white Bianca. Even an 8-star beast Tamer would be absolutely terrified. Later on, desperately wanting to earn the star-slaying Luna's full approval, Bianca came straight to this place to test her own strength. Luna simply cannot take her eyes off Tyler, her mind racing with a massive storm of thoughts. In just half a month, he built up the aura to fight against insanely powerful people. A giant question immediately pops into her head. What in the world did he actually go through to skyrocket from the 1-star realm straight to the peak of 5-star? Right at this moment, inside Tyler's beast-taming space, Ember is furiously cursing him out without stopping. What are you possibly thinking about? Ascending the heavens at the 5-star realm, she rushes right to his side, her mouth relentlessly spitting venom. Forget 9,000 meters. Even reaching 8,000 meters is nothing but an impossible dream for you. Emperor Orion just smiles softly at Tyler, while Ember continues to violently roast him alive. Have you even thought about the consequences of failing the heavenly Tao ranking list is something the entire world, including the Holy Land, is currently watching? She grinds her teeth in pure anger, shooting literal daggers at him with her eyes before asking. Those scumbags in the lunar faction will also learn your lineup and trump cards. Why not come back after breaking through to 7-star? After that whole angry rant, Tyler acts like he heard absolutely nothing. He just confidently replies, Ember, I simply do not have much time left. He shifts his gaze toward the massive heavenly ring right ahead, explaining incredibly slowly. With the Moon God Festival at this stage, I cannot afford another 6 months to safely build up my cultivation. Then he stares at the giant ranking board ahead, his absolute resolve burning in every single word. If there is even a slight chance, I need to take action right now. I only have one real question now. What did those worthy names on that board actually accomplish after they ascended the heavens? This is where we pay attention. He starts whispering the names on that ranking board. Ember finally calms down a bit and begins answering his big question. All the destiny, luck, experience, enlightenment, fame, the gaze of the gods, absolutely everything they wanted. Right at this exact moment, Emperor Orion is still smiling incredibly happily. Ember's explanation keeps ringing out clearly. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, maybe even millions of years into that future. Future generations of beast tamers will always look back at their glorious past, absolutely shaken by the legendary era they managed to exist in. The second she finishes, Tyler's face darkens completely, and he quietly replies, "No, you misunderstand entirely. I do not care about those meaningless fantasies. I only care if the actual reward for reaching the absolute peak is truly worth risking everything I have." Hearing that, Ember is momentarily shocked, entirely confused by his true intentions. A second later, a wildly confident, totally arrogant smirk appears on Tyler's face as he asks a question. "If I create an absolute unprecedented miracle right here, what will happen to this entire world? Stick with me to find out." As he speaks, he summons hundreds of glowing butterflies fluttering around him, drifting right over to where Emperor Orion is standing. "All right, you and I are about to witness history," Su Liang muttered to himself, "one chance in a lifetime." Glowing butterflies drifted around Bai Yuexing, but her focus was locked on his voice. Su Liang raised his head high, spelling out every single word. "I will reach the absolute peak of the ascension stairs." Hearing that insane level of confidence, King Ying still protested the idea. How is that even possible? Those legendary 9-star demigods never even dared to try the 5-star ascension realm, let alone reach the absolute top of the peak. Pure nonsense, Bai Yuexing whispered to her weapon. "What perfect timing for the star-cleaving Yanyu blade. The Moon King, who previously owned you, is also here today." The spirit blinked her eyes open, looking curiously at Bai Yuexing. A second later, Yuexing's face turned completely determined. She boldly declared, "Let the entire southern region witness exactly who is worthy to wield you in this brutal new era." The waiting game ended as dusk faded, making way for a brilliant full moon. Reporters furiously snapped photos at the base of the heavenly devouring, while giant crowds swarmed the area. Right on cue, the host arrived on scene. Gripping her microphone, she announced with pure excitement, "Hey everyone, Tutu is live at the Ascension race that the entire world is watching right now." Su Liang and Bai Yuexing stood on opposite sides of the massive stairs, locking eyes with each other. The host hyped it up. Between Bai Yuexing and the Moon King, who is truly the strongest beast tamer of our era, the live camera instantly panned over to Emperor Kangyu. Viewer counts completely smashed past 1 million as the host declared, "Someone might actually surpass the great Emperor Kangyu today." Su Liang and Bai Yuexing kept glaring fiercely at their rival. Both of their eyes burned with an absolute undeniable will to claim total victory today. Right then, King Ying nervously asked him one last time, "Su Liang, do you really want to attempt ascension?" He gave a rock-solid reply. "Yeah, I am completely certain I can conquer the extreme difficulty of this event." Staring up at those endless stairs, reaching high into the sky, he made a silent judgment, but deep down he felt it. His thoughts echoed, "I faintly sense something waiting for me at the absolute peak, like it is my destiny. I have a strong feeling I will conquer everything here. Now, stick with me, this is where it gets real." "It wasn't just a feeling," Su Liang firmly declared, "but the moment I saw that list, I knew I had to do it." King Ying was visibly shocked by his brutal level of determination. Finally giving in, she let out a tired sigh and replied, "Fine, then I will tear this place apart right alongside you." After that, she quietly pondered to herself, "The real reason I followed this guy. Deep down in my heart, wasn't I also hoping for this ridiculous, impossible miracle to happen?" Right then, Su Liang stepped directly onto the very first stair. With just one step, he was already a meter from the starting line. Suddenly, strange swirling auras erupted violently from the ground right beneath his feet. Su Liang kept pushing forward, trailed by waves of invisible, crushing power. The sheer force made everyone in the crowd stumble backward. One girl screamed out in total fear. Thank God, Holy Lord Kangyu set up a defense barrier in time. That savage aura kept wrapping relentlessly around Su Liang. He asked himself quietly, "Is it already at the supreme tier right from the start?" Even so, his feet kept moving forward as he mentally calculated. Makes sense. After all, the gap between high-tier beasts and the supreme tier is literally like heaven and earth. The reflection of the full moon suddenly flashed inside Su Liang's pupils while a single thought raced through his mind. If they used high-tier beast auras for the trial, anyone could walk a few steps. Ascending to heaven would just be a casual walk in the park. Over on Bai Yuexing's side, she was also taking steps forward, her eyes blazing with absolute undeniable resolve. After walking a bit, she quickly glanced back over her shoulder, secretly checking her rival's current position. Seeing Su Liang, still slowly and calmly climbing the massive stairs far behind, Bai Yuexing looked highly annoyed. She violently snapped her head back and continued stomping forward with total hostility. Right at that moment, King Ying shared some news with Su Liang. I think that Bai Yuexing is paying close attention to you. She keeps turning her head to check on you. But he remained completely unfazed, brushing her off with a freezing cold tone. Just ignore it. My only goal this time is to reach the peak, not to compare myself with anyone else. As for that blade spirit in her hand, we will deal with that later. Hearing that, she totally scoffed and muttered out, "What a cold guy." Down in a corner below the heavenly Dao ring, someone's voice rang out. So are we really just going to watch the Moon King ascend to heaven? That voice came directly from Queen Mother Xuan-Ah, the person currently ranked 7th on the leaderboards. She continued questioning the group. What if he actually surpasses the previous generation's Moon King? An extremely bitter, hostile voice immediately shot back at her. What does that have to do with us? I have said it a million times. The Moon King and the Moonlight Rabbit are scum. They have zero connection to our 3 lunar eclipses. Suddenly, the dark shadow of a beast with rabbit ears appeared. It coldly told Xuan-Oh that if her ranking gets crushed by that current Moon King, it will be nothing but her own massive humiliation. You and I are in for a wild ride. It smirked, spitting out incredibly sinister words. But if the Moon King fails to cross 8,999 meters, that proves he hasn't fully mastered the Conqueror's power. And when that happens, it's our turn to strike. He is the one obstacle Lord Moon God absolutely must eliminate. Hearing those exact words, Xuan-Oh was absolutely stunned at first. Mouth wide open, totally speechless. But she quickly snaps out of it and gives a sharp reply. Yes, my lord. Xuan-Oh clenches her trembling fists, completely furious, as she thinks to herself, she can't believe someone as painfully average as her was actually chosen to be the apostle of the 3rd eclipse back then. She raises her fist, making a hardcore vow to herself. Today she will definitely go down in history. Suddenly, a figure wearing a black cloak with red trim appears right behind her. The cloaked figure looks up, watching Su Liang's back as he slowly climbs higher and higher and starts putting the pieces together. Those 3 top-tier fighters dying one after another in the northern region, it definitely has something to do with this Moon King. Suddenly, he smirks. A wicked, arrogant smile. He is absolutely sure about this theory. If he hasn't mastered the Conqueror's power, he won't make it past 8,999 meters. And when the full moon fades away, his little miracle ends for good. Alright, let's check on Su Liang. He has climbed pretty far up now, and that glowing moonlight is creeping much closer to him. Meanwhile, Bai Yuexing suddenly stomps her foot down hard. She has just reached the exact crossing point between 3,000 and 3,001 meters. An absolutely massive wave of pressure crashes down on her. She throws both hands up to block it and keep her balance, gasping out loud. This supreme aura is just way too intense. Yuexing stops right there in place to catch her breath quickly. Realizing something huge, this zone is pushing the absolute limits of her beast summoning endurance to the max. Then she quickly glances back over her shoulder as a thought hits her. Speaking of which, how far up is the Moon King anyway? Suddenly, her inner devil pops up, making her whip her head back around in total embarrassment. Didn't we agree to completely ignore that guy? He is not even looking at you. Turning around to check on him like that is seriously so embarrassing. But right on cue, her inner angel pops up to argue back aggressively. But wait, what if he is actually climbing faster than us? Come on, we are just super curious. Just one little peek won't hurt. And so her inner angel and devil start violently clashing inside her head. Look at him. Look at him. Do not look. Do not look. After a life-or-death mental battle, the inner angel scores a glorious victory, proudly holding up a massive sign that says winner. So Yuexing slowly turns her head back around. But suddenly, her eyes go wide, completely shocked by the insane sight below her. What the heck? Su Liang is still taking his sweet time, walking step by slow step, making her even more dumbfounded. The Moon King has barely climbed 1,000 meters. Down below, a girl in the crowd groans in total frustration. What is happening? He is so slow. Is this Moon King actually a complete fake? Another girl chimes in right away. It can't be that bad. He looks super relaxed. I just have no idea why he is dragging his feet like this. The first girl asks a great question. But if Bai Yuexing actually reaches 8,999 meters, won't that completely knock him off the ranking board? The other girl quickly replies. Exactly. The Moon King must definitely have some kind of secret plan up his sleeve. Right now, Su Liang reaches the crossing point between levels. But instead of rushing ahead, he just stops right there, waiting for something to happen. Inside his beast space, he lets out an exhausted sigh and asks the moon fox, "Are you done yet?" Turns out, he is only walking this slowly because the spoiled moon fox has been throwing tantrums at every single level, absolutely refusing to move until it absorbs almost all the pressure. After absorbing a massive ton of pressure at this resting point, it tightly shuts its eyes, slowly opens its little mouth, and says one word: evolve. Liang is completely blown away by this. Watching the moon fox suddenly unleash all this hidden power, he asks, in pure shock, "Wait, the moon fox can actually evolve?" Then he starts thinking about it really seriously. It is a high-tier pet after all. There is no way it could be defeated by just one strike from the sinking star blade. If it evolves again right now, what on earth will it turn into? He looks up at that towering, sky-piercing branch, secretly thrilled inside. If it actually needs to absorb massive amounts of moonlight pressure to evolve, then this heavenly peach realm is literally the absolute perfect training ground. The image of a full moon flashes in Liang's eyes again. He smirks, a wild thought crossing his mind later on. There will be plenty of Emperor-tier pressure to feast on. The crowd down below is super confused by his weird behavior, instantly asking, what is going on with him? How can he still be smiling? A female member of the Twin Moon cult starts panicking, crying out to the cult leader. She covers her face with her sweaty hands, speaking in total fear. If you lose to Xing, right here the reputation of the Twin Moon cult will suffer a fatal blow. Now you and I should look up. The white-robed moon sitting high up in the clouds has also noticed Liang's slow climb into the sky. She watches him very closely, keeping quiet and making zero comments about it. Not long after that, Xing's footsteps finally smash right past the 5,000-meter mark. She stands tall and truly majestic, crossing two sharp blades over her head, while a glowing multicolored moon fully highlights her powerful presence. Moonlight Element Emperor Tier, the mighty jewel flower moon. The entire crowd watching down below is completely blown away by this insane new milestone. Everyone gasps in shock. Xing has already climbed to 5,000 meters. Backed by the Emperor's blessing, her speed is completely off the charts now. Meanwhile, the girls from the Twin Moon cult collapse to the ground, totally crushed by pure despair. After that, all eyes instantly snap over to Liang and the wild theories start flying. The King of the Moon has only hit 3,000 meters. At this painfully slow rate, he won't even reach 7,000 before the full moon fades. Yet he just keeps walking forward. Everyone in the crowd is thinking the exact same thing. Based on his current pace, there is absolutely no way he clears the limit tonight. Then, he gently closes his eyes, trying to sense something hidden. Right at this moment, a glowing barrier slowly expands behind Liang's back. "Stick with me, we are about to see something wild." He stays completely calm, muttering, "If the vanishing moon means the end for them, for him it is just the beginning." A massive crack suddenly tears across the surface of that multicolored barrier. Liang has pushed into the 5,500-meter zone, the exact spot where his beast Phantom Moon just shattered that giant shield. Streams of water float through the air like silk ribbons. Phantom Moon has successfully evolved to another realm. It is now a supreme tier moonlight type, officially known as the Mirror Illusion. Its hidden combat skill massively boosts shield capacity. The hidden refraction can absorb all surrounding impacts and shockwaves. Once it hits its absolute limit, it violently detonates and shatters. When taking a hit, this refraction scatters the raw force, leaving behind just 1 measly % of the original power. This new data flood leaves Liang completely speechless. His jaw hits the floor as he desperately asks himself, "What the heck? Are my eyes actually playing tricks on me?" He just stands there, frozen, staring blindly at the mirror illusion in front of him, absolutely bewildered. What in the world is 180 times? What kind of joke is 1%? But he quickly shakes it off and keeps moving his brain, frantically analyzing the situation. With this insane setup, normal attacks from a supreme tier fighter wouldn't even scratch 1% of his shield's total durability. What's even more mind-blowing is that later on this shield could theoretically survive a few direct hits from an Emperor tier strike. Shortly after realizing this, Liang confidently steps into the 5,600-meter zone. He pauses at the very next step, waiting quietly for a moment. Then he glances backward and simply asks, "How is it? Do you need to absorb more?" Before he even finishes his sentence, the sight of Mirror Illusion's bulging belly hits him right in the face. Looking completely dumbfounded, he follows up, "Want some more?" After letting out a massive thunderous burp, the creature bluntly urges Liang to keep moving. "Hurry up!" Liang's face stiffens at the Mirror Illusion's words, quietly marveling to himself. That was way too fast. Right at this moment, a girl gasps in total shock. What is happening? The King of the Moon was dragging his feet at 3,000 meters, so how is he practically flying at 6,000? Another bystander mutters their own wild theory. The King of the Moon's first pet must have already shown up, we just can't see it from our current cultivation level. The little girl from the Twin Moon cult is still drowning in anxiety, nervously asking out loud, what on earth is the King of the Moon thinking? But it is already too late. The full moon is ending. Bai Yuexing has already blasted past the 8,500-meter mark. Soon after, the flag of the Emperor Tier Moonlight system proudly flutters in the wind. The Platinum War Soul, the one and only ultimate weapon of the White Saint clan, finally stands tall. Yuexing's body is entirely covered in brutal wounds, blood soaking her violently trembling frame. Exhausted, she slumps down right at the intersection between floors. Gripping the flagpole tightly, she declares, with fierce resolve, I will never give up right here. With heavy footsteps, Yuexing just keeps pushing higher. Now, let's take a closer look here. The moment she steps into the 8,900-meter zone, crushing pressure slams into her body, trying to shove her down. Even though her physical body is completely drained of all strength, this fierce woman still fiercely clutches the flagpole in her hands. She grinds her teeth loudly, barely able to force the words out. Watch closely. Crescent Star Cleaver, my endurance has almost reached its absolute limit. Yuexing crawls up the stairs step by painful step, trembling as she vows to surpass everyone. Reaching forward with her heavily blood-soaked hand, she continuously announces to the world, I will become the absolute king of the Moon God Festival this time. Her hand slowly stretches upward as she whispers to the Starcleaver, after this is over, just follow me. Finally, this incredibly resilient woman stomps her foot down hard. An announcement board instantly pops up right away, revealing the newly updated layout of the entire leaderboards. Sitting at rank 7 is the Three Realms Queen Mother Xuanji, at exactly 8,999 meters. 8th place goes to the Southern Emperor Kang Yue at 8,999 meters. And 9th place is the Western Realms Twin Moon Bai Yuexing, also at 8,999. The spectators reading those wild notifications can't help but jump up and down in pure excitement. Even the Southern Emperor happily claps his hands to celebrate her. Right at this moment, Yuexing looks up at the sky, then slowly falls out of the heavenly Dao ring. She collapses onto the massive flag with a faint smile blooming on her lips. Despite being totally exhausted, she forces out every single word. I actually did it. To be ranked on the exact same board as Emperor Kang Yue and Queen Mother Xuanji. You and I both know that means absolute legendary status forever. The full 9 rank board has officially refreshed. After that, she slowly looks over and softly asks, well, the Starcleaver remains completely silent in the void for a moment, then asks in a totally depressed tone, so in the end, we could not touch the 9,000-meter mark. Then it just stares at Yuexing, who is already drifting off into exhausted sleep. Muttering with pure contempt, they scoffed. As the descendant of Lu Suxuan, if this was all it took to satisfy him, they wouldn't be able to hold back from killing him right there. Then Yin Yue cautiously glanced in another direction, a massive question burning in her mind. Honestly, when you think about it, where exactly is his limit going to be? Meanwhile, you and I need to look at Su Liang. He was just casually strolling forward, easily hitting the 8,000-meter mark. Then he actually scratched his head, looking almost confused as he muttered, wait, is this really 8,000 meters? From this point on, nothing but absolute monsters and Emperor-tier powerhouses. Yet Su Liang just kept casually walking forward, completely unfazed by the terrifying pressure crushing down around him. He thought to himself, wrapped securely inside the shield of his mirror flower water moon, he honestly didn't feel a single thing. Zero pressure. But then, he frowned, a sudden thought crossing his mind. From 5,500 meters up to 8,000, his mirror flower water moon's evolution progress hadn't even reached a measly 5%. Barely a dent. It looked like evolving to the Emperor tier right here was completely impossible. Right at that moment, the Firefly King suddenly spoke up with high praise, completely startling him. Absolutely incredible. An ascension to the sky, this smooth and effortless. She had never seen anything like it. Hugging her knees in her own space, she practically beamed with excitement. She noted that the mirror flower water moon creature inside him was incredibly ancient, so ancient she hadn't even heard of it. The Firefly King barely finished before a super grumpy voice snapped back, asking if she was calling her an old fossil. The Firefly King just blinked, completely dumbfounded. The mirror flower water moon crossed her arms, clearly annoyed, and demanded to know if she was being called a dusty antique. Back outside, Liang was totally shocked hearing this exchange. He quietly tried to piece things together. Wait, after evolving to the supreme tier, her ability to express herself had already become this incredibly clear. That was wild. Still, it seemed like she definitely had a few cognitive issues left. Adding fuel to the fire, the Moonlight Rabbit kept loudly chanting the word "old" over and over, pushing the mirror flower water moon to her absolute breaking point. The rabbit rolled around the space, having the time of its life muttering "old fossil." Furious beyond belief, the mirror flower water moon pointed right at the rabbit and screamed that it was the real old fossil. Completely fed up with the chaos, Liang firmly ordered them to stop arguing and just chill out. Down below, two girls were gossiping in pure shock. The short-haired one suddenly cried out, wondering why the King of the Moon hadn't stopped moving yet. Did he seriously just blow past 8,000 meters? The ponytail girl next to her chimed in, pointing out how easy he made it look. Was he actually trying to break through the 9,000-meter mark? The short-haired girl immediately shot that theory down. How could that even be possible? The full moon was almost over. No matter how many crazy trump cards he had hidden once that moon faded, he would be instantly knocked right back to his original form. That was the ultimate fatal flaw of the entire Moonlight system. Meanwhile, Chang Yue quietly stared up at the blinding full moon. Unease was written all over her face, and honestly she completely agreed with what those girls were saying. She knew the harsh truth better than anyone. Any moonlight creature, no matter how insanely powerful or mysterious, would be fully exposed the exact second that full moon finally vanished. When daylight finally hit, breaking past 9,000 meters would be a joke. Just managing to survive up at the 8,000-meter mark would become completely impossible for him. Her mind was spinning with a million tangled questions. Even she truly couldn't wrap her head around what was happening. Staring at Liang's back, as he casually continued his climb, Kang Yue softly whispered to herself, "What on earth is this guy actually thinking?" Liang lowered his head, waiting patiently at the 8,500-meter mark. But get this, a massive gust of wind suddenly erupted, swirling pink gas into a towering violent tornado. Fen Tong suddenly appeared, spreading her giant butterfly wings as she hovered above, glaring down. Liang immediately recognized her the second she showed up and confidently called her out. So it turned out that all the insane pressure at this level was actually left behind by her. Fen Tong stayed completely silent, refusing to answer, but her eyes were practically burning with pure annoyance. Seeing zero reaction, Liang smirked and threw absolute shade. He told her that since her true body couldn't even beat him, she needed to stop trying to flex with this pathetic lingering pressure. Right on cue, her form instantly distorted and began shrinking down. The swallowing moon beast suddenly materialized right behind him, unhinging its massive jaws and sucking Fen Tong straight into its mouth. It swallowed her whole, let out a massive satisfied burp, and then just casually faded away into pure nothingness, leaving behind a few wisps of air. Liang instantly started looking around, like he was searching for something. He tilted his head up, staring intensely at the glowing full moon in complete silence. The blinding moonlight washing over the area abruptly cut out, vanishing completely into the dark night sky. And as it faded, it revealed a massive, endless staircase, leading straight up towards some incredibly bizarre unknown place. Liang just stood there, quietly observing the path ahead. Down on the ground, the massive crowd stared up at the sky, utterly confused, wondering why the King of the Moon had suddenly stopped moving. One of the girls suddenly spoke up. The full moon was completely gone. Daylight was approaching fast, so maybe the King of the Moon was finally giving up. But then a girl in brown pointed up and screamed for everyone to look. The King of the Moon had actually just sat down. High above, Liang completely ignored the stairs. Instead, he just sat down, cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started calmly plotting his next massive move. The Firefly King? The Moonlight Rabbit? The Mirror Flower Water Moon? They just needed to wait for him to shatter the 6-star realm barrier first. This spot right here. This was definitely not his finish line. So, what happens now? The moonlight still shined bright up high. After a tense wait, the gray-haired girl spoke up, completely bewildered. With daylight creeping in, had this absolute legend really just given up? Another person standing right next to her chimed in. Was the legendary undefeated King of the Moon really going to end his glorious run exactly like this? Manhwa completely snapped. Filled with pure rage, she charged at Liang, screaming at the King of the Moon to die. Murong stood nearby. He spotted her and jumped in absolute shock, yelling, "Wait, you!" But Manhwa was way too fast. She activated her skill, glowing right before vanishing completely. Instantly, a brilliant streak of light shot up into the sky like a massive lightning bolt. Meanwhile, a cat paw hammock was shaking uncontrollably. Yue Xing was lying there heavily injured from the fight, slowly blinking her eyes open to see what was going on. She instantly froze at the sight in front of her. Watching those massive lightning bolts shoot upward, Yue Xing was totally confused. How is this even possible, she wondered. Why did that person come back? Those brutal lightning strikes smashed right onto Su Liang while he was meditating. But get this, the guy did not take a single scratch. Su Liang just sat there calmly through the smoke and opened one eye. Right then a mocking voice echoed through the air, calling it a truly pathetic sight. Turns out it was the Cloudstone Moonlight Rabbit, a literal Emperor-tier moonlight beast. It bragged loudly. The current Moon King is about to be slaughtered by my hands right in front of hundreds of millions of people. Su Liang silently stared at the book in front of him. Beside him, the system chimed in. A brand new pet was unlocked and the entry count had officially increased. The system panel popped up with a warning. High Emperor-tier beasts won the last Moon God Festival, so their detailed stats cannot be read by the Book of the Moon. His face was deadpan as he spoke up. Yellow Moon. 7 stars tier. Even though you are super weak, you still count as a high level in the lunar realm. Is it not a bit too early to throw your life away? The Cloudstone Rabbit ground its teeth and screamed in pure rage. What did you say? It yelled back that it was definitely not some garbage. Yellow Moon, 7 stars beast. It claimed to serve the great third lunar eclipse lord, not some complete piece of trash like Bai Yuqing. The Moonlight Beast was screaming so loudly that Su Liang casually plugged one ear. Ah, right. Then Su Liang's eyes lit up with intense focus. His voice turned ice cold as he asked, "Are you really here alone?" Not just that, there is also an annoying little ant down below that has not stopped moving. Hearing this, the Cloudstone Rabbit turned its head and asked, "What?" Behind the beast, massive wind swirled into a giant vortex. Suddenly, a mysterious figure wearing a dark cloak appeared right in front of them. She aggressively ripped off her cloak, revealing a dark body covered in extremely weird glowing patterns. This was the Yellow Springs Destruction, cult's very own. Fourth Dream. Xiao He overheard their conversation and finally spoke up. "If you already know that, it means you are definitely the one who pulled off all those things." She walked straight towards Su Liang, addressing the Moon King directly. "I am right here." Before she could even finish, the Cloudstone Rabbit furiously screamed at her. "Get lost, you are not stealing my prey." Suddenly, a massive spatial rift tore open, nearby flashing with terrifying purple lightning. Standing behind Kang Yue, Guan secretly watched the whole showdown and nervously asked, "What should we do? Should we try to stop them? It looks like a huge fight is starting. If the Moon King gets hurt here, our entire southern region will be in massive trouble." Kang Yue stared ahead and did not reply immediately. She closed her eyes to think for a few seconds before finally saying, "Let us just wait and see." He has not asked for help yet, which proves this whole crazy situation is still totally under his control. High up above Su Liang, those intense purple lightning bolts kept flashing without any pause. A wild thought crossed Kang Yue's mind. What if his slow pace was actually a trap? Was his real goal to lure out enemy forces instead of ascending to heaven? Up there, Xiao. He slowly stepped out from the fading smoke. She gave a cold warning. "The full moon has set, so whether it is the Moon King or you, the ending is the exact same. My patience is quickly reaching its absolute limit." Hearing Xiao He acting so arrogant, the Cloudstone Rabbit glared at her with pure killing intent. But then out of nowhere, Su Liang actually chuckled. He burst into loud laughter, leaving those two completely confused. Both of their faces showed pure shock. They could not understand why Su Liang was laughing so hard. He pushed himself up and smirked. "Now watch this. Are you two little ants really standing here fighting over who gets the right to battle me?" But in just a tiny fraction of a millisecond, Su Liang's cocky smile completely vanished. His face filled with terrifying killing intent as he snarled at them. "You two useless dogs have exactly 10 seconds to get out of my sight." The rabbit and Xiao. He just stood there staring right back. Xiao He gritted her teeth in anger. "What did you just say?" The rabbit was equally furious, screaming out loud, "How dare you!" It immediately triggered its Cloud Star skill. Massive heavenly lightning bolts rained down from above, slamming repeatedly into Su Liang while he sat cross-legged. His figure glowed right in the center of the blast. The people down below were absolutely terrified by the deafening sound of those thunder strikes, screaming in total panic. A drop of sweat rolled down Yue Guan's face as he thought to himself, If that hammer strike hit the ground, half of the southern region would be completely wiped out. From within the thick smoke, the faint dark silhouette of the Moon King slowly started to reveal itself. Su Liang appeared looking totally spotless. He was completely unharmed after taking that brutal hit from the Cloudstone beast. Seeing this, the beast was stunned and could not believe its eyes, screaming in disbelief. Right above Su Liang, the system panel displayed Mirror Flower Water Moon Shield at 95% capacity. He smirked and gave them a chilling reminder. 9 seconds left. The rabbit was temporarily speechless, its voice trembling with pure rage. As it growled, "You." Xiao He felt the exact same way behind him. Her eyes were full of resentment as she thought, "This is insanely weird. How can a human body tank an Emperor-tier attack?" She charged forward and made a quick offer to the rabbit beside her. "Let us team up for now. We absolutely cannot waste any more time. You and I need to watch this closely. The Twin Moon Cult has a guy in white silk who could rescue the Moon King instantly. If that happens, everything goes down the drain." But Yun Shi rejected it with pure disgust. He snapped back, "I told you to get lost. Do you just not understand?" Pointing straight at Su Liang, Yun Shi kept going. As a moonlight beast Tamer who made it this far, how could he possibly run away now? There is no escape. Meanwhile, somewhere else completely, Bai Si was using a magic crystal ball, secretly keeping close tabs on Su Liang and his intense battle. Yun Shi flashed a seriously wicked smirk and spoke up. If he just stops at 8,500 meters and gets rescued in total humiliation, man, compared to just killing him on the spot, I would much rather watch that entertaining little show. Hearing that, Xiao He secretly nodded along. Honestly, it made sense. If the Moon King backed down here, whatever he faced next wouldn't be much better than death anyway. Her gaze shifted straight over to Su Liang. She stayed completely silent, just staring down. He was absolutely certain now. Because of that, he had no choice but to fight them to the bitter end. That last hit took things a massive step forward. He was just inches away from the 6-colored star realm. A few more strikes would do it, but he definitely needed more provoking. Snapping out of his thoughts, Su Liang glared up at them. He casually reminded them exactly 3 seconds left. Their eyes shot wide open. They were visibly panicking, but also completely furious. Meanwhile, the moon was already slowly setting right behind those massive mountain peaks. The dark night sky was finally changing colors. A brand new day was starting. The crowd below gasped, looking up as someone screamed, "Look up there, the sun is finally rising." The spectators were completely stunned, just waiting in pure suspense. Nearby, a voice echoed out, "It looks like 8,500 meters is the absolute limit for the Moon King." Over there, Kang Yue showed absolutely zero emotion. He just stood quietly listening to the screaming crowd. This was at the very last battle under the moonlight. Cutting back over to the main event, Su Liang kept the pressure on. Just 2 seconds left. Right then, Yun Shi lost all patience. His eyes bulged out in rage. Gritting his teeth, he flexed every ounce of his power, unleashing his ultimate Cloud Star attack. Massive black storm clouds came rolling in thick. Over on the sidelines, He was just biding her time. Those glowing red eyes perfectly reflected the chaotic spirals above. Up in the sky, pitch-black clouds surged together like a twisted nightmare, swirling wildly right above his head. Stray lightning bolts crashed down, the spectators below scattered, grabbing their heads in pure, absolute terror. After taking Yun Shi's massive attack head-on, Su Liang's dark silhouette slowly stepped out from the pink smoke. Yun Shi and He were totally paralyzed with shock. They gasped, "What in the world?" Right then, the system screen flashed. The Mirror Flower Water Moon Shield was still sitting pretty at 93.6%. Seeing that, even Su Liang was totally caught off guard. What just happened? 2 Emperor-level fighters teamed up for that hit, and the shield lost barely 2%. As the heavy black smoke finally cleared out, Su Liang stared forward in absolute shock. Yan Yue had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, using her weapon to perfectly block that brutal strike. He gasped in pure shock. "Shensing, Yan Yue." Over on the sidelines, Yue Heng completely lost her mind. She gasped out loud, "No way, how is that even possible?" She completely froze, a nervous drop of sweat sliding down her face. She thought, "I was the very first person to climb 8,999 meters. How could you possibly choose him instead?" Yan Yue glanced back at Su Liang. Having a little trouble here, but Su Liang just ignored the joke and fired back a question. "Shenqing, Yan Yue, why are you even here?" She let out a heavy sigh. Honestly, I felt the martial blade's aura, so I came to check on the previous master's totally useless kid. Hearing that, it suddenly clicked for Su Liang. He looked way up high, locking his eyes directly onto Yue Heng sitting up there. He asked with a smirk, "Is that right?" Completely disappointed now, Yan Yue replied coldly. "Not just that. I need to take back what she never even deserved to own." Right then, a wild theory finally clicked in Su Liang's mind. It was the legendary soul blade of Shang Yanyue Shuanghua. He flashed a cocky smirk and pushed himself right back up. "Well, either way, you showed up at the absolute perfect time." Su Liang reached his hand right out. "Shenqing Yan Yue, let's climb to the very top together." She was honestly pretty caught off guard by that bold invitation. Up above, Yue Heng could not believe her ears. She leaned forward. "Wait, what did he just say?" Yunshi suddenly burst into absolutely maniacal laughter. Dripping with pure sarcasm, he yelled, "You want to reach the peak? You are insane. Not even the ancient demigods or the strongest modern tamers could pull that off." Su Liang ignored him completely, calmly reading the text right off the system screen. "Sea of Clouds, First Generation Cloud Princess. 9,999 meters. Western Region First Generation Lovers, 9,998 meters. Anonymous Lu Suxuan, 9,996 meters. Anonymous Heavenly Maiden, 942 meters. Eastern Region First Generation Ice Concubine, 9,361 meters. Taiyin Former Moon King, 9,300 meters. Three Kings Nether Spring, Queen Mother, 8,999 meters. Kang Yue Great Emperor, 8,999 meters. And Western Region Gemini by Yue Heng, 8,999 meters. Yunshi laughed like a complete maniac, fully trying to crush his spirit. "You are just a pathetic little five-pointed star. You really think you can actually surpass them? But wait, this is where it gets crazy." He suddenly froze his eyes, shooting wide open in shock. Yan Yue actually accepted Su Liang's invitation, placing her hand right onto his. Suddenly, an absolutely blinding burst of radiant energy exploded outwards, completely surrounding both of them. Su Liang pulled Yan Yue tight into his arms. Together they glared right back at the rest of the crowd with pure terrifying killing intent. Their incredible connection unleashed a massive gust of wind. Up above, a pitch-black gem suddenly materialized, radiating a blinding halo. "You and I are about to see something legendary." "All right, you and I are watching something wild." Yan Yue confusedly takes the black orb, gasping. "You actually got the blade core from the Eastern region." Su Liang just smirks. "That is merely the deposit for my gift." Bai Yuxing cannot believe his eyes, muttering, "Wait, what?" To think the legendary Chengxing Yanyu is actually siding with the Moon King. Yunshi and Xiao, he quickly noticed, screaming together. A contract. Su Liang confidently tells Yan Yue, "After I reach the absolute peak, I will crush Bai Yuxing completely." He casually walks right past Yunshi and Xiao He, promising he'll personally head to the Eastern region to take back the blade core. Hearing this, those two just stare wide-eyed at their fading silhouettes. Su Liang's sheer arrogance makes Yunshi stumble back. Sweat completely soaks his forehead as he thinks this is just completely unbelievable. The duo marches steadily up the stairs, leaving Yunshi completely baffled and confused. The moon has already set, yet the Moon King still has power to keep climbing. Soon they reach the 8,999-meter mark. Yuexing is so utterly shocked, his jaw hits the floor. 8,999 meters. She suddenly remembers the past, muttering, "That is the territory of a peak emperor, the shocking swan's domain. Its pressure almost killed me back then. How is he advancing so effortlessly? Like he feels absolutely nothing." Su Liang casually walks forward, looking up as he asks, "Should we keep going?" Pushing straight toward the 9,000-meter mark. Suddenly Su Liang feels something strange, freezing completely in his tracks. A system board appears. Mirror Flower Water Moon Shield at 60%. Cold sweat instantly drops down his face. He panics slightly, thinking, "Just a single glance of pressure dropped my Mirror Flower Water Moon Shield from 93% all the way down to 60%. Behind him, Xiao He and Yunshi launch a massive sneak attack. A voice echoes, "Moon King, it is finally over." Yunshi furiously throws a massive punch, roaring, "Since you also belong to the Moonlight faction, I will let you choose your own grave." Xiao He charges in, shouting. The full moon has set. The last ray of light is completely gone. Both of them scream together, aiming their deadly attacks right at his back. "No matter what shocking miracles you create without the full moon during the day, you are just an absolutely ordinary beast tamer." The crowd below stares intensely, watching their every single move. Yue Guan glances sideways, thinking to himself, Great Emperor Kang Yue looks ready to jump in and save him. She grips her umbrella, glaring upward with pure killing intent, ready to strike. Over here, Bai Si also readies her stance, fully prepared to jump in and rescue him. Now, stick with me here. This is where everything flips. Su Liang stands perfectly still, chuckling darkly with his head down. Daytime full moon. Please, did you actually think that faded fake earlier was a full moon? If moonlight is that weak, how is it any different from a normal day? Xiao He and Yun Shi freeze completely, their eyes widening in absolute pure shock. The crowd below is equally stunned, listening closely, as Su Liang preaches. You were all wrong from the very start. Your ideology, concepts, and basic perception are completely flawed. Yue Guan gasps as our MC drops a question that wakes everyone right up. Why can't a set moon rise again? Why can't a lost full moon be completely restored? Kang Yue listens to every single word in sheer amazement. What if I force the moon to rise again? Bai Si freezes mid-stance, listening intently as he says, what if I intentionally make the full moon reappear? A wildly arrogant smirk crosses his face. Just a bunch of noisy ants dancing right in front of me. Su Liang shouts, glaring down with pure mockery. Open your eyes wide and witness the true moon from 10,000 years ago. Suddenly, countless golden butterflies swarm around him. Kang Yue instantly recognizes it. Lowering her umbrella, as the entire sky aggressively turns pitch black in just a few seconds. The atmosphere drops completely dead as thick fog rolls in. The confused crowd covers their ears, screaming, why is it dark? A massive second moon suddenly appears right behind the sun. Weird screams echo out. What is that? The moon glows brilliantly, pulling the tide up incredibly fast. Its light fully exposes Kang Yue's face. She gasps, recognizing the legendary moon from 10,000 years ago. The Aquarius constellation suddenly manifests on the moon. Kang Yue screams, that is the moon flare authority of Aquarius. One of the 7 wonders has revived Aquarius. Standing incredibly close to the moon, Su Liang sees his moment and finally speaks up. All right, we can begin. He firmly declares a true climb to the peak, turning back to leave one final warning. Do not let them bother me. The radiant rabbit appears looking adorable as it entirely blocks the stairway. Seeing this little beast, Yunxi and Xiao, he are left totally jaw-dropped in absolute shock. The radiant rabbit smiles, adorably, raising its soft little arms before floating up into the air. Blinding light erupts from its body as massive currents of blue energy aggressively swirl around it. In a flash, it completely transforms into a human shape. You and I are about to witness something wild. Emerald eyes slowly open. A white dress, fluffy tail, and lightning bolt rabbit ears atop her head. The light rabbit has transformed into an incredibly cute girl rocking a dangerously short, boldly cut dress. She glares upward with eyes full of pure killing intent. Inspecting her fluffy paws, the rabbit girl slowly shifts her emerald gaze over to the side. Yunxi and Xiao He are already standing there, staring back at her like she is some kind of freakish creature. A woman down below screams out, asking what is going on. Someone is already running away. Just one look was enough to terrify an Emperor-tier expert into fleeing. Kang Yue watches in absolute shock. Her mind races, that is literally a pet beast, transformed into a human. Staring at the light rabbit's new form, she desperately wonders what exact cultivation realm is this thing. Meanwhile, over at the edge of the southern region, a black blur blasts through the sky, violently tearing up the snowy ground directly below it. Turns out it is Xiao He running away at supersonic speeds. Her red eyes are literally spinning, in absolute dizzying panic. Kang Yue narrows her stunning eyes, completely blown away. She reached the southern region's border in mere seconds. Then she turns her attention back to the light rabbit. To make a high-tier emperor panic and run away like that, just what in the world is this humanoid pet beast? Suddenly, the rabbit reaches out her snowy fluffy hand to catch some glowing golden butterflies. Then, she ruthlessly crushes every single one of them to death. A golden light shaped like a horn flashes in her hand. Winding up with incredible force, she raises her arm and violently hurls the object. It shoots up into the open sky at absolutely blinding supersonic speed. The raw power of this throw is insane. Massive gale winds erupt, blasting nearby bystanders right into the air and violently ripping massive trees entirely out of the ground. That golden beam of light blasts straight across the southern region border, catching up to Xiao He in an instant. She glances back in sheer horror, but it is too late. The golden beam completely pierces her, striking dead center in her chest. Boom! A terrifying explosion detonates, violently shaking the entire sky. The devastating blast completely shreds Xiao He to absolute pieces, leaving nothing but scattered hair and bloody remains on the dirt. The Light Rabbit just stands there on the steps, totally silent. Watching this absolute carnage, Su Liang is stunned. He realizes this is the Crescent Moon physique, the ultimate perfect bloodline the Firefly King had mentioned before. Abandoning the moonlight entirely just to fully embrace the full moon? This is her absolute ultimate evolutionary form. Target eliminated. The Light Rabbit turns her gaze toward her next victim. Yunxi stands frozen on a tree across from her eyes, wide with pure shock, too terrified to speak. Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention. He is sweating bullets, finally realizing a terrifying reality. Yunxi's hands shake violently as he realizes something horrifying. The very second he tries to move, wait, did she just speak? Instantly, the Light Rabbit's silhouette vanishes right under the bright moonlight. In just a few fleeting seconds, she appears right in front of Yunxi, her fist already winding up. Staring down that incoming punch, Yunxi's eyes widen in sheer terror. His only thought, I am going to die. Suddenly, a golden beam of light blasts right between them from far away. In a literal split second, that light makes Yunxi vanish entirely. That golden light rockets straight up into the sky, swirling the dark clouds together. The sheer force is so intense it actually punches right through the city's magical barrier. Down below, the crowd starts screaming in total panic. Yunxi's real body is stuck on the shattered barrier, and people are yelling that he is about to fall. Kang Yue frowns, realizing this is her perfect chance. She kicks off the ground, leaping high into the air and rushing straight toward the shattered gap in the barrier. Reaching out her hand, Kang Yue channels her inner power and fires off a massive surge of energy. That strike completely shatters the remaining barrier, sending sharp glass fragments raining down in a continuous shower. She desperately tries to block the Light Rabbit's golden energy, but it is just too overwhelming. Gritting her teeth, Kang Yue struggles hard. Eventually, the power in her hands crumbles into petals, and the golden force quickly blasts past her. A sharp blue crescent moon shape barely grazes Kang Yue's cheek, slicing open a long bleeding wound. That devastating golden energy plummets straight down, locked right onto the helpless crowd, standing desperately on the ground below. Panicking Kang Yue whips her head around and screams for the Dao Academy master. Below her, the terrified crowd squeezes their eyes shut, bracing for death. But suddenly, the golden beam violently changes course. It phases completely through the crowd, crashing directly into a nearby forest and triggering another massive explosion that shakes the earth. The surviving girls look at each other totally dazed. It missed them. What in the world just happened? The Light Rabbit shoots a razor-sharp glare down below. Kang Yue is just floating there in the air, completely stunned. Even as a single petal drifts past her blank face, she remains totally frozen in shock. The rabbit girl just watches silently. Without saying a single word, she turns her head and immediately walks away, sparing everyone else from her wrath. Back over by Su Liang, he turns around and praises her work. Great job. Holding the crescent blade in his hand, Su Liang continues. Looks like we are all finally prepared. Without wasting time, he steps onto the stairs, and the entire group heads straight for the upper floor. Su Liang's eyes glow with a menacing crimson light. He issues his command. Let us go, Firefly King. A spark of fire flashes above Su Liang's head, quickly swirling into a vortex. He boldly declares that this is finally their era. Meanwhile, at the northern border, the magic crystal ball suddenly goes completely dark. Bai Si stares at it, completely shocked, her jaw basically hitting the floor. In pure disbelief, she wonders to herself, is the Firefly King actually still alive? And what exactly is the true power of the Aquarius Palace? Stick with me here. Transporting the Moon King east earlier was purely for those valuable ore veins. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Watching Su Liang, a crazy question crosses her mind. What did the Moon King actually do in the Eastern Domain? Meanwhile, he lightly reaches the absolute highest zone. Suddenly, the system panel flashes, radiating intense light everywhere. The display reads First Generation Cloud, Princess of the Cloud Miss C, hitting 9,999 meters. Western Domain's First Generation Lover reaches 9,998 meters. Anonymous user Lu Su Xuan marks 966 meters. Anonymous Heavenly Maiden clocks in at 942 meters. Eastern Domain's First Generation Ice Consort at 9,361 meters. But the moment Su Liang steps onto the 9,996 meter mark, a terrifying wave of pure power explodes violently outward. Using Yan Yue's weapon, he instantly throws up a protective barrier to block the impact. It's totally useless though. In barely a single second, the entire shield shatters into tiny pieces. The blast knocks Su Liang several meters back. He just lets out a cold snort. Suddenly, a bright red flame flares up above his head, spinning violently before shooting wild sparks straight forward to counterattack. A massive fireball blows up entirely, leaving bright crackling sparks lingering all across the area. Gritting his teeth hard, Su Liang grips his weapon tight to hold back that insane force. That horrifying power shoves him backward. His feet carve deep, glowing trenches right into the solid ground, kicking up a storm of rocks and dirt everywhere. His heels finally hit the zone's edge and stop. Massive friction burns scar the earth beneath him. As he desperately braces against that crushing, overwhelming pressure, his eyes lock onto the system panel. 7 Moon Glories Moon King at 9,000 meters. Evil 3 Kings. Nether Spring Queen Mother at 9,998 meters. Southern Domains Dark Moon Great Emperor at 9,998 meters. The crowd below screams in absolute shock. Wait, is this for real? The Moon King actually reached that level. The literal domain of overlords. One woman goes absolutely crazy, screaming she wants to join the Twin Moon cult immediately. She literally begs to be the Moon King's dog. Sitting on the ground, Yue Xing refuses to believe his own eyes. Someone yells out that the Moon King never even considered White Moon City a threat from the very start. Realizing he isn't being pushed back anymore, Su Liang stays totally silent. Feeling weird about the sudden shift, he actually asks himself, is that really it? Rolling his stiff shoulders to loosen up, he thinks, was that really an overlord's ultimate strike? He realizes it felt way weaker than expected. Right beside him, Yan Yue suddenly speaks up. Great job, Su Liang. You're officially the top dog of this era now, so stopping here is more than enough. Smiling warmly at him, she continues. Since ancient times, absolutely everyone who climbed to the 9,000-meter zone was a 9-star demigod. The fact that you reached the Overlord stairs at just the 6-star realm, that completely blows my mind. Hearing all that, Su Liang stays dead silent. His eyes just lock dead ahead, filled with pure, unfiltered killing intent. The Fire King walks over, covered in flames, agreeing completely. Yeah, just try again after breaking through to 9-star. There is absolutely no reason to burn all your trump cards just to push a few more meters. She makes it perfectly clear, if your real goal is hitting the very top, do not obsess over reaching it in this exact moment. Suddenly, a really bizarre noise echoes from the distance. All 3 of them freeze, utterly confused, straining their ears to listen closely. Su Liang looks up completely baffled. What even is that sound? Out of nowhere, something glowing white shoots across the pitch-black sky, radiating really weird, crackling lightning all around it. That bizarre white stuff looks exactly like silk, but it's actually the eyelids of a terrifying glowing red demonic eye. Random streaks of lightning flash all around it. Kang Yue gapes in absolute shock, instantly recognizing this unbelievably terrifying familiar aura. That is an overlord. Suddenly, a massive booming laugh echoes out of nowhere, totally startling her. Over on the side, Lan Hua grabs her head in total confusion. Her jaw drops as realization hits. Even after their physical body died, this is the remaining spirit of Lord Jade Rabbit's shooting star. Yunshi pops up completely out of nowhere, screaming in absolute thrill. It is Lord 3 Eclipses. The full moon summoned by the Moon King actually weakened the seal, holding back Lord 3 Eclipses. Yun Shi flashes a ridiculously smug smile, adding that his own death basically provided the exact perfect coordinates for Lord 3 Eclipses to strike. The Moon King will not be acting so arrogant anymore. You are about to face an overlord's ultimate divine punishment. Here is what you and I need to know. That red demonic eye is an unreadable special ability. It's the previous festival's grand champion, the Emperor Tier Moonlight System Sinking Moon Hell. Staring up at him, Kang Yue thinks to herself, this level of power shouldn't even exist in the festival's early stages. Yet here it is resurrected by that ancient full moon. Chang Yue quickly shifts her entire focus over to Su Liang. She desperately wonders how on earth is he going to finish this absolute nightmare situation. Su Liang just stares up at the towering endless staircase right in front of him. Like I said, today is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Moonlight and miracles aren't going to just wait around, so I definitely won't hesitate or space out now. Stepping onto the heavenly peach ring, set this fate in stone. Yan Yue and the Fire King listen closely, both of their eyes going completely wide in shock. Su Liang cracks a wildly confident smirk. He makes it clear, no matter what drops from the sky, I am crushing it and walking straight to the top. Hearing this, the 2 girls just exchange completely dumbfounded looks. Yan Yu finally speaks up. But how are you going to pull this off? Are you seriously going to recreate the Black Moon cult's battle to summon the golden butterfly bow again? Even if you do that, bow will only last a brief moment. You might block 3 eclipses, or maybe push forward just a few hundred extra meters. Su Liang smirks and answers right back. That last miracle, I was honestly just messing around. I figured the tiny Black Moon cult was still under divine watch, so I had to lay low and hold back. After hearing that, she's completely lost. A massive question mark practically floats right above her head. He steps right up to her, gently pets Yan Yue's head, and stares directly into her eyes. Su Liang winks, telling everyone to just watch closely. You and I are about to see something wild. Shen Yue stares down with crimson eyes as massive lightning crashes. Yunxi laughs like a maniac, throwing his head back. The master is almost completely unsealed. The Moon King's final days are officially here. Suddenly, a bright flash tears across the night sky. Startled, he mutters, "What is that?" Manhwa looks completely stunned over here too, right as a single golden butterfly flutters past her. Suddenly, the brunette woman looks up and screams, "Look above your heads, hurry!" Seeing a whole swarm of golden butterflies soaring high above, someone instantly recognizes them. The light butterflies. The exact same miracle from the Emperor battle has reappeared. Seeing his perfect opening, Yunxi flashes a seriously smug smirk. He screams, "The time is now." Right on cue, dazzling yellow rays blast down from those golden butterflies. They shoot up into the dark night, creating tiny, brilliant fireworks. Yunxi drops a sweat drop but laughs loudly. "Moon King, you really thought we came completely unprepared? You don't have any hidden trump cards left, do you? You are nothing but an absolute clown." Hearing those cocky words, Su Liang's face darkens. He closes his eyes, a faint chilling smile forming. Instantly, his expression flips. Su Liang glares with his full moon eyes, confidently declaring, "I already told you I was just playing around." Yunxi sneers mockingly. "Still talking tough over there. Try not to make everyone laugh their heads off." But suddenly the crowd erupts in total chaos. "Hey, look up there." This makes him glance back, totally shocked. "What now?" Right then everyone looks up at the light butterflies swirling around the heavenly peach ring. The crowd screams in absolute disbelief. Those light butterflies didn't take any damage at all. Yunxi panics, bloodshot eyes bulging out as he grabs his head. How is this possible? They are just low-tier bugs. How could they block an emperor's attack? Su Liang just stands there looking completely calm. He turns with a freezing glare. "I told you last time was a joke." The audience is treated to another insane spectacle. Look behind him. It's not just light butterflies but flash wings too. High-tier Moonlight System flash wings plus New Moon Silver, another high-tier Moonlight summon. Yue Guan sees this and is completely baffled. What? Why are there so many high tiers? Did he summon all of these? Kangya, standing nearby with her eyes shut, mutters grimly. "No." She glances sideways, adding, "It is not just those. The Light Owl King is here too." Supreme Tier Moonlight System. Yue Guan's eyes bulge again as he stammers. "Another Supreme Tier, that is Huafei Yue. Supreme Tier." Now, it is Yan Yue's turn to be stunned. The final reveal is Golden Abyss Wings, another Supreme Tier Moonlight summon. King Ying stares blankly, totally amazed. An absolute miracle. This entire scene feels like a literal miracle. The heavenly peach ring acts as a bridge between the Conqueror's eye and an ancient full moon. Su Liang spreads his arms, smiling with supreme confidence. "Not enough. I want to reach the absolute top. This power isn't enough. Come here." He throws down the gauntlet. Yunxi freezes, instantly gasping out. What he said there is more. Lanhua stands there looking up, stammering, he said. She reaches out, her voice trembling slightly. Incredibly soft snow-white wings suddenly emerge. It is the legendary, floating silver dream. Moonlight System Emperor Tier. A high-ranking Emperor Tier summon. Viewers are completely mind-blown. Floating Silver Dream is the actual original form of the Twin Moon's cult headquarters. Nobody expected to see the real thing in their lifetime. Baici watches absolutely dumbfounded and refusing to believe her own eyes. She smiles helplessly. When the cult was formed, I invited him, but he rejected me. Yunxi finally realizes his place. He forces a bitter laugh. It's over. I am the real clown. He stands there, feeling completely helpless. Run away, Third Lord Eclipse. The gigantic eye in the sky also freezes up from these endless insane surprises. Su Liang could not care less. He smiles, confidently turns around, and starts walking with total purpose. Let's go. No need to worry about that thing in the sky. Su Liang adds, I need to use your powers somewhere much more meaningful. Stick with me because this is where it gets crazy. The golden abyss gathers together, forming massive wings behind him. With one gentle flap, Su Liang completely vanishes from the steps. Right now, only a single speck of light flashes in the air across the pitch-black night sky. Through the live broadcast, everyone notices this anomaly and immediately starts buzzing with questions. The Moon King suddenly vanished, so where did he go? Right after his legs reappear out of nowhere. Yue Guan stares up with wide eyes, voice trembling. Unbelievable. Kang Yue's expression is exactly the same, totally speechless. Bai Si's jaw completely drops in pure horror. The screen flashes with blinding light as the new ranking notification pops up. Cloud Sea First Princess 9,999 meters. Western Region First Lover 9,998 meters. Anonymous Lu Suxuan 966 meters. Anonymous Celestial Maiden 9,422 meters. Eastern Region's First Generation Peng Fei 9,361 meters. The former Taiyin Moon King 9,300 meters. And the Moon Brilliance King 9,299 meters. You and I have to see this. The crowd watches Su Liang easily hit 6th place, screaming, in absolute shock, 9,299 meters. He stands there muttering, just one final step to completely crush this era. Let's go. But suddenly the bright reflection of the moon flashes perfectly inside Su Liang's eyes. He completely freezes in his tracks. A system notification violently pops up. New special physique detected within the Moonlight category. Holy Moon, Waning Moon, Absolute Moon, and Heavy Moon physiques all collected and ready for use. Let's check the details. The Absolute Moon physique restricts you to only contracting Moonlight beasts forever. But in return, you get totally insane miraculous Moonlight compatibility, even earning the direct favor of the Emperor. Next is the Heavy Moon physique. But get this, the absolute requirement is possessing a literal god-tier bloodline. It lets you freely control the exact evolution path of your Moonlight beasts. And finally, the last system prompt drops. Right after unlocking every single special Moonlight physique, the lucky host gets to choose exactly one of them to inherit permanently. Su Liang finishes reading the info and gasps in total shock. Absolute Moon physique. He quickly turns his head around. Who has it? He asks. Out of all these light butterflies floating around, one secretly possesses the Absolute Moon physique. Hearing Su Liang say this, both Yan Yue and the Ying King freeze in absolute stunned silence. He pauses for a second. Something definitely feels off. He immediately summons the Book of the Moon. Its magical light glowing brightly right in his hand. Su Liang gently grabs the floating book, aiming it straight toward the pack of Moonlight beasts standing right behind him. Boom. A massive system alert instantly pops up. Special physique detected. His eyes widen. Absolute Moon physique activated. He suddenly realizes the crazy truth. The one with the Absolute Moon physique is actually him. Deep inside the heavenly devouring space, a massive laugh echoes out. Su Liang clutches his stomach, literally dying of absolute laughter. The crowd is totally confused. What the heck is wrong with the Moon King right now? Kang Yu and the spectators stare up, completely baffled. Su Liang covers his face, muttering, "At the end of the day, this right here is exactly why I became the Moon King." He stares straight up at the moon, his voice dropping heavy. "Since the day I was born, the moonlight chose me." Saying that, Su Liang whips his long coat back. A totally arrogant smile spreads across his face, the moon shining in his eyes. "Let's go. Since you all specifically chose me," he coldly declares, "I now have the absolute duty to drag every single one of you to the peak of this era." Right on cue, he and his Moonlight beasts march up the giant staircase. But suddenly, the entire heavenly devouring shakes violently. An insanely heavy, crushing pressure slams down from above. The huge crowd down below trembles in fear, crying out in total panic and endless confusion. Is this an earthquake? Is the Moon King destroying the heavenly devouring? Yet Su Liang's footsteps never stop. Every single stride carries his ultimate unbending willpower to reach the very top. Now he finally steps into the 9,300-meter zone. Right in front of him floats a completely different, blindingly bright moon. Instantly, a mysterious golden aura explodes outward, filling the air with raw power. Su Liang throws his hand up, squeezing his eyes shut against the insane glare with a soft grunt. He finally blinks open, looking visibly confused. And here's where it gets crazy. Standing right in front of Su Liang is a massive, towering rabbit shadow, carrying a tiny figure on its shoulder. This beast is Bai Yuqing, the 8th guardian of the mighty Flying Rabbit Palace, and that tiny person sitting up there, it's none other than the former Taiyan Moon King herself. Her face is entirely draped in shadow, hiding a terrifying, dangerous smirk. Su Liang's eyes quickly flash instantly, sensing that something is horribly wrong here. He feels a sudden spike of anxiety. What an insanely powerful aura. Pure killing intent. Down below, Yan Yue and the Ying King immediately flare up, glaring with absolute murderous rage. The Ying King violently grits his teeth, recognizing it immediately. The 8th guardian of moon brilliance, the current leader of the 10 lunar eclipses, it's the Flying Rabbit Palace protector Bai Yuqing. Yan Yu scowls hard, staring unblinkingly at the huge threat, clearly furious. Meanwhile, the former Moon King just flashes a cute but absolutely icy, apathetic smile right back down at them. Up there, the giant rabbit Yuqing finally makes a move. It lifts its massive arm, closes its glowing eyes, and aims straight for Su Liang. A strange thin barrier materializes right at its fingertip, rippling outwards, exactly like disturbed water. Su Liang's eyes go wide, completely stunned by this bizarre technique. But before Su Liang can even process it, Yuqing's massive shadowy arm violently tears through that barrier, instantly appearing inches from his face. Boom! Su Liang gets forcefully sucked straight into his own inner sea of consciousness. An absolutely colossal blast of pure energy fires out, tearing a massive glowing line straight through the dark sky. The pet moon in the lake gets completely blasted backward. Its body goes flying, screaming in absolute pain as its powerful mirror flower water moon shield shatters to zero. The Ying King screams, throwing up his arms to block, but gets brutally launched away as his fire shield breaks. The Moonlight Rabbit even worse, half its body gets ripped apart. That single devastating strike from Yuqing leaves an absolutely massive, terrifying crater carved right into the moon. Su Liang's eyes snap wide open. The shining full moon reflecting in his eyes, it's shattered into a waning crescent. His golden aura completely fades and his body goes totally limp, falling backward. Su Liang stumbles over the absolute edge of the platform. His lifeless body is about to enter a deadly freefall. Kang Yue watches from below in pure screaming horror. Bai Si looks just as utterly terrified, tightly gripping the glowing sphere in her hands. The crowd below screams in pure panic. The Moon King is falling. Did he actually just fail? Even after pulling off such a mind-blowing miracle, can he really not surpass the former Moon King? To the onlookers, it looks like 9,300 meters is the absolute limit for this entire generation. Meanwhile, Su Liang is still caught in a total free fall toward the ground. Sarcastic voices echo through the air. What a total letdown. But then Su Liang suddenly speaks up. At the end of the day, the Moon King and Feitu Palace are only at this level. Hearing those words, Bai Xian is completely stunned, totally at a loss for words. Su Liang opens his eyes and looks up with absolute confidence. He claims the Moon God Festival from that past era was honestly nothing special at all. Mid-air, brilliant golden wings suddenly erupt right from his back. The people below reach out, catching the glowing golden dust falling from the sky, with pure awe in their eyes. Kang Yue suddenly gasps out loud. That thing appearing right in front of everyone is the second palace of moon brilliance. The Golden Butterfly Palace Guardian, the 8-winged moon monarch. She stammers in absolute shock. This is not an illusion anymore. It has basically formed a physical body. Those majestic wings carry Su Liang upward, completely resuming his epic tower climbing journey. The former Moon King, currently sitting on Yuqing's shoulder, watches this unfold with a deeply confused expression on her face. And here is where you and I need to pay attention. He returns to this floor, facing her down. Su Liang looks over with a smirk. He says he intentionally wanted to experience the strongest of the previous generation, but it ended up being a pathetic illusion that did absolutely nothing. The smile vanishes from the former Moon King's face, her eyes narrowing darkly. He coldly provokes her. If you want to stop me, come face me with your real physical body. The moment he finishes speaking, a massive golden tornado completely erupts right where Su Liang is standing. It rips right past Yuqing and the former Moon King, making their phantom figures fade away. The Floor Guardian's illusion shatters into nothingness, just like that. Leaving the shattered remnants behind, he confidently sets his foot onto the next flight of stairs, ascending toward the higher floor. A live broadcast screen flashes a bright notification right in front of everyone. The details are super clear. Rank 6. Moon Brilliance Moon King, 930 meters. Rank 7. Taiyan former Moon King, 9,300 meters. High up in the starry night sky, right where the shattered moon hangs, a massive glowing halo appears to celebrate this epic milestone. Down below, Kang Yue, is completely frozen in place, absolutely stunned by Su Liang's overwhelming power. Far away in the northern region, Bai Si shares that exact same shocked expression. The eastern region representatives are also looking completely blown away by this. Over at the Moon God Palace, Zhao Yue stares up at the moon, totally speechless. Back at the Tiantao ring, Su Liang keeps stepping upward, escorted by the golden radiance heavenly wings. Behind him, King Ying and Yan Yue just lock eyes, unable to speak. King Ying thinks to herself that this exact moment has probably been felt by the entire Moonlight System world. Yan Yue silently marvels to himself. Even though, for top-tier overlords, this position isn't the absolute limit of Feitu Palace, it truly is the absolute limit for the former Moon King, who stands as an apostle's demigod. But his steady advance is an undeniable statement. It firmly means the previous Moon King has officially been surpassed by the current era's reigning Moon King, our guy Su Liang. Suddenly, King Ying calls out, "And stick with me, here, this gets intense." She warns Su Liang that at this peak, he's about to face a truly terrifying entity. The image of former Moon flashes by. After all, both she and Feitu Palace from 2,000 years ago belonged to the legendary 10 Great Kings. King Ying adds that if this were the age of monsters from 10,000 years ago, she would merely be a gatekeeper at the absolute peak of the overlord level. Shen Yue's eyes continue tracking him, bloodshot veins visibly pulsing inside them. Su Liang is stepping upward when he suddenly freezes dead in his tracks. His face darkens instantly. He wanted to say this earlier. He turns back to look at the guy, his voice full of pure annoyance. This thing is quite troublesome. Hearing him, the 8 wings immediately catch his drift. No extra words needed. Those massive wings start violently vibrating and glowing bright, gearing up for an explosive launch. Countless miniature moon projections suddenly manifest directly from the wings, all completely surrounded by a brilliant golden aura. Deafening rumbling sounds echo out as the eyes on its wings instantly snap wide open. Shen Yue's form immediately starts cracking apart, right on the verge of totally shattering. That sound and sudden movement from the 8 wings creates such a crushing pressure. Viewers are forced to cover their ears, screaming out in genuine pain from the sheer intensity. A system notification pops up. Warning: early stage of the Moon God Festival active. Overlords are strictly forbidden from attacking each other. This warning message flashes right in Su Liang's face following the 8 wings' aggressive move. But ignoring those useless warnings, he just yells out in absolute unfiltered fury. "Shut your mouth," Su Liang thumps his chest with firm, unshakable confidence. "I am the current Moon King, master of the Book of the Moon." He stands there with the moon right behind him, dropping an arrogant challenge. "Who can punish me? Who even deserves to punish me? Who holds the right to punish me?" Shen Yue is officially crushed into fine powder. Beautiful golden lights cascade down from the night sky, eventually vanishing completely after a moment, leaving only faint, ominous dark clouds lingering right there. Right after that, the clouds clear to reveal a brilliant moon. So what do we learn here? Never bet against this guy. Su Liang stretches, sighing with relief. Much better. He looks upward with a smirk, casually noting that there are only a few hundred meters left to go. Su Liang pulls up his pet system interface, staring hard at the screen. The Emperor Tier Moonlight Attribute 8-Winged Moon Monarch is completely locked down in a sealed state. His current level is just way too low. He needs to grind his cultivation to the 7-star realm before he can finally unlock it. The low-tier Moonlight Light Butterfly is also restricted by his level. He can't summon the whole swarm, but on a full moon, he can drop 3 billion at once. Any other time, the limit is strictly 1 billion. Then there's the low-tier Moonlight Jade Tail Rabbit and the Jade Sword Master. Moving up, he checks the high-tier Moonlight Flashwing and the high-tier New Moon's Mark. He checks the Supreme Tier Flower Flying Moon at 33, the Supreme Moonlight Lightwing King at 32, and the Supreme Moonlight Golden Cloud Wing hitting 37. He scans the Supreme Moonlight Mirror Flower Water Moon and the Supreme Moonlight Sinking Star Hiding Moon. Next is the Emperor Tier Moonlight Withered Moon Lamp Core Firefly King, alongside the Emperor Tier Floating Life Like a Dream. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. As Su Liang's contracted pets stabilize, he feels their massive energy pushing his own cultivation straight toward the 7-star limit. He tells himself that the exact moment he breaks through, he will be standing at the absolute peak. Without a single second of hesitation, Su Liang clenches his fists, absolutely fired up. Alright. There is zero excuse to lose this fight now. Stepping forward, he calls out to his pets. Let us go see exactly what kind of real power these ancient demigods are actually hiding. The golden energy trailing right behind him begins gathering together, packing dense power. In a flash, it forms a blazing golden sphere right behind Su Liang, slowly transforming into a pair of blinding, incredibly powerful wings. Kang Yue looks up in pure shock. That golden aura is pure condensed energy on a massive scale. Su Liang just stands there, his aura exploding upward. With his sparkling wings fully formed, he shoots up in an instant, leaving a blazing golden streak straight across the heavenly Dao ring. The spectators are absolutely stunned. What just happened? Nobody could even track his movement. Reaching the next floor with insane speed, he finally slows down as his wings fade away. Su Liang sets foot directly at the 9,361-meter mark. Ying Wang stands behind him and speaks up. This was the absolute limit of the first Ice Queen. 26,000 years ago, she emerged from the eastern region as a 9-star demigod. The second she finishes talking, a blinding white light flashes right in front of them. An incredibly cold, freezing aura starts binding together in the air. This icy frost spreads outward at an absolutely terrifying speed. While Su Liang watches in surprise, Ying Wang continues. Her very first battle crushed the 7 profound sects upper crescent moon, Feng Ku. Right in front of him, a glowing phantom begins taking shape. This is the original Ice Queen of the Eastern region. She made the strongest bloodline of the Eastern Empress family, the Ice Rain Heavenly Scale Empress legendary, across the ages. Su Liang is honestly shocked. Is this actually one of the 7 original miracles from the Ice Rain Heavenly Scale Empress? Staring at that massive block of ice, he realizes something. 20,000 years ago, she had unimaginable power. By now, she has to be completely off the charts. Su Liang gives a slight smirk. Obviously, with his current strength, he has zero chance of actually defeating them. But he is smart enough to know this is just a game testing the limits of demigods. That thing in front of him. It is literally just a phantom. Those massive 8 wings burst out once again with a roaring explosive aura. An absolutely overwhelming pressure instantly floods the entire floor. Su Liang makes a bold gamble. He just needs to prove he has enough raw power to actually fight back. Instantly, the giant ice block completely shatters, and the Ice Queen slowly fades into nothing. Literally 1 second later, a beam of light erupts as he shoots straight up to the 9,422-meter zone. But get this, Su Liang blasts right past that zone, continuing his insane climb upward. Kang Yue screams out in absolute shock. What is going on? That zone was Tian Nu's absolute limit. Yet Su Liang just blows right past the 9,422-meter mark without a single trace of resistance. The ranking board suddenly lights up. Rank 1 is Princess Yun at 9,999 meters. Rank 2 goes to the Western region's first lover at 9,998. Rank 3 is the anonymous Lu Sujuan hitting 9,966. And rank 4 is King of the Moon at 9,965. Tian Nu was known as an Eternal Star 9-stage demigod. Her physical body was destroyed, but her divinity lived on forever. Rumor says she existed for over 100,000 years. She witnessed the disaster of the White Deer clan. She saw the supreme mural calamity of the Cloud Era, and even joined the very first Moon God Festival. A few thousand years ago, she even personally sealed away the Moon God Festival winner from the Tai Yin faction. Brilliant light from Su Liang's insane climb keeps flashing across the heavenly Dao ring. Chang Yue stares up, jaw completely dropped. Nobody expected him to shatter Tian Nu's 9,422-meter record this easily. Now, this is where we have to pay attention. Su Liang looks completely calm, wondering why that phantom of Tian Nu felt like she completely gave up resisting him. He thinks it over. Could it be because she was also enemies with the Tai Yin faction? He shuts his eyes deep in thought for a second. Then they snap open, filled with fiery determination. Whatever her reason is, he refuses to show a single ounce of hesitation now. Su Liang confidently takes a step onto the next floor. But suddenly his eyes lock onto something totally caught off guard. His eyes widen as he stares at the guardian of this floor. A strangely familiar shade of blue hair is blowing wildly in the wind. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. His next opponent on the 996-meter floor holds a massive deadly blade. Right at that moment, Yan Yu calls out to Su Liang. She steps forward slowly, whispering with genuine emotion, "Thank you for finally bringing me back here." Yan Yu continues speaking softly. "You let me relive those ancient memories from 10,000 years ago. He studies the massive blade and its 3 floating orbs, realizing it is the legendary first quarter moon Changhua. Su Liang stays completely focused on the intense pressure. This girl is Changhua's original master, and the legendary former wielder of his own sunken star weapon. Her name is Lu Suxuan, a proud warrior from the western region's iconic 4 holy clans. Suxuan was born tragically cursed with thousands of deadly illnesses. Because of her sickly physique, she only lived to be 26. Knowing she would definitely die before the next Moon God Festival, she bravely brought along both of her legendary weapons, the first quarter moon Changhua and the fierce Lich Blade. The enemy she utterly defeated back then was considered the strongest Gemini Palace protector alive. Her devastating shockwave attack ultimately sparked a massive bitter feud between Yue Yao and Keishuan. Watching her gracefully, Su Liang feels nothing but total admiration. 26 years feels incredibly short when looking at grand history. But she still managed to leave behind a brilliantly glowing, undeniable legacy before taking her final breath. Yan Yu quickly snaps him back to reality. Be extremely careful. She is on an entirely different power level compared to those previous phantoms. He nods with a dead serious expression. That is totally expected. Suxuan simply stares at her massive weapon. After remaining completely silent, she finally opens her mouth to speak directly. What is the true point of cultivation? Getting stronger changes absolutely nothing. Mortals can never escape their tragic, fleshy limits in the end. Right after speaking, Suxuan smoothly twirls her giant blade backward, instantly driving the heavy tip straight down and violently shattering the solid stone ground below. The 3 glowing orbs instantly dissolve into pure streams of flowing aura. Then they shoot over to wrap tightly around the main body of her sword. This terrifying technique is called second stage return. Her physical blade vanishes completely into thin air, immediately replaced by a raging violent tornado spinning right next to Suxuan. Yan Yue desperately screams out for Su Liang to dodge the incoming attack. His eyes go incredibly wide in terror at her sudden warning. The true scabbard attack is coming right now. Now you and I need to pay close attention. High above the Tiantao ring, blinding purple, blue, and green halos suddenly manifest with absolutely crushing godlike pressure. Suddenly, a colossal phantom blade materializes right in midair. Looking at its sheer size, it rivals the massive Tiantao ring itself. 8 wings get sliced completely in half, showing signs of quickly fading away. That single overwhelming attack makes Su Liang violently bleed from all 7 facial orifices. He completely collapses down onto the hard floor. Lying face down as fresh blood endlessly spurts everywhere. Kang Yue watches on in absolute unyielding horror. Bai Si looks as if struck by pure lightning. Even Yan Yue stands completely frozen in shock for 5 solid seconds, unable to speak. But she abruptly gasps when she suddenly hears Su Liang's calm voice speaking. So that is exactly how it really works. He pushes himself back up, slowly whispering to himself. So this is the true returning blade technique. Bright golden wings furiously ignite and reappear behind his battered back. Su Liang smirks, noting that the vast energy drawn from his many powerful contracts is finally synchronizing perfectly. Standing tall, he wipes blood off his chin and confidently declares his temporary breakthrough to the mighty 7 stars tier. The fatal deep slash across 8 wings miraculously heals up right before our eyes, while the colossal phantom sword shadow slowly fades away into nothingness. Su Liang exhales a heavy sigh of pure relief. Thank you, I will always remember this. Suxuan keeps her eyes tightly shut for a moment. Then she slowly opens them, focusing purely on his face. Her beautiful ghostly figure just gradually fades away, into the wind. Su Liang thinks silently to himself. Phantoms from 10,000 years ago shouldn't be able to damage physical reality. Yet the Golden Butterfly Palace actually took real damage. He speculates wildly. It is highly likely that the Heavenly Maiden only felt a slight trace of that terrifying aura back then, and immediately stopped advancing without taking another step forward. Wiping cold sweat off his forehead, Su Liang feels incredibly relieved. That was way too dangerous. If he had not hit 7 stars, he would be totally dead. He commands 8 wings. All right, let's go. The massive glowing ranking screen of the Golden Butterfly Palace continues to light up the area. First place goes to the original Miss C Division Cloud Princess, at 9,999 meters. Second place is the Western Region's original, the Lovers, at 9,998 meters. Third is Yu Yao, the Mighty Moon King, at 9,997 meters. A blinding streak of pure light shoots straight up high above. He glances around the massive floor, thinking deeply. His temporary breakthrough to the 7 stars tier also caused his unique absolute moon physique's resonance to grow substantially stronger than before. Su Liang can vaguely sense a few terrifying hidden auras lingering nearby. They feel exactly like ancient moon overlords sleeping quietly, scattered all across this massive, mysterious world. He closes his eyes tightly. What do you and I take from this? The tower's peak is the only thing that matters right now. Looking up, he firmly reminds himself that this is truly his final epic journey. You and I are about to see something wild. People point at the screen shouting to look, the leaderboard just updated. Crescent Moon King Su Liang just jumped to 3rd place, hitting exactly 9,997 meters. The crowd goes wild. 9,998 meters, that is all it takes for the Moon King to run into her. Someone asks her, "Who exactly are you talking about?" She turns and replies, "Are you blind? It is the girl with that surreal, otherworldly beauty. The one chosen by the 7 great miracles, wearing the iconic red wedding dress." Meanwhile, high up on the upper floor, Su Liang stares wide-eyed. He is completely shocked by the sight. Right in front of him stands a girl in a wedding gown. For hundreds of thousands of years, she held the title of the greatest beauty in history, the first-generation lover. Legends say she is so ridiculously beautiful that even the mighty gods would lose their minds over her. Everyone desperately wants to see her true face with their own eyes, but right now a thick veil covers it completely. The wind catches her veil, revealing a flawless face underneath. Su Liang is completely mesmerized by her gaze. An invisible connection sparks. His face flushes red, hands trembling as he clenches his fists tight. For a moment, the two just stand there, locked in absolute silence. Su Liang questions himself. What is happening? Why does it feel like the blood in his veins is literally boiling? Taking in her stunning features, he realizes beauty like this simply shouldn't exist in reality. Even the legendary 3 beauties of the realm couldn't hold a candle to a single fraction of her absolute perfection. No wonder the lover title only lasted 1 generation. After the first lover wore this wedding dress, it probably couldn't ever accept anyone else's presence. Standing alongside the descendants of the Western region's 4 holy clans, she is like a bright moon in the sky, completely and utterly flawless. It seems only perfection like hers could actually catch the wedding dress's attention. Su Liang looks completely captivated right now, trapped under her strange spell. Meanwhile, intense golden lightning starts crackling wildly right across 8 Wing's massive feathers. Suddenly, urgent voices echo inside his head. Su Liang King Ying screams out in absolute panic. She yells directly at him, desperately trying to snap him out of the trance. Finally, Su Liang blinks and comes crashing back to harsh reality. Yan Yue quickly blocks the front, while King Ying delivers a very sharp warning. Do not get hypnotized. Your situation right now is incredibly dangerous. From the exact second you stepped into that zone, you were already completely in their attack range. Right now, surrounding the first lover's wedding dress, are these massive, terrifying dark shadows belonging to an unknown demon beast clan. Su Liang finally notices the creeping danger and blurts out a sudden question. Those dark figures over there. They are the fierce leaders of the Eastern Empress and Sea Siren clans, along with the powerful ancestors of the Western region's 4 holy clans, not to mention the White Deer clan leader, and even a few of the legendary Moon Kings showed up. Su Liang mutters to himself. All right, you and I need to pay attention here. Anyone captivated by the lover's beauty gets their power completely hijacked. Su Liang finally realizes why the 8-winged moon monarch lost total control and went insane. This is the terrifying truth behind the wedding dress. It is one of the 7 great miracles, the crimson chains of the universe. Su Liang just smiles and sighs. What an absolute nightmare combination. His face suddenly radiates pure confidence. Because once you actually break free from the mind control, those towering shadow figures become nothing more than a cheap illusion. This sudden shift actually catches the wedding dress completely off guard. Meanwhile, Su Liang simply closes his eyes, dipping his head with a very satisfied smirk. He stands there feeling triumphant. After pushing past the 7-star realm, he has finally reached the true level of a 9-star demigod. Unstoppable power. Massive bolts of lightning strike down constantly from 8 wings. The golden thunder blasts right into those dark, shadowy figures, instantly wiping them completely out of existence. Just a moment later, the only thing left standing there is the first lover's wedding dress. She offers a soft, incredibly satisfied smile. Right after that, Su Liang watches with total calm as the haunted wedding dress slowly fades away into nothingness. But suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes directly in his mind. You, the demigod who finally appeared after 500,000 years. We will meet again very soon. The absolute last lingering shadows dissolve completely into the pitch-black night air. Hearing those unexpected words leaves Su Liang completely shocked and standing dead in his tracks. He honestly cannot believe what he just heard. Impossible. How could a simple leftover afterimage actually have its own consciousness and directly speak to him? Su Liang questions everything. She didn't just know about his demigod level, but she actually promised they would meet again soon. What in the world is going on here? He stares upward, his eyes wide with absolute confusion. But Su Liang quickly shakes his head and simply closes his eyes, pushing the weird thought aside. No, this is definitely not the time to overthink things. Whatever the real truth is, he shifts his focus straight back to the stairs and the next level. Right on cue, the system alerts him of his current standing. Rank 1 is the Sea of Clouds. The first Cloud Princess sits at 9,999 meters. Rank 2 is the Western region's first lover at 9,998 meters. Su Liang firmly declares that absolutely nothing in this world will stop him from reaching the very top. He closes his eyes and lets out a deep breath, then begins his climb. Su Liang takes slow, silent steps up the final flight of stairs toward the absolute peak. Every single footstep carries heavy thoughts and deep emotions. But right at this crucial moment, weird pattering noises echo around him, forcing him to freeze in his tracks. Su Liang stops entirely, but that bizarre pattering sound just keeps going. He turns his head, staring blankly ahead, in absolute surprise. Stick with me here, this is where it gets crazy. Su Liang's body is literally floating in midair at the 9,999-meter mark. He stays hyper-focused, realizing this is the legendary Sea of Clouds. Rumor says the first Cloud Princess once chased after the first lover. When she got rejected, the massive heartbreak actually pushed her straight into profound martial enlightenment. She eventually teamed up with the White Deer Great Emperor to suppress the entire world for 10,000 years. Completely unrivaled, she was literally just one single step away from grabbing the stars. The White Deer clan moves like ghosts, leaving zero traces behind. And now this Sea of Clouds has become a literal holy sanctuary. Su Liang walks straight through the fog, wondering exactly where the Cloud Princess and the true body of the Calamity Fresco are hiding. Out of nowhere, a deadly beam of purple light slashes dangerously close right past his neck. Su Liang freezes completely. His entire physical body violently drains of all color. He quickly realizes what hit him, a soul separation technique. This brutal move is called Spirit Realm Walk Infinite Eternity. Su Liang collapses flat on his back, instantly trapped in a massive, unwaking slumber right in the middle of the dark clouds. A mysterious voice echoes through the spirit realm. Dreams are true eternity. Following that incredibly cryptic voice, a towering dark silhouette drops heavily down right into the Sea of Clouds. It is the first Cloud Princess, 9,999 meters up. The camera pans and Su Liang's handsome sleeping face flashes across the screen. All right, you and I are diving back in. The first-generation Princess Yoon covers her mouth, laughing smugly. Breaking through the star arts controlling the golden butterfly bow's power, it doesn't matter. No one breaks the White Deer clan's supreme mural fog. After saying that, she gently rubs Jiayue's cheek. Her haunting voice echoes all around. Sink down and completely drown in pure despair, she whispers, while Su Liang's entire body just keeps free-falling endlessly through the air. Suddenly, Su Liang speaks up. This is more than enough. The woman stares in pure shock as a massive grid of glowing blue squares suddenly appears all around his body. Su Liang shouts his command. Golden butterfly bow restart. Those glowing blue data spots slowly start fading away into nothing. He shoots a quick glance at 8 wings in her female form and asks, "Did you clearly see exactly how this thing works?" Su Liang's voice turns dead serious. "If I ever run into something like this again next time, I'll know exactly how to handle it." 8 Wings leans in, whispering right into his ear. "This is seriously hard to solve." She continues, "I never could have imagined that after being asleep for 10,000 long years, someone this insanely powerful would actually emerge from the White Deer clan." 8 Wings lowers her voice. The infinite eternal dance realm got completely seen through. She blows a playful puff of air, purring. "Through these eyes, I can see that one of those 2 little kids is already dead, right?" Su Liang is left completely speechless by this. He thinks to himself, her tastes are so totally bizarre. Who on earth whispers directly into someone's ear while talking like this? Su Liang stares off into the distance, muttering under his breath, "First-generation Princess Yun. The supreme mural tribulation. It really looks like if a total death match breaks out between us, there won't be a clear winner. Meanwhile, the sky high above remains completely swallowed by pitch-black heavy storm clouds. Eight Wings just keeps playfully blowing into his ear. Su Liang whispers back, "The golden butterfly bow's true power is refreshing the host's life and its own countless times." He flashes a super smug grin. If my pet energy dries up completely, she can just restart her own combat state right from the very beginning. Su Liang boldly declares, and me, the owner of the full moon miracle, facing down an opponent at the exact same level as you, how could I possibly lose? Right at that moment, a glowing golden circle suddenly appears floating mid-air, sporting a massive deep dent right across its surface. The first-generation Princess Yun stands there in total silence, listening to every single word. In other words, in a deathmatch, your pet energy will absolutely run dry first. Su Liang tilts his head up, stating firmly, "This battle ends with my total victory." He stands before Eight Wings looking incredibly threatening. Of course, if you're actually terrified of facing me in a direct head-on clash, it's best you don't open your mouth to say another single word. Otherwise, I will use every ounce of my power to completely crush you. She just mocks him. "Talking so big, aren't you? Embarrassed?" Saying all that out loud, Su Liang doesn't say a single word back, just answering her with an incredibly confident glare. The first-generation Princess Yun stands right beside Jue, throwing down the challenge. Then it's decided, next time we meet, it's a fight to the absolute death. Suddenly, a massive wave of golden streaks of light begins weaving through the entire space. It turns out Eight Wings has transformed back into a giant blue butterfly shielding his body. The system rings out. Number 1, the Moon King at 9,999 meters. Number 2, Cloud Fog sees first Princess Yun at 9,999 meters. Seeing this unbelievable scene, everyone is completely shell-shocked. What the heck is this? The White Deer Clan's Cloud Fog Sea is completely shattered. The Moon King just defeated the Supreme Mural Tribulation. Kang Yue screams in pure shock. Did he seriously just surpass the era from 10,000 years ago? Bai Si just covers her mouth, totally at a loss for words. Just a few more steps. Su Liang mutters to himself in deep thought, and I can finally see the exact same view the first-generation Princess Yun saw back then. He stares up at that endlessly long winding staircase right in front of him, thinking quietly to himself, "Even if I totally fail right here, I'll still become famous worldwide and easily dominate this entire era." Su Liang locks his eyes onto the massive tree trunk, reaching upward, totally lost in thought. But what happens if I actually succeed? Is this world going to fundamentally change at all? He lowers his head slightly, telling himself that the time spent walking this path is just dragging on and on. But suddenly, Su Liang's eyes snap wide open in shock. He suddenly realizes, no, that's not right. He stares at the two dark shadows up ahead, rapidly analyzing the entire situation. It wasn't the era itself that created the first-generation Princess Yun and the first-generation lovers. No, those legendary figures actually joined forces to create this entire era all by themselves. My ultimate dream isn't to travel back in time and try to compete with those monsters during their absolute peak, Su Liang states firmly. And I definitely won't feel any regrets, because these are just leftover after images anyway. Now, watch this. He clenches his fist tightly, thinking hard. Whatever happened 10,000 years ago really doesn't matter to me. Reality is what I'm focused on, and the whole world is going to be completely shocked by my power. Su Liang doesn't hesitate for a single second, stepping forward, fueled by his thoughts. Because I was born in this era, this will absolutely become the era of the Moon King. He roars at the top of his lungs. I am the Moon King of this era. In just a flash, Su Liang slowly steps right through the glowing barrier gate. The second he steps inside, Su Liang's eyes bug out of his head, looking completely and utterly shocked. He stands totally alone in this massive, blindingly white space. It looks insanely weird. Suddenly, a strange voice rings out, instantly grabbing all of Su Liang's attention. Another one showed up, right in front of his eyes. Strange brown strings appear alongside an incredibly arrogant voice. Moon Brilliance, huh, now that is seriously rare. The last time the Moon Brilliance brat stepped in here was 1,000,000 years ago. The strings form a puppet to announce this. Let's see what happens next. Listen up, because we are diving right into the madness. The puppet claims the time just isn't right, saying they need at least 300,000 years to gather 9 beast tamers here. The puppet continues, telling him flat out that he is not qualified right now. This has nothing to do with him, the perfect moment just has not arrived yet. Su Liang is totally stunned. What the puppet gives him a final message: go back, dominate this current era, and leave your own massive mark on the world. I will wake you up again in 300,000 years. He frowns, trying to stop it. Wait. Su Liang opens his mouth to speak, but it already zoomed away. Suddenly, his entire body gets violently sucked right into the glowing barrier gate. He reaches out desperate to stay and uncover the real truth. With crazy fast reflexes, he manages to grab onto the very edge of the gate. A mysterious smirk flashes across Su Liang's face. Success or failure, let's find out. Even the ancient puppet is completely caught off guard by his bold words. Boom, a terrifying surge of raw energy erupts from his body. So this is the legendary 8-star tier, he marvels. His eyes glow with intense brilliance, the distinct image of a butterfly perfectly reflecting right inside his pulsing pupils. Excellent work, Fire King. Stepping forward while surrounded by a deeply mysterious blue aura, Su Liang just laughs out loud. This feels incredibly refreshing. Stretching his arms, he mutters to himself. To me it is merely 8-star, but to the rest of the world, this power completely crushes a 9-star demigod. He bites his lip deep in thought. Has his absolute moon physique actually reached total perfection yet? The resting places of Virgo, Gemini, and Scorpio are already permanently burned right into his memory. The puppet is dumbfounded. How on earth can a realm surpassing the 9-star demigod level possibly exist in this current era? Predictions clearly stated the next era would be overflowing with epic heroes. Staring at the terrifying aura radiating off him, it wonders, wasn't that supposed to be 300,000 years away? Meanwhile, massive tree branches are bursting from the ground below, reaching wildly toward the glowing golden circle in the sky. Down below, people are shielding their faces from the intense glare. Holy crap, I am going blind over here. What in the world is actually happening right now? This light is way too blinding. I cannot see a thing. Kang Yue, with those signature peach blossoms in her eyes, looks absolutely stunned. She nervously stares at the massive golden gate in the sky. Su Liang, what exactly are you looking at up there? What kind of insane secret is hiding behind that door? The puppet stares blankly and asks, how did you actually manage to do this? Su Liang just keeps staring it down with a seriously dangerous smile. Then a complaining voice echoes right in his ear. Hey, could you hurry it up? The Fire King groans, struggling with the massive spirit energies screaming inside her. I am literally about to explode. Her entire body is swelling up like a giant balloon. After absorbing every single drop of energy from the Eastern Domain crystal mines, she is completely stuffed past her absolute limit. Su Liang actually feels a little bad for her. But even so, he still needs to squeeze out every last drop of her remaining power to temporarily break through to 8-star. Thanks for the hard work. He faces the puppet, commanding it. Move aside, I am going through right now. I definitely do not have time to wait 300,000 years. It freezes completely at Su Liang's next bold sentence. Surpassing the demigod realm, isn't that the actual VIP ticket into this hidden place? Without another word, he confidently strides straight ahead. He walks right past the mechanical puppet, dropping a heavy threat. I am the one who decides who is qualified in this era. His voice is ice cold. And let's be real here, you are nothing but a leftover echo from some ancient timeline. So you really need to stop pretending to be some kind of all-knowing god. Hearing that the puppet is completely speechless, with absolutely no other option left, it immediately starts following right behind Su Liang's fading back. He just keeps walking alone through this perfectly silent void. A short while later, his imposing silhouette slowly vanishes into the vast emptiness. Now, you and I are about to see the real reward. He opens his eyes wide, looking around in total confusion. He already climbed 10,000 meters to the peak. Surprisingly, the world hasn't really changed at all. But then, the system pings. Registered user Moon King Moon Brilliance, 6-star realm special trait, Absolute Moon Physique. Skill 1, Moon God Sacrifice. This is an exclusive one-time reward for successfully reaching the very top of the Heavenly Tao Ring. Once activated, it completely removes all Lord restrictions and awakens every single slumbering demigod. On top of that, he officially claims the Absolute King's throne to personally face down every single challenger in this entire era. Skill 2, 12 Palaces of Moon Brilliance. Another massive one-time prize earned purely by reaching the peak while holding the title of a Moonlight Apostle. Using this immediately summons the Taurus Palace and the Aquarius Palace straight from the 12 Palaces of Moon Brilliance. Plus, as long as he stands in these designated holy sites, his temporary full moon powers are permanently upgraded into an infinitely lasting, totally broken combat skill. He stares at the glowing blue system screen and mutters, looks like I just unlocked 2 brand new crazy skills. Su Liang thinks it over. That first power actually brings 0 benefits to me. If I use it, the entire world is going to be turned completely upside down. He smiles, getting excited. But that second skill, that is the ultimate jackpot for me. Looking at the twin maps hovering in front of him, he smirks. As long as I stay inside these two holy sites, I literally cannot lose to anyone. Checking everything over, he lets out a long, deeply exhausted sigh. He opens his palm, looking a bit hesitant. But right now, this definitely is not the right time. He stares at his hand deep in thought. I have already dropped back from 8-star down to 6-star. I am absolutely no match for those ancient 9-star demigods right now. Alright, let's jump back in. Liang turns to the system whispering. And let's not even mention those top 3 guys anymore. Wait, he suddenly realizes. Ah, that's right, almost forgot. It isn't just the top 3 anymore. The system chimes in with an update. Number 1, Moon King Yue Yao, 10,000 meters. 2, the first generation Cloud Princess, 9,999 meters. 3, the original Moon Demon of the Western region, 9,998 meters. 4, Liu Suxuan Anonymous, 966 meters. Down below, an absolutely massive crowd is gathering together. Liang stands alone at the very top, looking down at everyone like a literal king. The women down there are absolutely losing their minds, screaming, "Moon King, let me be your loyal dog." The crowd goes wild with gossip. Anyone know what the prize is for reaching the top? I want to join the church. I told you all, the moon cult is completely unbeatable. Everyone is gossiping non-stop. How is this even possible? With the Moon King's talent, who would have thought he could actually reach the peak today? Under the crescent moon, the endless chatter just keeps echoing. I thought it would take at least another 100,000 years for Yue Yao to return. A woman sitting right on the moon mutters in a heavy tone. But since things have come to this, we can only prepare ourselves. An age of absolute chaos is approaching fast, she adds quietly. After all, that man's sheer power is definitely going to disrupt the entire hierarchy of the gods. While Liang is walking back down, Yuexing hugs her flag, trembling and completely speechless. He just shoots her a quick, terrifying glare, packed with pure killing intent. That knife-like glare scares Yuexing half to death. He doesn't say a single word, just casually walks right past her. Suddenly, Liang whispers right in her ear, "I am giving you exactly 1 month." Not long after, she wakes up screaming her lungs out. Yuexing startles so hard she literally hits the ceiling. 1 second later, she comes crashing back down in free fall. She sprawls out on the bed, crying, while holding a massive bump on her head. So much pain. Then she freezes, suddenly panicking. Wait, something is wrong. Yuexing shoves her hand right between her massive chest. Instantly, she pulls out a strange red and blue sphere. With tears welling up, she looks completely defiant. "The crescent moon blade is mine, and nobody is ever going to take it away from me," she screams out in utter desperation. "Even if the Moon King is stronger than a demigod from 50,000 years ago, I will never hand over the blade spirit." Now here's where things get interesting for us. Over in a quiet courtyard, Liang sits muttering, "Is someone calling my name? Is it just an illusion?" He turns to the system logs. The 10th of the 12 Yue Yao shrines, the guardian of the Peacock Shrine, is being investigated. The data instantly pops up. Emperor rank Moonlight Element, the terrifying underworld Swallow King. Basic info loaded. The 10th shrine of Yue Yao. The guardian of the Peacock Shrine was actually sealed away deep underground by an alliance of 4 holy clan ancestors over in the western region. Paid information tier 1 unlocked. Oh my god, the peacock is supposed to be super pretty. Liang looks completely confused. What the heck is this? He turns to the 2 women chilling on his bed. "Do you guys know anything about the Peacock Shrine?" Yanyue speaks up first. "I do not really know much. It was only after the Gemini Shrine Guardian got heavily injured that the Peacock and Aquarius Shrines even became part of the 12 Yue Yao." King Ying rests her chin on her hand and chimes in. "Rumor has it she joined the Moon God Festival 3 times in the last 10,000 years, but got sealed early on. The previous Moon King only pulled her out because he was literally on the brink of death. But for some reason, the contract was just randomly broken." Liang rubs his chin in deep thought. "Sounds like this is going to be tricky. Whatever happens, he is going to have to visit the western region himself to check it out." Suddenly, heavy and frantic footsteps echo from right outside. Kang Yu comes sprinting and yelling at the top of her lungs, "Moon King, we have a massive problem." Kang Yue rushes in, stopping right at the door to ask, "Have you seen the crazy news online yet? The candidate for the Cloud Princess title has finally appeared." Liang's face goes completely blank at that. She holds up 3 fingers and yells. It is not just one person, it is 3. 3 heirs to the Cloud Princess have shown up at the exact same time. He stares at Kang Yu, freaking out, and just sighs. Wait a minute, aren't you supposed to have a super cold and aloof image? No way, bro. She flinches quickly, covering her mouth with a totally fake cough. Ahem. Kang Yu flips her hair back and looks away, making excuses. Lord Taoyuan is the one who loves surfing the internet. He told me to quote him word for word. Her tone just now was exactly like his. Su Liang has absolutely no idea what to say. He just stands there looking completely dumbfounded. A moment later, he frowns, acting totally unbothered by the news. Alright, fine. So the Cloud Princess produced 3 different heirs. Why should I care about that? She looks down, and suddenly, a really strange voice rings out from nowhere. It means that your climb to the top has completely shattered the restrictions of this era. The monsters from the Holy Lands are waking up. He blankly looks around trying to find the source. Who is talking right now? Right then, a peach petal shoots straight out from Kang Yu's chest, carrying that exact same voice. Since ancient times, whenever a Holy Land of any era awakens, it unleashes a brutal attack on the current beast tamers. It stands right on her chest, pointing a tiny finger at Su Liang. This mess is all your fault. You and I both know things are about to get insane. The Moon King's jaw twitched. He pointed straight at that peach blossom, totally suspicious. Wait a minute, this exaggerated tone matched the exact same vibe from earlier. So you are Taoyuan. Listen, you and I need to respect this. Taoyuan's 9 branches are actually the oldest of the 7 great wonders. Rumor says they lived for millions of years totally immortal. Su Liang muttered to himself in disbelief. Is this tiny weird little thing really all there is? That made Taoyuan put both hands on its hips and loudly snort. The little creature scowled and threw down a direct threat. Listen up, Moon King. If you dare to unleash that power, I swear I will absolutely never let you off the hook. Kang Yue heard that and naturally had to ask, wait, what power? Su Liang just let his face go pitch black, saying absolutely nothing. Without warning, Su Liang reached out and directly snatched Taoyuan right off Kang Yue's perfect chest. Kang Yue completely jumped instinctively, leaning backward in shock. He gritted his teeth hard and demanded answers. The Heavenly Peach domain is under your direct control, yet you actually dared to leak our secret intel. He squeezed it so tightly that only one tiny arm popped out, frantically waving around. Alright, I will stop talking, just let me go. Help, I literally cannot breathe. Chang Yue, please save me. Taoyuan barely managed to poke its head out and started whining. Just look out the window, there are so many innocent, adorable plants thriving across the southern region. If those ancient monsters from tens of thousands of years ago wake up, how could I ever let my precious children join such a brutal war? Right at that exact moment, both of them turned their heads to look out the window, staring at the massive ancient peach tree sitting in the courtyard. The little creature tried persuading him. Look, the Heavenly Peach domain is my responsibility. It is honestly just because I am a pacifist who hates senseless killing. Hearing this, Su Liang fell silent, deep in thought. Actually, the southern region rarely ever saw war. Because of that peace, their local technology and booming tourism industry had developed way beyond anyone else. Suddenly, he opened his hand, letting Taoyuan gasp for air. The poor thing thought it was a goner. Standing proudly on Su Liang's palm, it eagerly pitched a wild idea. Let us form an alliance, Moon King. If you promise not to activate it, the Heavenly Peach will literally hand you the Moon God Emperor throne. Standing right next to them, Kang Yue simply closed her eyes in total silence. It seemed like she completely agreed with this exact plan. He shot her a quick glance, totally confused. The great Emperor Kang Yue had zero reaction. Did these guys really have no intention of seizing the Moon God Festival? Chang Yue just offered a super friendly smile right back at him. She casually opened her hand, ready to lay out her exact reasoning. There is absolutely no need to doubt us. Our southern region secretly pulls the strings at the Moon God Festival every single year. Since ancient times, the southern region's Heavenly Peach and the 4th Palace of Lunar Glory have been tight allies. They have even managed the festival 3 consecutive times. But after Lunar Glory completely shattered and the 4th Palace vanished, we totally lost any interest in helping them out ever again. Su Liang frowned hard, throwing out a wild guess. Wait, the 4th Palace? Do you mean the Floral Heaven Palace? A million thoughts raced through his mind. Honestly, he really had no immediate reason to use that crazy power anyway. Plus, there was no need to act so guarded around him. Su Liang secretly hesitated for a second. Still having access to such absurd power in this current era, did not that basically guarantee he would be forced to use it eventually? When he stayed completely silent, Kang Yu finally asked, "Well, what do you say? Are you seriously still hesitating?" Tao Yuan snuggled right back onto her chest and pitched a wild idea. "I know. We should just arrange a political marriage." The little creature excitedly pushed its big plan. "Hey Moon King, what do you think about our girl here? How about you two just get married?" That insane idea just made him completely panic. He could not help but let out a totally bewildered, "Wait, what?" "All right, let us skip ahead half a month." Right at the border of the western and southern regions, a blood-red beam blasted violently into the massive ocean. An elite emperor from the Tai-Yin faction's Light Moon branch, fierce soul Zhao Yue, was casually sitting right on a jagged rock, swishing her mermaid tail. She scanned the area, totally furious. What is happening here? The seal just randomly weakened. Could it possibly be the seventh lunar eclipse lord? Zhao Yue instinctively glanced up at the pitch-black sky, completely filled with swirling red lightning. Instantly, those burning red bolts hammered aggressively straight into the ocean surface. Right up in the air, a massive, terrifying butterfly materialized. Swarms of glowing, lightning butterflies filled the entire sky around it. Liang stood right on top, looking down with cold authority. "Something is blocking our path. Somebody clear it out." Down below, Zhao Yue totally froze, stammering out a terrified "What?" This suffocating, oppressive aura. Who in the world was this guy? Suddenly, a mystical golden energy erupted straight from the mountain peak. Then came a very familiar voice. "That right there is the Moon King of our era. Just recently, he completely surpassed both the original Princess Yun and his very first love." A dramatic pause, then the voice continued. "He is also the absolute legend who conquered the heavenly Peach Peak." Zhao Ye snapped her head around, screaming in total disbelief. "Wait, what?" The man aimed his hand and crazy spiritual energy straight at her, emphasizing every single word. "Honestly, you guys committed no actual crime." King Ying tilted his chin, declaring, "You simply got born into the worst possible era." She scrambled backward in sheer panic, instantly calling out his true identity. "You are King Ying of the Withered Moon Lantern Heart Fire, the one who single-handedly crushed the ice forces. I have definitely heard your legendary name." Zhao Yue gritted her teeth, throwing out a final warning. "I might not survive tonight, but the Tai-Yin faction absolutely will." But suddenly King Ying unleashed the violently blazing flames of his ultimate technique, the Crimson Moon Fire. Just like that, the raging fire blasted right at the spot where Zhao Yue sat. "All right, you and I are jumping right in." After that heavy clash, tiny ripples spread across the water. Suddenly, she hears something right behind her. King Huang uses the unique power of her glowing orange-red eyes to sense the area. She doesn't even need to turn around to know exactly who's standing there. "So you're actually still alive." Bai Si laughs softly. King Huang takes a wild guess. "Did you come looking for me just because you saw that the power of the Aquarius Palace had finally recovered?" Bai Si acts all innocent, whispering that she just missed her and came to catch up on old times. But King Huang completely ice-cold, just brushing her right off. "Get lost." Bai Si lets out a dramatic sigh. "Fine, you're still as fierce as ever. I guess I'll just get straight to the point then." Bai Si probes her. The Moon King didn't just go out to confront Bai Yuexing, did he? He's also trying to seal the Peacock Palace out in the western region. King Huang glances away, hesitating before she says she cannot speak on it. Bai Si frowns, throwing out a sharp warning. "Why didn't you remind him how incredibly dangerous the Peacock Palace is? That monster actually killed the Moon King during the Moon God Festival 2,000 years ago. At the very last festival, the Flower Fairy Palace totally backed out. The Peacock Palace instantly descended into pure madness. The Flying Rabbit Palace and the Moon King rebelled, while Sagittarius totally abstained. The only real combat power left standing was just the Aquarius and Virgo palaces." Bai Si keeps pushing the issue. Lord Shui Liantian ultimately refused to hand his power over to the Flying Rabbit Palace. Instead, he agreed to join the Millennial War, completely entrusting everything to the Maiden Palace and the Heavenly Maiden. She recounts the history. Ever since that defining moment, both Moon Brilliance and the Sun completely withdrew from that era together. As for the Peacock Palace assassinating the Moon King and forging the records inside the Moon Book during the festival, well, you already know all about that dark history. Hearing this, King Huang just stays completely silent, looking away to avoid the painful subject. Right before she leaves, Bai Si makes sure to drop one final heavy warning. "I really hope we do not make the exact same tragic mistake this time." King Huang remains dead silent, absorbing those heavy words of advice. In a flash, King Huang vanishes from the rocky cliff. She quickly sets off chasing straight after Su Liang. Her brilliant golden spiritual energy almost grazes that delicate butterfly wing, but she ultimately chooses to just quietly watch his back from a distance. Meanwhile, our guy is listening to an update from Kangyue. The Western region officially sent an invitation, and they will be heading there soon. The Three Kings Spring and the Cloud Mist Sea probably got their invites already too. The candidates for the Cloud Princess are making their debut soon. Be careful not to get dragged into it, or your highly anticipated showdown with Bai Yuxing might get delayed. Su Liang's expression turns deadly serious as he thinks deeply. He realizes something huge. After hitting the absolute peak of the heavenly Dao realm, the martial world's limits should have weakened. That perfectly explains why the Apostles' Holy Land appeared so insanely fast. Su Liang weighs his options. Remembering Huan Yue's radiant smile, he cannot help but wonder if things are moving this quickly. Will he get to see little Lu soon? Now stick with me here, as we cut to the Western region. One person and a tiny chair sit right next to a massive circular arena. It's none other than Xiao Hu, completely passed out and sleeping soundly on her little chair. Yu Exing stands nearby, with her arms crossed, looking annoyed as she senses a shift in the air. Half opening her eyes, she mutters under her breath, "Are they already here?" The Moon King, this little girl, woken up by the sudden noise, rubs her eyes and adds that someone else has arrived. And they bring nothing but bad news. Xiao Hu stares up at the sky, sighing out a warning to not get careless. Back in the day when the first-generation Cloud Princess stepped out of the Cloud Mist Sea, she was already an 8-star powerhouse. Nobody cared at first, but within months, she crushed 3 peerless masters and claimed the absolute peak of the mortal realm. The little girl yawns lazily, trying to calm everyone down. She firmly believes that Lord Hun Sha will go all out to handle this massive headache. Yu Exing puts one hand on her hip, raising the other to completely change the subject. "All right, Patriarch, stop hyping up the Cloud Princess. I would much rather hear the epic tales of the first-generation lover anyway." Xiao Hu is totally speechless, just sighing at this stubborn kid. But then the little girl's brow furrows as she blurts out 2 heavy words, "They're here." Hearing that, Yu Exing quickly glances backward. Right on cue, a massive, imposing black butterfly shadow instantly materializes in the sky above them. Its giant wings slowly slice right through the thick clouds. In the blink of an eye, the figure is staring them down. Yu Exing looks up, completely on edge now. Su Liang drops from the sky, landing heavily on the arena stage with a cocky grin. "Is this the place for our big duel?" He looks around casually, remarking that it's pretty spacious. Meanwhile, Yu Exing tightly clenches her fists, her entire body shaking with barely contained tension. Xiao Hu just stands quietly in the back, observing the two of them. She suddenly recalls Yu Xing's fierce promise from before that she would never let the Moon King walk away with the sinking star halberd. Now all Xiao Hu can do is silently sigh at this girl, practically shaking in her boots. The little girl sits comfortably with her legs crossed on the chair, cutting right to the chase. Moon King is the battle set for exactly 10 days after the full moon. Su Liang listens quietly to Xiao Hu's terms. The ultimate winner gets to claim the sinking star halberd fair and square for the world to see. Clearing her throat, the little girl drops a warning. "Most of the Western region will be coming to watch this fight, so you better stick to the official rules." Su Liang just flashes a confident smirk. "Don't worry about it, that's completely natural for me." Out of nowhere, a gray energy streaks toward him. Those auras keep pouring into the arena, and trust me, things are about to get insane. Out of that eerie mist, a female figure emerges, rocking 2 actual branches on her head. Yeah, you guessed it, that's Heather, our Cloud Princess number 2. The kid aggressively jabs a thumb at her own chest, declaring that in exactly 10 days, this arena is all hers. Nobody else is allowed to touch it. Arthur silently sweeps his intense gaze over Heather. Beside him, Fiona is clearly caught completely off guard, slowly getting up to her feet. Fiona walks over, trying to calm things down. She tells the Cloud Princess that these guys are just a warm-up act. It totally won't mess with her big showdown against Lord Dusk later. Fiona exaggerates a bit, calling it a tiny little appetizer before the main bloody course. Actually, scratch that. She calls it mere mouthwash. Hearing this absolute disrespect leaves Diana standing there, with her jaw completely dropped. Heather just crosses her arms, puffing her cheeks out in pure annoyance. Having literally zero other options, she just looks away, grumbling a reluctant agreement. Arthur doesn't say a single word. He just turns his back while the kid glares at him, throwing out one last provocation. She smugly warns the Moon King that he better not try to run away when the time comes. Once she utterly destroys Lord Dusk, Arthur is absolutely next on her hit list. Arthur couldn't care less, letting out a totally cold, unbothered reaction. He just glances back over his shoulder and gives her a mocking wink. He flat out tells her he has zero interest. Once the full moon event wraps up, he's actually planning to go track down the other two cloud princesses instead. The kid's face instantly darkens, so utterly furious, she can't even form words. Heather's entire body suddenly erupts, blasting out this insanely terrifying wave of raw, oppressive energy. Arthur isn't backing down either, as brilliant golden spiritual energy instantly flares up around him. These two are locked in a dead heat, signaling an absolute top-tier apocalyptic clash is about to pop off. The two girls down below just stand there completely frozen in shock. Fiona looks completely dizzy, her mind spinning out of control. Isn't anyone going to stop this madness? Because these two look ready to completely tear each other apart right here. A literal storm of power violently swirls around Arthur. But Heather's eyes are glowing bright, her own lethal aura matching his intense pressure blow for blow. Pure silence. Eye to eye. The wind violently screaming through the air between them. But then something totally unexpected makes the fierce little kid suddenly flinch. Heather stares stiffly at the guy in front of her. Puffing her cheeks out, she aggressively turns her back. She glances over her shoulder, lets out a cold huff, and promises to return when the full moon finally hits. And just like that, Heather completely vanishes back into that eerie, misty smoke. The three of them are just left standing there, totally stunned, having absolutely zero clue why the aggressive kid suddenly backed off. After a tense moment, Arthur finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Frowning hard, he starts wondering, did something from the other side suddenly send her a warning signal? Bottom line, he refuses to just let these arrogant princesses run the show. Arthur mentally places Luna and Heather onto his own strategic balancing scale. Because if he seriously wants to claim the ultimate victory in the Moon God Festival, he's gotta crush cloud princesses exactly like Daisy. He thinks it over. He truly couldn't care less about Princess Number 2. What actually catches his eye is Princess Number 1's legendary lineage, the Supreme Green Fire Tribulation. Arthur is also incredibly curious about Princess Number 3 and that Dream's Promise lineage. He's really hoping it might finally give him some solid clues about Daisy's whereabouts. He turns his body mentally, locking in that his own brutal battle kicks off exactly on the full moon. Before the Cloud Princess even arrives, right after securing that blade spirit, he needs to immediately rush over to the East Domain. Those glowing flash butterflies start beautifully swirling around Arthur's body again. He mutters to himself. While Princess Number 2 is busy, challenging Lord Dusk, Number 1 will be taking on the Ice Queen. And in a total flash, Arthur completely vanishes right into that brilliant golden light. He slowly touches down right onto Eight Wings' massive back. Arthur is completely zoned out, still lost deep in his own tactical thoughts. If Princess Number 1 can just stall the Ice Queen for a little bit, he can totally exploit that window to locate Peacock Palace. Then he hits the East Domain to grab the absolute final piece of the Star Crescent blade. Diana gazes up into the starry night sky, quietly whispering, "Is he seriously gone already?" She rubs her chin softly, muttering, "It's incredibly weird." Word on the street is the Moon King owns a supreme white deer pet. So why did he just throw such massive attitude at the Cloud Princess? Fiona glances over, sharply reminding her to drop the conspiracy theories. She tells her to start focusing on how utterly insane that battle in 10 days is going to be. Diana slams her fist right into her palm, making a confident tactical prediction. She tells her not to sweat it. They already scattered every single flash butterfly around the West Domain. There is zero chance those bugs are regrouping anytime soon. That means the Moon King is completely blocked from recreating his legendary flash butterfly miracle out in the West Domain. Her mind immediately flashes back to that wildly spectacular scene. Diana clenches her fists with absolute total confidence. She declares he won't reach the 7-star realm, meaning he definitely can't weaponize the Star Crescent blade as a massive trump card. If she pushes her limits hard enough, she's totally confident she can actually fight him. Fiona is completely speechless. She just stares at Diana's sudden heroic badass energy, which is literally the complete opposite of her terrified panic from a second ago. The kid lets out a heavy dramatic sigh, muttering very softly that she seriously hopes so. Both girls stare off into the distance, completely missing the single flash butterfly secretly hiding right behind a nearby rock. And wouldn't you know it, through that exact tiny bug, Arthur just perfectly eavesdropped on their entire secret little strategy meeting. He just flashes a super dark, confident smirk. Arthur feels insanely proud. Sure, under normal rules they'd be absolutely right, but literally nobody realizes he's still hiding one wildly overpowered trump card up his sleeve. Let's dive right in, you and I. Liang scoops up the Moonlight Rabbit, his wheels already turning. From the very start, Bai Ixing was never the real target. The true prize is the sealed Peacock Palace. He gently rubs its long ears, setting the master plan. First step, scout out the exact location of the Peacock Palace's seal. Then, when the time is right, they will make their move, while Hun Sha is completely tied down by Princess Yun. Patting the rabbit's head, he mutters to himself. Soon he will unleash the true power of Bao Ping and completely trample everything in this place. Liang calls out softly to the Moonlight Rabbit. Instantly, its bright, sparkling eyes snap wide open. Over in the western regions, a crescent moon hangs high in the dead of night. A swarm of glowing butterflies flutters deep into the dark forest. 3 of them suddenly stop landing quietly, on a branch right above the Mo Sheng clan's dungeon. The 2 female guards spot someone approaching through the shadows. They immediately bow their heads in deep respect. Lord Phantom Queen. Representing the 3 King Spring, the sacred ground of the Hai Tai clan, the Phantom Queen slowly steps forward. This is the Endless Prison. It holds the most vicious criminals in the entire world, all tightly controlled and guarded by none other than Lord Hun Sha. Plus, every fallen emperor of the 4 holy tribes gets buried right here. Their lingering spirits actually transform into a massive oppressive aura. One of the guards whispers a warning. Please be careful. Once you find your target, leave immediately. Do not under any circumstances wake up the ancient beings hidden deep inside. That includes the rebel emperor of the Dong Ho clan, the shattered soul of Qi Kong Qi Xuan, and even the fearsome guardian of the Peacock Palace. You already know the risks. The Phantom Queen stays silent for a moment, taking in the heavy warning. She simply closes her eyes and replies, "Of course." If the previous Moon King had not caused that massive chaos thousands of years ago, the Peacock Palace would still be locked away at the 3 Kings Spring. The Phantom Queen speaks softly. I am only here to visit the ancient seniors of my clan. I will be in and out before you know it. Sorry for the trouble. Hearing this, the 2 guards immediately exchange a quick, nervous glance, passing a silent signal between them. The massive gates instantly grind open to let her through. Without hesitating, the 3 of them quickly step inside the dark prison. Right then, a glowing butterfly clings to the Phantom Queen's dress, slipping inside with her. The atmosphere in here is incredibly grim and heavy. Thick rusted chains crisscross everywhere you look. Iron bars block every path. She shuts her eyes tight, ignoring the terrifying groans echoing from the shadows behind her. For a brief moment, the Phantom Queen's eyes turn totally cold and dark. Now here is where things get tense. The 2 guards turn back and warn her. Lord Phantom Queen, we are almost there, but we absolutely cannot go any further. They point down the eerie stone steps. From here on out, everything below belongs to the territory of that emperor. Left with no other option, she simply nods and accepts it. Very well. I will go in there all by myself. The 2 guards just watch blankly as the Phantom Queen slowly descends. She remains perfectly calm. Not a single drop of fear or worry shows on her face. After walking for a bit, the Phantom Queen speaks up. First time meeting Moon King. Forgive my bluntness, but you really do not want to release the Peacock Palace Guardian, do you? She glances at the glowing butterfly on her dress, talking entirely to herself. Oh, right. I totally forgot that a glowing butterfly cannot actually answer me back. But the way I see it, the Western regions would be thrilled if you released the Peacock Palace. That is exactly why they did not add any extra defenses here. The Phantom Queen mutters softly. You are so outstanding that even Bai Yixing could not stop you. She looks back, laying out her entire theory. The only possible way to slow you down is to let you release the Peacock Palace yourself. The Phantom Queen looks up and keeps walking forward, lowering her voice. All right, my time down here is strictly limited, so I will leave it at that. She just continues her journey, taking a sharp turn into a small tunnel. Not long after, the Phantom Queen stands face to face with an absolutely massive fish. It opens its huge eyes, staring right through her. But the Phantom Queen does not flinch. She stares right back, facing this beast head-on without blinking. The giant fish actually speaks. Little brat, go back, it glares and roars out. You cannot persuade me, so do not even try. I will never sign a contract with anyone until I finally defeat 3-legged white snow. The Phantom Queen looks completely caught off guard, and she blurts out. Bai Mo right in front of her is a pure white dolphin, with pale golden eyes, staring at the Phantom Queen and sighing heavily. Its true name is Sea of White Foam, High Emperor of the 3 Kings Spring. She stands there, silently keeping a respectful distance. The Phantom Queen thinks back to that year. The Three Kings Spring wanted to bribe the Ice Empress, so they proposed a marriage alliance. The chosen couple, Sea of White Foam and Three-Legged White Snow. Back then, Bai Mo took on a human form with stunning white wings, dressed entirely in white, wearing a delicate veil over her head. She ponders the tragic history. Sea of White Foam, sitting at the very top of the noble Hai Tai clan, believed that Three-Legged White Snow was totally unworthy. But then, she suffered a crushing defeat, leaving the Three Kings Spring in pure humiliation and wandering into the western regions. Honestly, you and I can see the truth. The western regions never placed any real restrictions on this beast. It locked itself in here willingly. Gripping her dress tight, the Phantom Queen gathers every ounce of her courage. She speaks up loudly. Lord Sea of White Foam, please return. The Hai Tai clan desperately needs you, and your old friends truly miss you. Hearing this, the beast instantly rages. Bai Mo just sighs. The apostles of the Hai Tai clan are still as boring as ever. Get out. Panic flashing across her face, the Phantom Queen screams out, Lord Sea of White Foam. Without another word, the massive creature turns its back and swims away, leaving the Phantom Queen staring desperately. Wait, please do not go. All right, you and I are diving back in. Wang Mu stands behind the glass, completely panicked and clueless. Bai Mo's actions just left her utterly disappointed and completely hollow inside. She wanders aimlessly, muttering to herself. It failed. The great sea of Bai Mo is just too stubborn. Suddenly, a voice echoes right behind Wang Mu. Too stubborn, you say? She jumps in absolute shock. Wang Mu frantically looks around the area and shouts, who is there? Hovering right near her waist, a golden butterfly wrapped in a brilliant glowing halo, replies, I see you do not respect the dignity of a high emperor in the slightest, do you? Wang Mu looks down and gasps. The Moon King tears well up in her eyes as she cries. What do you mean? I am already this upset, and you still want to mock me. The golden butterfly lets out a heavy sigh and says, you just do not understand anything at all. How could that empty cliché ever impress anyone else? Su Liang, watching from afar through the butterfly, continues. What it actually wanted to hear was you promising to defeat 3-star White Snow for it, even if it meant facing the Ice Queen directly. He asks Wang Mu if she understands. She just stares at the golden butterfly, looking completely dumbfounded. Hearing this, Wang Mu panics and yells, how could I possibly say that? Wouldn't that instantly offend the Ice Queen? She screams frantically, I actually liked you, but you just wanted to trick me into becoming an enemy of the Sea of Bai Mo, all to laugh at me. You are absolutely evil. Su Liang thinks to himself from afar. Wait a second, since when did she get smart? The golden butterfly flutters right up to Wang Mu's face and slaps her hard on the cheek. Wang Mu yelps in pain. Su Liang shouts back, cut the nonsense and just go check out the Peacock Palace area. Su Liang continues, I need to see for myself exactly what kind of existence the Peacock Palace is. Holding her cheek, Wang Mu silently glares at the butterfly. Finally, she replies with a deeply sad expression. Fine. She continues walking down the long stone staircase. Following behind her through the butterfly, he watches and thinks. He once heard a wild rumor claiming the Three Kings Spring clan literally cannot refuse requests from other people. Su Liang wonders, could that actually be true? Moving very carefully, Wang Mu suddenly spots something up ahead, and her face immediately drops in absolute shock. Right in front of Wang Mu stand 3 massive doors. One is ocean blue with a snowflake symbol. A purple door has a diamond with a circle inside. The last door is bright green with a simple circle mark. She is so incredibly stunned that she cannot even speak. Watching from the other side, Su Liang is equally shocked, thinking to himself, now you and I need to pay close attention. Aside from the Peacock Palace, 2 other overlords are imprisoned here. Inside the green door, First Quarter Moon Jade, Extreme Moonlight Emperor Tier, just a cracked ring. He realizes the shell is the only thing left intact. The main body has already been completely destroyed. Over by the blue door, with the snowflake symbol, sits Ice Stone Quicksand, another Moonlight System Emperor Tier. The faint silhouette of a young girl is locked away inside. Su Liang thinks, the Sin Emperor of the Eastern Queen clan. After taking it all in, Wang Mu whispers, we cannot stay here long. I will just show you the Peacock Palace. Then, she turns to leave. She moves toward the purple door, which looks completely empty at first. But as Wang Mu steps closer, deep inside, there is the silhouette of a woman, sitting quietly gazing up at the sky. The woman sits there staring blankly at the bright moonlight above. That girl is Zhou Yan, the Underworld King, a Moonlight System Emperor Tier. Seeing her, Wang Mu thinks 10th Lunar Mansion, guardian of the Peacock Palace. You hold the absolute record for slaughtering the most tyrants of the same rank in this era. Zhou Yan turns to Wang Mu with a gentle smile and asks, "Are you lost? You need to leave here and turn left to find the Sea of Baimo's prison area." Completely caught off guard, she unconsciously replies, "Huh." Su Liang keeps watching silently, thinking hard. According to the legends, doesn't she go completely insane over the slightest disagreement? Why is she acting so calm right now? Suddenly, from another door, a hand grips the metal bars tightly. A voice calls out, "Does the person from Three Kings Spring want to form a contract with me?" Wang Mu glances over and sees a woman with long white hair wearing a very thin flowing black dress. The woman introduces herself, "I am an ice system, just bear with it." Su Liang thinks ice stone quicksand. Over 50,000 years ago, before the Ice Queen was even born, she totally ravaged the eastern region. He pictures the terrifying image of that woman standing on countless dead bodies deep in thought. But she was incredibly gluttonous. She had to eat at least 50,000 people daily just to satisfy her hunger. It caused absolute devastation until three great holy grounds teamed up to crush her. Su Liang realizes something crazy. In other words, this exact monster actually fought against the very first generation of Princess Yun. Seeing this unfold, Wang Mu immediately panics and stammers, "Hey, wait a minute." Suddenly another sharp voice echoes from the green door. "Keep dreaming. She belongs to the Three Kings Spring." That voice is coming directly from the cracked ring. The ring continues mocking her. "An obedient little girl like this will never sign a contract with you." Su Liang ponders the lore. First quarter moon jade tear. Her true body is damaged, leaving only a shell. Every single attack causes permanent damage to herself, eventually forcing her into an eternal sleep. Su Liang figures it out. She is locked up in here because she cannot fully control her own massive power. And honestly, you and I both know she caused way more innocent casualties than the massive war between the Ice Queen and Flying Rabbit Palace years ago. "All right, you and I are back in the madness," Frost replies. She admits she was just talking casually. The guy in the wedding dress guarding the western region, he is never getting out. Victoria is completely clueless. She stares silently as Frost speaks up again. "Honestly, it has been forever since anyone visited this place, so let us make a deal." Frost looks at her. "Little darling of the Three Kings Spring, we won't make things difficult." The cracked ring says absolutely nothing, just listening silently. Frost continues, "You just need to tell us what huge events have happened in the outside world lately." Chloe watches the whole thing with a light smirk. Hearing this, Victoria nervously thinks to herself, "These three absolute overlords, their tone and attitude are actually totally gentle. This is completely different from the terrifying rumors spreading around outside. If that is all they want, all right then." Telling them about the Moon King, reaching the summit probably will not cause any problems, right? It is pitch black now. Outside, the ruined building voices echo. Several hours have already passed by. Luna turns to the girl, guarding the door with her, and asks a quick question. Lady Victoria still has not come out yet. The girl thinks for a second and replies, "In the past, the Iron Sea Clan girls ran out crying in less than 5 minutes." Hearing that makes her super anxious inside. She quickly speaks up in a panic. Wait, Lady Pearl has not been completely persuaded by Lady Victoria in their right. Meanwhile, Victoria sits on the chair, staring straight at the three doors. She starts narrating everything that has happened in the outside world. After successfully taking down Aquarius and then Sirius of the 7 great miracles one by one, the Terra faction and the final 4 overlords of Titan Moon became the ultimate winners of the next Moon God Festival. Victoria keeps explaining. But that day's celebration was suddenly ambushed by the Ice Queen. The massive war between the Terra faction and the Ice Queen ended up affecting the entire central region. Frost listens incredibly closely, and so does the cracked ring. She continues. Hundreds of millions of lives were lost, and the 4 remaining eclipses were severely injured. Chloe also sits there quietly just listening. Victoria adds more. Finally, a divine will appeared to stop it. The Ice Queen was forcefully pushed back to the eastern region. While the Terra faction and the former Moon King recovered, they welcomed the prosperous goddess. She finishes up. So that is the whole story of the previous Moon God Festival. After hearing this, all 3 of them remain completely silent. The cracked ring finally speaks. When my true body shattered, the Terra faction had barely appeared, yet they defeated Sirius. Pretty impressive. Now pay attention with me here. Frost speaks up loudly. 8 versus 1 and 3 still died. What is so great about that? She shrugs. Ultimately, the Moon God Festival is a boring game. Whoever has the strongest faction will win. Frost adds on. However, one detail. An expert who could suppress every single faction. I have actually met one before. She grips the door bars tightly, speaking with pure anger. The Supreme Green Fire Tribulation. That person's endless eternal fog world truly had absolutely no weak points at all. Frost continues, full of rage. If possible, I really want to fight her one more time. Chloe hears this and replies, "Oh, did that rookie actually win the Moon God Festival?" She sits relaxed on the chair and speaks. Even though they relied on rebellion, they definitely have talent. The former Moon King was truly powerful. Otherwise, they could not have caused such chaos at our Three Kings Spring and still retreated completely unharmed. Victoria hears this and nods in agreement. A golden butterfly flutters above her head and a voice echoes out. "Hey, are you guys still not done chatting yet?" Tyler, completely bored on the other end, speaks up. "Pass a message to them. Tell them to talk about their own past stories." He groans. "I am so bored." Victoria hears him and replies, "Yeah, okay." Then, she accidentally blurts it out completely straight. "He told me to pass a message asking you all to tell your own stories." Those three hear this and instantly fall completely silent again. Victoria looks totally confused, not understanding at all. Tyler covers his face, completely speechless. He peeks through his fingers and says, "Just tell them it is a mysterious entity inside you, hurry." She hurriedly follows his orders and shouts it out. "He said he is the mysterious entity currently living inside my body." The atmosphere sinks back into total silence. The cracked ring speaks up. "How bizarre. The overlord of the Iron Sea clan is curious about our past." Chloe's face darkens as she thinks it over. She replies, "Little girl of the Three Kings Spring, our story is not interesting at all. It is strictly in the past." Chloe walks toward the door, speaking as she moves. "You should just keep telling me about all the modern legends instead." She literally phases right through the metal door bars and asks a question. "The new Moon God Festival has already started, right?" Victoria sees this and gasps in pure shock. Wait, Tyler sees it too and is absolutely blown away. Chloe steps right in front of her and asks another question. "Who is the Moon King this time around?" Standing directly before Victoria, she presses further. "Which lunar palace is backing him up?" Chloe smiles and asks even more. "Has he climbed the celestial ring yet? How far along?" Her expression freezes completely as she thinks. She has been locked up for 50,000 years, yet she can still unleash this kind of insane aura. She reaches out, touching Victoria's face, and speaks gently. "I have no bad intentions, and I will not hurt you." Chloe continues. "You just need to be a good girl and answer." The cracked ring quietly watches from inside the door. Frost does the same, gripping the bars and observing in total silence. She keeps talking. "Stick with me here. Tell me the overlord backing the current Moon King and his exact ranking on the celestial ring. Let us watch this madness unfold." The Nether Queen stares down, muttering, 10,000 meters. Zhou Yan immediately asks, "What did you just say?" The Nether Queen looks right up, shouting, "Half a month ago, the current Moon King reached that 10,000-meter peak." Outside, a massive storm suddenly kicks up out of nowhere. Ling Yue and her entire team freeze. What in the world is happening? Meanwhile, inside the ruins, giant rocks start crashing down all around them. The ice system gate suddenly pulses with some insane heavy energy. She steps up, leaking pure killer intent, and smirks. "Is that so? Meaning someone way stronger than the first-generation princess just showed up." This flex absolutely blows her mind. She cannot believe it. Stuck in prison for 50,000 years, yet she can still explode with this kind of terrifying aura. Honestly, that is just completely wild. Zhou Yan violently grabs the Nether Queen by the jaw, demanding a name. Totally panicked, the queen chokes out, "Wait, what?" Her face completely lights up with a sick kind of excitement. Who exactly is protecting the current Moon King right now? The Nether Queen stammers. "The second palace. The Golden Butterfly Palace, dormant for hundreds of thousands of years." Hearing this, Zhou Yan looks genuinely shocked. Then boom, she opens her mouth wide, flashing razor-sharp teeth, and lunges right at her. The Nether Queen screams in absolute terror, squeezing her eyes shut. But then, dead silence. Nothing happens at all. Trembling, the Nether Queen peeks open one eye. She sees Zhou Yan casually chewing on a butterfly, mumbling, "Do not worry, I was just a little hungry." Where were we? The Nether Queen turns to stone. Right above their heads, a blinding white light suddenly flashes out of nowhere. The Nether Queen jumps back totally caught off guard, while Zhou Yan instantly drops into a combat stance. They both realize it instantly. It is Hun Sha of the 7 Great Miracles, the infernal chilling ghost. Right after that brilliant light, a pure white veil gently floats down. The Nether Queen drops her jaw in pure shock. Lord Hun Sha. Su Liang speaks right through the energy orb. Nether Queen, this situation is extremely dangerous right now. Please get out of there immediately. Feeling totally unsettled, she quickly agrees. All right, fine. Without another word, she turns and runs for it. Su Liang then speaks up completely frustrated. I have told you so many times already, stop making these unnecessary moves. Just lend me your incredible power right now, and I will finally grant you your freedom. Shi Liusha is not buying that for a second. She snaps back. While the first lover still exists, it is not your turn yet. So drop the delusions of power right now, all right? Then a voice chimes in from a glowing bracelet nearby. Hey, earlier you mentioned exactly how many puppets you smashed on your way inside here. Zhou Yan leans on her hand, looking completely bored. 14. Overlords. Probably around 70 or 80% of them. The voice sounds completely stunned. The first lover has been asleep, struggling to gather those overlords for hundreds of thousands of years. And you just wiped out over 70% of that entire army. With your current power level, there is no doubt you still belong on the list of the 7 Great Miracles. So what exactly is the power ranking of the 7 Great Miracles looking like nowadays? She calls him out immediately. You have been severely injured for years. Now that someone else reached the top, you are just panicking and cannot sit still, right? Here is where you and I see the real tension. Shi Liusha cuts in. If you do not absorb our power fast, your position is ruined. Hearing this, Su Liang's voice actually starts shaking. You people, he loses his mind, completely exploding with a terrifying wave of power. Massive shards of pure ice shoot straight at Shi Liusha. The bracelet gets caught in the blast and completely vanishes. Through it all, Zhou Yan just stands there totally calm. Su Liang breathes heavily after throwing that attack. Damn it, he thinks to himself, I really do not want to offend or kill these guys right now. The plan was to take it slow. But that damn Moon King suddenly reaching the peak ruined absolutely everything. Now he is forced to step into the final battle while being at his absolute weakest point. Classic bad timing. After a tense moment, his floating energy orb slowly fades away into thin air. Zhou Yan looks honestly surprised. Oh wow, so he really just left. A dark, gloomy aura suddenly starts pouring out of her. Then she just flashes this quiet, creepy smile. Meanwhile, all the way back at the Twin Moons cult base on Tianfu Island, Su Liang rubs his chin, thinking hard. He flashes back to the image of Zhou Yan. He remembers her violently chewing that glowing butterfly, saying, Moon King, you will come to me on the night of the full moon, right? Su Liang narrows his eyes. I cannot read this woman at all. She must have sensed Hun Sha's aura approaching fast. She probably pulled that stunt just to avoid getting caught completely out in the open. Because honestly, with the Western region on high alert, Hun Sha would have definitely figured out that he was watching them. More importantly, the Peacock Palace probably knew from the very start. Then the second the Nether Queen mentioned the Golden Butterfly Palace, Zhou Yan finally confirmed it. The guy pulling the strings behind the glowing butterfly was definitely the current Moon King. Suddenly, Su Liang feels someone walking up right behind him. He quickly turns around. The Nether Queen marches up screaming in pure anger. Moon King, you really just hid far away to watch the drama unfold like that. She jumps off her familiar, absolutely furious. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? I was basically inches from being eaten alive by that maniac. She storms right up into his face, just endlessly complaining and throwing blame. If Lord Hun Sha had not arrived in time, she would have eaten me instead of that glowing butterfly. You seriously almost got me killed. Su Liang just stands there, jaw dropped. What he immediately shouts right back at her. Is this not your own fault? I told you to pass a message, not act like a broken voice recorder, okay? You spouted those ignorant lines, of course they got defensive. Getting scolded like this, the Nether Queen freezes up. Ignorant, her hair literally puffs up in pure unfiltered rage. Let's see how this plays out. I am seriously furious, Su Liang just frowns, brushing her off. Yeah, whatever. Hurry and give me the Peacock Palace intel. All right, you and I need to pay attention. Su Liang demands straight answers. Why did she say the Western realm wouldn't care if he released the Peacock Palace? He wants the complete truth right now. The Phantom Queen freezes up completely. Trembling slightly, she replies that a concubine's family simply cannot refuse the demands of others. The Phantom Queen quickly looks away as she continues explaining. She reveals the clan elder's analysis. This action harms the entire world, but get this, Su Liang himself will suffer the absolute worst consequences. Lord Hun Sha definitely opposes releasing the Peacock Palace, but doing so would drastically lower Su Liang's chances of winning the Moon God Festival. Su Liang frowns deeply at this. She continues warning him that the Peacock Palace's wild, unpredictable nature is literally the only factor that could shatter his current invincible streak right now. He grits his teeth and asks bluntly. In other words, even with a strict contract, he can't control the Peacock Palace, meaning he will still pay the ultimate price for her reckless actions, right? The Phantom Queen just nods silently. Su Liang's face darkens completely. It's exactly the heavy price he expected. He speaks softly, brushing it off. Compared to the terrifyingly powerful enemies they are about to face, this dangerous little variable really isn't worth stressing over. The 12 secret shrines of the Moon Dominion are sealed right in front of him. As the Moon King, how could he possibly not rescue them? Even if deadly traps lie ahead, those shrines are still a part of his power, and he must face them head-on. So, no matter what happens, the peacock must be released on the very next full moon night. Su Liang suddenly asks why she couldn't just explain this clearly from the start. The Phantom Queen looks back at him with an incredibly expectant expression. She practically begs for a compliment. He dryly responds that her explanation just now didn't actually expose any massive flaws in her IQ. Classic Su Liang. He asks if she was acting dumb on purpose before. Hearing this, she absolutely crumbles. An IQ deficit. The Phantom Queen bursts into dramatic crying shouts. How could the Moon King insult her like that? Su Liang suddenly reaches out and gently touches her forehead. He tells her he will be cultivating here lately. If he runs into grave danger on the full moon night, she absolutely has to come and save him. Su Liang playfully messes up the Phantom Queen's hair. He promises that if her Three Kings Spring ever faces trouble in the future, he will personally step up to help. He looks at her with dead seriousness, asking if she understands. Seeing this intense gaze, the Phantom Queen blushes from pure embarrassment. She loudly replies that she understands. The full moon night, there are only 10 days left until the epic battle that will completely overturn the world. Now here's where it gets wild for us. The full moon arrives at the Western Realm's Grand Arena. The crowd murmurs non-stop as a white flag is raised and slammed forcefully into the stage. Someone shouts in pure awe. That is the platinum battle soul of Bai Yuexing. The insane showdown is finally about to begin. A small foot steps forward slowly. It is none other than Bai Yuexing herself, marching onto the stage with an absolutely blazing fighting spirit. She stands proudly under her white battle flag. Suddenly, the glowing energy sphere of Lord Hun Sha materializes above them. He makes his grand announcement. Hello everyone, he is Hun Sha, and today he will be personally supervising this high-stakes match. Plus, he knows everyone has already seen the internet rumors. They didn't just invite the second Princess Yun, but also the esteemed Phantom Queen of Three Kings Spring and the mighty Emperor Kangyue of the Kangyue sect. They will represent the Three Kings Spring and the Southern Realm to ensure this epic battle remains completely fair and just. The entire crowd goes absolutely wild, screaming as the two VIPs step out. The roaring crowd makes the Phantom Queen incredibly shy. People shout about how beautiful she is since this is her very first time appearing before the public eye. They gasp that she looks 100 times better in person than in selfies. No wonder she is the mixed blood siren of the Three Beauties clan. Moving over to Emperor Kangyue, she remains completely calm and collected. Fans scream that Emperor Kangyue's figure is truly peerless. She is terrifyingly gorgeous. To them, Emperor Kangyue will forever be their absolute ultimate goddess. Bai Yuexing stands there, sulking amid the cheers. After all, a girl with just ordinary beauty wouldn't be the top pick in this twisted game of love. She angrily purses her lips and scoffs. Suddenly, Bai Yuexing roars out loud, "Get out here, Moon King!" The envoys of Three Kings Spring and the Heavenly Tao Academy are all present. Add in Lord Hun Sha acting as the official witness too. She vows not to let him take the star-slashing moonblade easily. The clear sky suddenly darkens as heavy black clouds violently roll in. From within those dark clouds, striking golden beams of light shoot straight down. They are actually countless glowing butterflies flying down to the stunned arena in an absolutely massive swarm. High above, a lone figure casually walks down the glowing path created by the swarm of butterflies. Someone gasps in utter shock. It is the Moon King Su Liang. Stepping onto the grand stage floor, he finally comes to a halt. Su Liang gives a crisp snap of his fingers, and the butterflies instantly vanish. The mesmerized girls in the audience scream, no wonder he is the Moon King, he is so incredibly handsome. Time to shock these Western Realm country bumpkins with just a tiny sliver of his glorious moonlight. Hearing the hype, Bai Yuexing furrows her brow. Suddenly, a small glowing sphere emerges right from her chest. It flies out of her body and hovers in midair. She presents it to the Phantom Queen, declaring this is the blade soul of Dark Moon Bloom. The queen takes the pearl eyes wide. Su Liang notices this and glances over, then slowly walks toward the two of them with absolute confidence. The star-slashing moonblade magically materializes right in Su Liang's hand. He immediately hands the legendary weapon over to Emperor Kang Yue. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action. Su Liang smiles, leaning in close. Hold this for a second, he whispers. I'll get it right back. Just watch out for that white deer girl, don't let her snatch it. Kang Yue smiles back softly. Alright, I'll wait for you. With that, Su Liang turns and walks off. The crowd below the arena is completely lost. Wait, what's with this weird vibe? Aren't they supposed to be bitter rivals with a 3-year grudge? The Nether Queen glances nervously at Chang Yue, but then Su Liang shouts to the crowd. Alright, let's get started. He unleashes a terrifying wave of killing intent, locking straight onto Bai Yuexing and making her flinch. Yuexing quickly recovers, raising her hand to the sky to unleash her ultimate White Saint technique. A massive blue vortex instantly forms. Someone in the crowd gasps in pure shock. Look, that's the current White Saint of the White Deer clan. Su Liang smirks inwardly. So that's how it is. She actually stooped low enough to form a contract with Yuexing just to keep the Star Crescent blade here in the West. Too bad. He actually thought the original White Saint would be strong enough to handle the subordinate emperor chosen by the Western King at the Grand Moon Festival. This opponent's power level is actually hovering incredibly close to the legendary Pink Petal. Moonlight Rabbit, he summons loudly. The creature appears looking totally exhausted while Yuexing calls out a quick suggestion. Lord Huan, please test our opponent's strength first. You really don't need to waste any energy worrying about my safety during this exchange. The energy vortex grows wilder and more violent by the second. Yet the Moonlight Rabbit just stands there completely unfazed. A system notification pops up. The Aquarius Palace Guardian is deployed, successfully suppressing the Blood Moon physique. Its active duration drops massively, falling from 480 minutes down to just 10. Su Liang just smirks. Trying to test his strength, that's actually hilarious. I never planned on fighting a fair duel anyway. I just need to stand right here and everything will simply come to an end. Yuexing's raging power vortex slams forward, and the Moonlight Rabbit narrows its eyes, bracing to block the massive incoming strike. Her Blood Moon form only has 10 minutes left, Su Liang calculates. Suddenly, a glowing ring of pure light materializes right around the rabbit's waist. But for those 10 minutes, her sheer presence and power will hit a tier that's honestly impossible to even imagine. Maybe someday, she might actually manage to reach the same godly heights of power that the Guardian of the Aquarius Palace once commanded. The Moonlight Rabbit lifts its tiny arm, pointing a single finger straight up at the sky. Then it sharply slashes downward, instantly triggering an absolutely earth-shattering explosion. The blast creates a massive mushroom cloud. As the thick smoke finally clears, the entire surrounding area is completely wiped off the map. Now you and I can see the insane fallout. Am I still alive? Someone gasps. Kang Yue watches, realizing the fight ended the exact second it began. The Nether Queen's eyes go wide in pure disbelief. This level of overwhelming power is the true strike of a total conqueror. Yuexing sits in a daze after the brutal hit. She realizes this kind of destruction belongs only in territories where the 7 legendary beast tamers once walked. Still in shock, Yuexing looks up at a girl wearing a wedding dress. Lady Hunsha. So that's what happened. Lady Hunsha blocked that insane attack, which is the only reason the rest of us actually survived. So this is the legendary Moon King, she thinks. Meanwhile, Su Liang doesn't waste another second. He just turns and walks straight away. He casually approaches Kang Yue and the Nether Queen, taking back his Star Crescent blade without missing a beat. It's over. He even reaches over and snatches the crystal right out of the Nether Queen's hands. She snaps out of her daze. Wait, it's not even warm yet. The girl in the wedding dress curses inwardly. If Yuexing had just won, she could have avoided fighting and swapped the blade lock with the Ice Empress. Merely sealing away the Flash Butterfly was severely underestimating the true power of the Moon King. Suddenly, Su Liang calls out, Hunsha, I'm going to release the Peacock Palace Guardian now. You can ignore it, or you can try to stop me yourself. His eyes are ice cold, That is if you actually think you can. The girl in the wedding dress snaps, absolutely furious. What did you just say? Are you declaring war, just you alone? Fine, I won't stop you. Go ahead and try it right in front of me if you have the guts. Wang Quan and Tian Daohuan both scream at him. We will never let you leave the Western Territory alive, you bastard. Suddenly, she freezes. Up in the sky, the clouds swirl into a massive vortex. A magical deer appears and laughs loudly. I'm late, sorry, I overslept a bit. It's the ancient emperor of the White Deer clan. The legendary 19-color moon-treading cloud instantly takes human form and speaks up. Oh, is the battle over already? I guess that was just an appetizer. Liang simply glances over at the little girl, completely unbothered, and continues to walk away without a single care. Meanwhile, deep inside the endless prison of the West, a girl starts gossiping. Did you guys hear that huge explosion just now? Another girl chimes in, totally curious. Who do you think actually won between the legendary Moon King and Bai Yuexing? The third girl speaks up confidently. Definitely the Moon King. The result is obvious. I just wonder what Lord Western King thinks about all of this madness. Wait, so are Lady Hun Sha and Princess Yun fighting each other right now? Oh man, I really want to watch. The girl across from her just shrugs. No point guarding this place anyway. If things go wrong, we won't be the first ones to die here. Suddenly, one notices footsteps. Liang walks up with an ice-cold expression. The three girls gasp in absolute shock. The Moon King, why is he here? Stick with me because things are about to get wild. Let's see what happens. Liang walks right past them, running ahead. Liang slowly steps inside. The girl, completely stunned, completely speechless. And it honestly doesn't take long before all three of them bolt out of there. Run. Getting back to Liang, he just keeps pushing deeper inside. Reaching the end of the path, three entirely different gates suddenly appear before him. He narrows his eyes, scanning the area. Behind one gate, Zhou Yan just sits there smirking. Liang holds up 3 fingers and speaks up. 3 conditions. She gives a faint smile. Let's hear them. He doesn't hesitate. First condition, no matter what happens here, you are absolutely not allowed to attack me. Second, your fights cannot drag innocent bystanders into the crossfire. And third, I need to make direct physical contact with you. Zhou Yan looks completely unfazed. Simple enough, she replies. She walks right up to the door and just effortlessly glides outside without a single problem. Zhou Yan pulls out an incredibly sharp feather. She drops down to one knee, offering it up with total respect. Liang reaches right out and takes it. Zhou Yan can barely hide her excitement, cracking a wide smile. Beams of light shoot straight into the sky, crashing into each other. Instantly, they explode into little fireworks across the dark night. The crowd below stares up, totally disappointed. That was way too fast. They could not see a single thing up there. Chang Yue just stands there in dead silence, watching Hai Yun and her signature spirit beast show up, setting off an automatic defensive barrier. The kid knows exactly what is up. No matter how insane the incoming attack might be, the second it touches her, it completely vanishes. The Nether Queen quietly watches the group standing before her. She silently studies that glowing orb floating between the 4 brides. It is the absolute defense of Lord Hun Sha. Turns out that glowing orb is actually a ring of light fading fast. It forms a massive defensive shield made of endless octagons. Honestly, it looks just like a super durable heavy-duty turtle shell. The Nether Queen stands right beside Kang Yue, lost in thought. They definitely will not settle this fight anytime soon. Hai Yun looks visibly annoyed and clicks her tongue. Liang drops to the ground, hacking and coughing violently. He grabs his own throat, looking like he is in absolute agony. How could the Book of the Moon be wrong? Those beautiful brides from earlier suddenly transformed into rotting skeletons wrapped in shredded clothes. Hai Yun simply snaps her fingers and boom. Every single one of those brides instantly reverts to normal. The kid scowls in pure frustration. This enemy is seriously tough. Hai Yun quietly watches that glowing ring start to shrink. So this isn't their true body descending. They are just half merged with a host down below. The woman wrapped in a white veil figures it out. This is a classic tactic from the White Deer clan. But pulling this off, that seriously tests a beast tamer's raw skill. She lets out a heavy sigh, clearly stressed out, and stares straight toward that fading light. The bright full moon cuts through the pitch-black night, almost lighting up her worried heart. The Moon King's forces must have finally arrived by now, right? Zhou Yan drops to one knee, while Liang holds onto that glowing feather. Liang grips it tight slowly, feeling the insane power pulsing inside. Out of nowhere, tiny glowing sparks fill the air around him, catching his eye. A system screen pops up with Zhou Yan's stats. Supreme Nether Zhou Yan, Moonlight type, Emperor rank. Combat skills include the Peacock Palace Guardian mode, Invisible Veil details, and the legendary Nether King's dance technique. Su Liang quietly evaluates the stats. What do we have? Even though the raw combat power of the Peacock Palace is absolutely terrifying, but her actual combat skills. He keeps rereading the glowing text hovering on the screen. This data feels incomplete. There is zero real threat here. Every single one of these looks like totally basic run-of-the-mill close combat skills. Su Liang looks down at the warrior kneeling before him. For a guardian of the 12 lunar palaces, she seems way too ordinary. But wait. An idea hits him. Maybe that is actually a good thing. Honestly, this probably just means the Peacock Palace's special abilities will not pose any real danger to him at all. The system screen suddenly shuts down, cutting Su Liang's thoughts right off. Now you and I both know the drill. If she just loves starting fights and causing chaos everywhere, she really wouldn't deserve that legendary reputation. So what actually happened back then? Why did the previous Moon King decide to break his contract with the Peacock Palace? Has the new Moon King decided Zhou Yan bows deeply? Almost like paying her respects to Su Liang. Zhou Yan asks softly again. Has the Moon King made his choice? Su Liang stays completely silent. Inside, he is seriously conflicted, but he clenches his fist in pure determination. Things have escalated way too far now. No matter what happens next, backing out is no longer an option. Yeah, let's form the contract, Su Liang finally says. They both reach out, their hands gently touching. Instantly, a bright spark of lightning flashes right between them. Zhou Yan suddenly radiates an insanely blinding light. Su Liang squints, deeply curious. Wait, what is this? A system alert pops up. The Book of the Moon hit a glitch, currently repairing. The whole system interface turns glowing purple, completely rewriting the Peacock Palace Guardian's data. It reloads the new functions he just acquired, dropping the full details for the Invisible Veil. The Nether King's dance activates, shifting the energy field. Stage 2 unlocks the Amethyst Throne, imposing absolute order. Zhou Yan flashes a genuinely creepy, unsettling smile. Su Liang suddenly realizes exactly what is happening, his eyes going wide in shock. Boom! A massive explosion rips through the area, sending huge boulders flying and lighting up the entire sky. Once the heavy dust clears out, a massive crater is left behind. Zhou Yan stands totally calm in the crater's center. Su Liang is across from her, hacking his lungs out. Stick around, the real fight starts now. Tommy grabs his throat in pure confusion. How could the Lunar Grimoire's data be completely wrong? Tommy stares at Chloe. She is glowing with this freaky blue light, and he is on edge. Her combat skills are off the charts and her aura, absolutely terrifying. Chloe just sneers at Tommy. To her, he is no better than that little brat from the Leaping Hair Palace. Her voice drips with pure sarcasm. So much for the supposed top king. Tommy struggles hard, clutching his throat while trembling just to stay standing. Their compatibilities are total polar opposites. Honestly, the fact that he is not dropped dead on the spot is an absolute miracle. Chloe rests her hands, faking some sympathy. Too bad, she says. Looks like we cannot fight side by side after all. So, let us just leave it at that. Everyone just needs to accept their grim fate right here. Tommy is completely drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, he senses something seriously wrong. This is bad. His 6-star realm power is rapidly dropping. Meanwhile, Chloe gazes up at the bright full moon. But before I leave, she says, I have one very important piece of business left to finish. Tommy pushes through the pain, forcing himself to stand. Hold on a second, you crazy witch. What exactly did you just do to me? But Chloe just vanishes right into thin air. A second later, she pops up entirely in a totally different dimension. Chloe sweeps her eyes across the area, clearly hunting for something specific. Above her, that massive full moon keeps glowing bright. A soft smile crosses her face. She found her target. A split second later, that smile turns absolutely wicked. Invisible barrier. She whispers, tear yourself completely apart. Back on the battlefield, Haley and the Veiled Bride are staring each other down right over that freshly blasted crater. What a stubborn little brat, the Veiled Bride mutters. Haley just shoots back a cocky smirk. Look who is talking, but then a sudden chill hits the kid from behind. The solid ground behind her suddenly shatters into pieces, collapsing straight down. Even the Veiled Bride is totally caught off guard by this insane sight. The entire sky shifts to a deep purple hue and Chloe's voice echoes out. You and I know she is furious. Why is getting a spot in the Seven Wonders so hard? Chloe appears with a bitter laugh. Harper, the Ice Queen Aquarius, none of you ever gave me a fair fight. The veiled bride stays perfectly calm. She fully predicted this exact scenario would happen. Chloe glares down with pure arrogance. Listen closely, bride. If you try to run away again today, I will slaughter every single person standing in this wasteland. But then she pauses. A memory hits her. Tommy once lectured her that true fighters never drag innocent bystanders into their deadly combat. That thought actually makes her hesitate for a second. But then, she just snaps her fingers and her expression shifts into something way more sinister. Wait a minute. If every target here is a sovereign, then nobody is innocent, right? Hearing that threat, Queen Ursula starts shaking in pure fear. Off to the side, Luna just watches quietly while the veiled bride remains standing in total silence. But deep down, she is definitely rattled. Just as predicted, poor Tommy is pinned against the cracked earth, realizing the lunar grimoire is nowhere to be found. Sweat pours down his face as he chokes out a whisper. Am I really about to pass out right here? Tommy forces a helpless, bitter smile. This is just too funny. And then he blacks out. Out of nowhere, a dark figure creeps toward his unconscious body. Meanwhile, Chloe is doing the math. That bride is just an empty shell. The moment her energy drains completely, she will be totally defenseless against any attack. She watches the bridal clones closely. If she can just hold out until the Lunar King's power is fully sapped, this whole crazy battle is finally over. But wait, a sudden sharp noise echoes right behind Chloe's back. You dared to ruin my fight. Chloe glances over her shoulder to see Haley rocketing right toward her at insane speed, yelling aggressively. I am ending you today, you stupid oversized peacock. But boom, a brutal lightning strike blasts the kid head-on, leaving Haley absolutely stunned. A massive blast of fire erupts from the crater. Haley is pinned to the dirt, groaning in pure agony. The poor kid trembles as Chloe starts mocking her failure. Pure trash. You cannot even complete your Eternal Fog Realm technique, so do not dare stand before me. Chloe just keeps laughing. I have slaughtered sovereigns from the White Stag clan before, but you are the absolute weakest one yet. Honestly, I have zero interest in you. Haley struggles to push herself up, glaring at Chloe with total hatred. Haley shoots a subtle glance to the side and whispers. Right on cue, the veiled bride lets out a deep breath. She is finally ready to make her move. In a flash, she splits into another perfect clone. The rest of the brides multiply instantly, totally, surrounding that glowing magical crater in a tight circle. Haley takes a breath to calm her racing heart. Do not panic. Just watch closely. Use your aura to track this enemy's invisible movements before it is too late. The kid looks up as these two insane heavyweights prepare to clash. Across the battlefield, the veiled bride gives Haley a very subtle, secret hand signal. The finishing blow is completely in your hands now. Haley gives a firm nod. She can feel this massive surge of raw power swirling up all around her body. Haley throws her hands forward, taking full control of that crazy energy. Her eyes snap wide open, burning with absolute unstoppable determination. She finally locked onto the target. Meanwhile, Chloe has her back completely turned to Haley, still trying to figure out what just blasted her away in a single hit. Trembling but completely fearless, the kid forces herself to stand. Haley knows that if she can finally track her movements even without that Eternal Fog Realm, she definitely still has enough strength to win this fight. High above them, Chloe launches right into her next brutal attack, Peacock Spread. The bridal clones freeze in absolute terror as Chloe dives straight at them. This is it. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Pink energy streaks suddenly blast toward the brides, instantly piercing the veiled girl's body before she can react. Fresh blood violently sprays from her mouth. Claire wastes zero time gripping her arm tightly. The veiled bride takes Claire's brutal attacks head-on in pure agony. A massive explosion erupts right from the crumbling ground beneath them. Hazel stares blankly into the thick dust cloud. Frozen in total shock, the little girl wonders how anyone could possibly defeat a monster like this. Meanwhile, Tyler lies completely motionless on the ground. Fresh blood pours down his face, completely soaking his entire chest. Dustin sighs heavily nearby. Now they see why the former Moon King had to forcibly cut the contract years ago just to stay alive. That sinister Peacock Palace literally drains its host's own life force for energy. As Dustin explains, Claire pushes her attacks even harder. With every single ultimate strike, she launches her own vital signs rapidly fade away. Tyler raises his trembling hand forward, his eyes filled with nothing but absolute regret. Is it really all over? Every single effort just washed down the drain. A stream of pink energy softly materializes before him. Hazel sits there, gasping for breath. She panics. The attack was totally meant for her. Those brides are straight-up undead skeletons, now radiating a terrifying zombie aura, exactly like the Dark Abyss. Watching Claire flex that unmatched power breaks Hazel's spirit. She just cannot find the courage to fight back. Her fists clench in total panic. But if she backs down from this fight, she will never become the official Cloud Princess. Ever. Suddenly, a warm voice rings out. "Hey kid, do not be afraid." The veiled bride calmly reassures her. "I will draw their attention. That Peacock Palace is definitely reaching its absolute limit." She gently gives Hazel one simple order. "Use your ultimate move and finish her off." The girl quickly agrees, eyes burning with pure determination. Hazel prays 19-color moon, "Lord, I am begging you to lend me your strength." She instantly triggers the Fog Realm stride technique, completely vanishing right out of thin air. The veiled bride gets sucked into another dimension entirely instantly, returning to her original elegant form. Claire calls out, "Just as I thought, this level of power could never break you completely." She turns away, clearly annoyed by Tyler. "I never expected that little brat to survive this long. I really hate leaving him behind here." Claire closes her eyes. "My time is running out, Wraith." With the next move, her eyes snap open, revealing a completely bloodthirsty glare. "I will slaughter you." The terrified Nether Queen bursts into tears, while the zombie brides desperately defend. Now watch this closely. Claire smiles at her own endless power, but suddenly gasps as a blazing light flashes right past her. The sky literally tears open into a massive crack. The void rapidly expands outwards, and Hazel violently shoots right out of the gap. She crashes into the dirt, totally exhausted. Borrowed power only works once, but sliding through the fog realm takes everything. Hazel smiles proudly. Sure, it is miles away from the legendary Eternal version. It was a long shot, but it is enough. Suddenly, she senses something totally wrong. Hazel is instantly surrounded and completely paralyzed. She panics, wondering how this is even possible. Claire slowly steps out from the thick clouds. Little brat, this basic movement technique, dripping with upgraded power, she just scoffs at the kid. "How could that ever hurt me?" Hazel gasps. Did she seriously block that using only a spiritual energy armor suit? It easily blocked her best move. Claire casually throws her own words right back. "How many times have I battled the White Stag Emperor?" Raising her hand, she tightly binds Hazel, using her overwhelming raw power. "Even if I just stood perfectly still, a kid like you could never hurt me." Claire forcefully clenches her fist, crushing Hazel below, and making the girl scream in pure agony. Suddenly, a mysterious attack rips Claire's rope apart. She immediately glances over her shoulder, listening closely. Luna steps in to stop the chaos. "Stand down, Peacock Palace." She calmly declares this battle is officially over. Claire laughs with pure disgust. "You really think you can defeat me?" She arrogantly spits out her final brutal challenge. "If that is the case, all four of you can attack together." Suddenly, the pink energy cord violently snaps. Claire freezes. Did her energy supply just cut off? The terrified Nether Queen stares in confusion. What is happening? Why did she stop attacking? Luna quietly explains the truth. The Peacock Palace is no longer transmitting any more core energy. This is where you and I finally get our answer. What exactly happened over by the Moon King? Back on the ground, Tyler rolls over. His blood has literally turned blue. Dustin gently reaches right into the kid's chest pocket. Exhausted and fading, Tyler mutters, "What are you doing?" "All right, you and I are jumping right in, Lou." Shaw quickly raises her phone to explain herself. "I just wanted to see if he recognizes an ice-type beast Tamer." She sent a message asking for a ride out of there. She checks Su Liang's friend list and absolutely sighs in frustration. Damn it. Every single friend this guy has is a Moonlight type. How incredibly boring is that? Suddenly, Liu Sha notices a strange noise echoing from the distance. She turns her head, totally confused. What in the world just happened over there? Meanwhile, Su Liang rests with his eyes closed. But suddenly he jolts completely awake. Right now he is totally surrounded by endless blue skies and fluffy clouds. Where exactly is this place? A gentle hand softly touches Su Liang's cheek. He slowly reaches out his own hand, carefully feeling that warm, comforting touch. Su Liang's eyes shoot wide open. He definitely recognizes this very familiar feeling. He immediately springs up and shouts out loud. "Is that really you?" Xiao Lu Su Liang looks around, frantically searching everywhere. Since when could you see me? Was it since that heavenly pill moment? He stares into the massive, empty void overhead. Have you seriously been by my side this entire time? Liang reaches his hand forward. Right then, a mysterious voice answers. That is correct, but this is no time for chatting. Her next words make Liang completely freeze his hand in midair. The western region is in absolute chaos. I absolutely have to stop this. Our guy quickly agrees. Let's go. Come with me right now. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light streaks past, completely cutting off their intense conversation right in the middle. Liang stares blankly into the space ahead. Suddenly, all his strength vanishes. He slowly falls backward. Liang drops totally unconscious right into the middle of those soft clouds. Liang wakes up deep inside his own subconscious. He can actually feel it. His connection with the Peacock Palace has been completely severed right now. He starts to just let go. After all, this place definitely is not the real world anymore. Those white clouds from earlier quickly swirl into a massive vortex right behind Liang. This is the fog world. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open. Liang jolts upright, totally scaring the life out of Lu Sha next to him. Holy crap. The phone slips and drops right next to Liang's hand. He casually glances down at the text message lighting up the screen. The exact message she just sent out. I am the White Moon King, currently stranded inside the endless prison of the Western region. I am totally dying, hanging on by my very last breath. Hurry up and send the absolute best 9-star ice and Moonlight Beast Tamers to clean up my corpse. Liang helplessly looks over at Lu Sha, who is awkwardly turning her face away. His tone sounds just a little bit probing right now. Do you two seriously not know that 9-star beast tamers literally do not exist in this current era? If you want to leave so badly, can you agree to one request? Lu Sha glances over listening. She turns around completely curious. Now here is where you and I really need to pay attention. How exactly did you break your connection with the Peacock Palace? She stares in absolute shock at the sight. A glowing golden feather suddenly materializes right in front of Liang. Lu Sha is completely stunned by this. How is that even possible? What exactly is this? Her jaw drops wide open. The White Deer Clan. Suddenly that golden feather merges directly into Liang, forming massive wings on his back. The legendary infinite eternal feather realm. High up in the western region sky, the moon looks incredibly full. The Phantom Queen Mother glances at Kang Yue, giving a clear signal. At this very moment, absolutely everyone present can clearly feel that intense shift in power. Zhou Yan seems to completely lose consciousness, silently dropping her head. The Peacock Palace's core beast power has been cut off. Now, even maintaining her basic physical appearance has become a massive struggle. Kang Yue looks up and calmly speaks. It is totally over, Peacock Palace. The veiled bride gently speaks up. Surrender quietly right now, and I might just let you live. The Phantom King trembles watching the silent Zhou Yan from above along with Kang Yue and the veiled bride. Gathering all her courage, the Phantom Queen Mother yells out. What did you do to the Moon King? Kang Yue and the veiled bride both shift their gazes in one direction. Kang Yue secretly guesses the truth. Could it be the Sea Butterfly Clan's princess? The veiled bride wonders out loud. Does she hold some special meaning to the Moon King? The Phantom Queen Mother nervously covers her mouth, suddenly remembering the exact image of Liang. The Phantom Queen Mother awkwardly lowers her head, but a sudden loud laugh quickly grabs her total attention. Kang Yue and the veiled bride also quickly turn their eyes toward the source of that insane sound. Zhou Yan lands on the ground laughing maniacally. Keeping her arrogant attitude, she smirks. It is just a severed beast power core. What are you all looking so incredibly smug about anyway? Zhou Yan's body looks completely drained of power, but she still forces the words out. Since things are like this, I will show you a taste of absolute despair. She tilts her face up to the sky. Black toxic gas rapidly spews right out of her mouth. A split second later, Zhou Yan collapses hard onto the solid ground. Kang Yue watches her every single move, feeling pretty confused. The Phantom Queen Mother stands behind, her totally bewildered. What in the world is this? Is she gathering energy for an ultimate attack? Kang Yue quietly analyzes the situation. No, she is not charging power at all. On the contrary, her breathing is actually dropping incredibly fast. Suddenly, Zhou Yan screams out in pure agonizing pain. Massive gruesome tears start ripping open right across her back. The veiled bride watches this horrific scene unfold with genuine terror. Even 2,000 years ago, I never saw a move like this. I have a really bad feeling about it. Haiyun struggles to stand after that last attack, staring at Zhou Yan in absolute confusion. That intense light forces Yun to shield her eyes. The Phantom Queen Mother struggles desperately. You and I are not ready for this. All right, you and I are watching pure chaos unfold. The Underworld Queen Mother lowers her hand, staring in absolute shock. Kangyu steps back, totally on guard now. The Veiled Bride watches nervously. That moon covered in that dark energy from earlier. It is literally crashing down toward the ground right now. The full moon is way too close. The Veiled Bride stares in absolute terror. What kind of monster is this? Zhou Yan just used every single drop of her strength to drag the moon here. She forces herself up, looking insanely proud of it. This distance will do. Zhou Yan turns around and whispers. Then her eyes start glowing bright, dropping an incredibly dangerous, absolutely terrifying threat right on them. I will kill every last one of you. She immediately channels her energy, absorbing this massive surge of pure power swirling all around her. Second stage release, Yun gets blasted straight back. The Underworld Queen Mother struggles hard to hold her ground against it. The Veiled Bride snaps her head around, screaming right at Kangyu. Beg the Heavenly Emperor for backup now. Otherwise, every single person standing here is going to die. Kangyu silently holds the line, her mind completely racing in panic. But here is the massive problem: the Heavenly Emperor recently allied with the Moon King. This just got really complicated. Kangyu slowly starts giving up, honestly relying only on the power of their 4 members. They absolutely cannot hold out against the Peacock Empress. The water at the bottom of the crater suddenly evaporates dry. Kangyu notices it and looks totally confused. Then a casual voice calls out right from the heavy dust. What is going on here? I took one nap and the whole world totally changed. Time suddenly feels like it just stops completely. Kangyu watches totally stunned. The Peacock Empress suddenly stops attacking. Everyone goes on extremely high alert against this stranger. Silver Hair steps right through the dust. Kangyu feels a wild sense of familiarity. The Moonlight Rabbit tightly grabs Zhou Yan by the neck, slamming her down. The green jade ring vibrates, glowing brightly in the air. Su Liang just yawns. He strolls forward, looking absolutely relaxed, and says, I have never felt this good in my entire life. The Veiled Bride speaks up in absolute shock. Never mind the Peacock Empress right now. First quarter Moon Jade Bone Bronze Stone Luxia, she yells furiously. Moon King, have you completely lost your mind? Do you seriously want to fight the entire world? The Veiled Bride thinks nervously. After all, she never set up prison defenses because the real seal was supposed to be enough. The green jade ring is also starting to crack. It hides deep inside their bodies, constantly draining away their absolute core life energy. She quickly shifts her gaze over to Luxia, standing right next to Su Liang. Now, you and I have to ask without a contract, how did the Moon King pull this off? Yun is absolutely completely dumbfounded by who is standing there. The little girl speaks slowly. Infinite Eternal Mist Realm Walk. Yun stares at Su Liang, in total disbelief. Wait, how is that even possible? Is there seriously someone in the White Deer clan who can still do that? The green jade ring flares up, absorbing even more raw power. A fraction of the cloud mist armor on the Moon King literally breaks off, scattering directly into both of their bodies right now. Yun stares at Su Liang and Luxia, finally realizing the crazy truth. They have entered a temporary unlimited life state. They do not even need extra energy to survive anymore. Suddenly, a massive, blinding pillar of light shoots straight down into the crater. The Moonlight Rabbit notices the movement below. Zhou Yan trembles, forcing the words out. Let me go. She violently struggles to get up, turning her face toward the moon above. She breaks into this insanely smug smile. The flying moon artifact, wait, is that guy seriously here too? You teleported without me even noticing. Honestly, that is real progress. She glares completely furious. But do not think that trick will ever work on me twice. Suddenly Zhou Yan freezes completely. Not another word. She just instantly collapses, face planting straight into the hard dirt. Su Liang calmly walks right up to her. Zhou Yan can only stare in dead silence. He crouches down, totally scolding her. You really are a very disobedient child. He gently pats her head. Looks like fully taming you is going to take a bit more time, so we are officially done for today. Lying there helpless, Zhou Yan can only whisper a single word. Damn it. Glowing rings suddenly spawn around the group. The Veiled Bride gasps. That is the flying moon artifact teleportation. Su Liang stands up, totally ready to drag Zhou Yan out of there. The Veiled Bride points forward, screaming. I guarded these peerless overlords for millions of years. There is no way you are taking them. Everyone charge. Blinding streaks of light erupt straight out from under her feet. Instantly, an absolutely terrifying puppet materializes. This is an overlord puppet forged by the Four Saints clan, with the Western Queen Mother literally sacrificing her own physical body to make it happen. Next, a bizarre cat mutant suddenly appears. The White Saint puppet. Then a creepy woman with very strange wild hair steps up. That is the Ink Saint puppet. A girl rocking a blue outfit instantly follows her. The Spirit Saint puppet is here too. Finally, a fierce mutant glowing with pure fire magic drops in. The Fire Saint puppet. The Veiled Bride is secretly absolutely thrilled right now. Every single one of them holds power, rivaling ancient overlords. The Peacock Empress was totally pushed to the absolute brink fighting them. The Saint puppets rush forward to launch an attack, all of them aiming right at Su Liang. The green jade ring behind him instantly flares up. A massive, insanely powerful beam of bright green light blasts straight up into the sky. The puppets completely freeze, and you and I watch as the entire area just gets wiped totally spotless like nobody was ever there. Battle technique Jade Empire. Alright, you and I are dropping right into the chaos. The blue gem cracks. Bai Si covers her mouth in pure shock. With only seconds left before space completely distorts, the Veiled Bride screams an order. Stop him right now, we are out of time. Pointing a finger straight at Yu Wangmu's face, she snaps. You all still owe me a massive favor. Yu Wangmu just side-eyes Kang Yue and calmly asks, what favor are you talking about? Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light strikes right between their chests. Kang Yue touches her heart, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Turns out that threat was not meant for them. The Sea Iron Spirit dashes forward, launching a fierce pursuit. Tao Yuan follows right behind, murmuring, we owe a debt, so we have no choice but to play along. Let's put on a good show, but please go easy on us. Lu Sha speaks up, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I would love to fight the Sea Iron or Tao Yuan, but fighting a flawed will pass. She raises her hand, revealing the gemstone. It is already completely shattered to pieces. A massive, jagged iceberg instantly materializes out of nowhere, perfectly backing up Lu Sha's chilling threat. Do not waste my time. The Veiled Bride is immediately surrounded by razor-sharp ice blocks, forcing her to collapse heavily onto the cold ground. Going up against the entire world. Honestly, this development isn't half bad. Su Liang turns his head, whispering this directly to the Veiled Bride. So the next time we meet, he slowly drags out his final words. Let us finally bring the Moon God Festival to its ultimate conclusion. Cut to an unknown mining camp deep in the eastern region. Pure white snow falls heavily, completely burying the frozen ground. The workers are struggling, pushing heavy ore carts through the deep snow. But suddenly something up above catches their full attention. Boom! 3 massive explosions rock the sky, followed by blinding bursts of light that look just like fireworks. When the glare fades, 3 figures plummet heavily from the sky, slamming right into the dirt. And the guy sprawled out down there, it is none other than Su Liang. He thinks to himself, that was way too close. Almost did not make it back. Good thing his exhausted acting was totally spot on. Thankfully, Hun Sha finally gave up. If even a single Emperor-level enemy had shown up, every last one of us would have been completely wiped out. Not too far away, Dongshi Lu Sha struggles to move. But her body is completely drained, so she just gives up. Right next to her, Zhou Yan is sprawled out, snoring away like a total log. Slowly, Bai Si walks over to where the crew has crashed. She sits down beside Su Liang, her voice gentle. Just get some proper rest for now. Once you wake up, we are going to have to face a very harsh reality. Scene shifts to the western region. Yu Wangmu is busy filling in craters left from the battle. Meanwhile, Kang Yue channels her energy straight into the roots of Tao Yuan. Hun Sha sits right by the cliff edge, hugging her knees, absolutely sobbing her eyes out. Unable to hold in the bitter frustration, she throws her head back and screams at the sky. It is all gone. The Moon King is gone. The treasure I saved for thousands of years just ran off. I do not want to live anymore. I cannot go on like this, wah wah. Off in the distance, Xiao Hu and Yue Xing hear her dramatic wailing. The sheer noise literally freezes them completely in their tracks. Hun Sha keeps wiping her tears, sniffing pitifully. Suddenly she realizes the sky is no longer dark, the moon is fully restored. From afar, the first-generation lover slowly walks toward her step by step. Hun Sha just freezes in absolute shock. She speaks softly. I thought we had an agreement. We promised that from now on, you would not cry anymore. Right. I just woke up, and the first thing I see is you sobbing. You are completely throwing away the pride of the 7 great miracles. Cradled by the first-generation lover, Han Sha's eyes well up again. She starts bawling and throws herself directly into her mother's arms. While mother, they completely bullied me. Hearing this from afar, Yue Xing is super confused. Wait, did she say? Mother Xiaohu quickly gives a cold reminder. Just ignore it. It is probably just some weird pet name between couples, nothing surprising. But then Xiaohu suddenly realizes something. Wait a second, how is this even possible? Now you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. If that title is real, how could someone from 50,000 years ago show up today? The first-generation lover. Cut to the cloud fog sea. Through the heavy rolling mist, there is a stark white coffin. Right on top of it rests a pair of deer antlers. Suddenly, the entire coffin begins to shake and rattle violently. Su Liang groggily opens his eyes, then his eyes shoot wide open in pure shock as he realizes his location. He is lying on thick fog with Huan Yue right beside him in her beast form. She places a paw on his face, nudging him gently. Su Liang, I never expected you to grow so fast. It is truly amazing, but you have to be extremely careful now. The first-generation Princess Yun has awakened. Because of that, the boundary of the cloud fog sea is becoming completely blurred. He grips Huan Yue's paw tightly, desperately trying to hold her back. But her figure slowly dissolves right into the mist. Her voice echoes through the fading fog. Who knows, we might just meet again sooner than you think. Su Liang yells out wait, but he grabs absolutely nothing. He jolts awake from the dream, his hands still reaching out into thin air trying to catch Huan Yue. He thinks back. Did he really just see Xiao Lu in that dream? That touch felt way too real to just be some normal, everyday dream. Hearing him wake up, Bai Si quickly steps into the room. She bows respectfully. Lord Cult Master, you are finally awake. Upper Moon Yuji and Dongxi Lu Sha have been set up to rest in the nearby tents. Over in another room, Dongxi Lu Sha is soundly asleep. Resting right next to her is the jade bracelet. Bai Si gives the report. We are at a camp in the eastern region's cloud fog sea. So stick with me here, it's completely hidden. Not even the Ice Empress knows we exist right now. Su Liang sits up. Time to discuss their current situation. Su Liang thanks her for the save and asks for a status update. Bai Si doesn't sugarcoat it. Cult Master, forgive my bluntness, she says, but we must cancel this operation. His condition is a total disaster. Not only is his beast taming energy completely drained, but his mental strength has totally bottomed out too. For any beast tamer, this kind of burnout is basically fatal. A normal tamer would need years to recover. Su Liang only needs 6 months. But right now, Bai Si insists they have to abandon their plan to steal the scabbard entirely. Helpless, he looks right at her and asks, what about Cloud Princess and the Ice Queen? She doesn't answer him directly. You should just see for yourself, she says. With a quick wave of her hand, a glowing sphere materializes right in midair. Su Liang checks the projection and instantly realizes something is wrong. Wait a second. This isn't the bronze domain. They are looking at a massive battlefield entirely outside the planet. Out there in space, explosive clashes erupt into blinding flashes of light, sending huge, shattered asteroid fragments flying rapidly through the dark void. He is completely floored by the power. This is on a whole different level from the fight between Han Sha and the second Cloud Princess. Bai Si notes that the first Cloud Princess is insanely strong. She can even summon the incomplete form of the Supreme Fresco Calamity. Serious power right there. But guys, this battle is getting ridiculously out of hand. At first, the Cloud Princess was totally suppressed. Only when the Peacock Palace pulled the moon closer could she barely manage to fight to a draw. But then the moon returned to its spot. Bai Si hesitates, cutting her sentence short. Su Liang just nods. Yeah, I know, he replies. Looking at the current situation, he realizes the cloud and mist density on this planet has reached an absolutely abnormal, terrifying level. Just like Xiao Lu warned, the original Cloud Princess has fully awakened. Bai Si tries one last time to talk sense into him. So you understand now, right? In your current busted condition, you absolutely cannot get involved. Su Liang refuses to accept it. Clenching his trembling fists, he fires back. But we are only one step away from the final piece of the crescent moon scabbard. I am not backing down. No matter what happens, I am getting that scabbard. He forces his exhausted, battered body to stand up, his eyes burning with absolute unstoppable determination. Bai Si chases after him in panic. Cold Master Su Liang grips his cloak tightly. His beast energy is totally bone dry. His mind is shattered and his team is exhausted. Even his main battle beast cannot enter the fight. But all of that is just an excuse. Nothing changes the ultimate truth. Today, the Moon King Su Liang will stand before the Ice Queen. Throwing on his cloak, he pushes past the curtain and steps outside. Meanwhile, back out in the terrifying space battlefield, the first Cloud Princess emerges from the mist, fully taking on her cloud-treading moon chaser form. She feels the pressure crushing her. The truth, the Ice Queen hasn't even shown her real power yet. She is literally just playing around with her. Suddenly, Huan Yue flinches. From the deep distance, she spots a blinding beam of light hurtling straight at her. It's a massive barrage of meteorites tearing through space. Panic hits her, and she tries to turn and run. But in a flash, countless massive floating boulders swarm entrapping Huan Yue completely. She shuts her eyes tight, desperately trying to calm down. Keep it together. Just focus and feel her terrifying presence. Catching a faint streak of light weaving through the space rocks, Huan Yue opens her eyes and locks on. The second it enters her range, she unleashes her skill. Mist Domain Erase. A massive tornado of thick mist violently erupts outward. Huan Yue reaches out her hand tightly, gripping that elusive streak of light. She celebrates inside. She finally caught the real body, but Huan Yue's smile instantly freezes in place. A hand is pointing right at the center of her forehead. The Ice Queen speaks. When you attack, your mist domain has a tiny moment of delay. Huan Yue cannot believe her eyes. Before she can react, the queen lands a devastating blow, sending her crashing straight down to the nearby planet. Huan Yue slams into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. As the smoke clears, a gigantic crater is left behind. Lying weak in the center, she realizes the terrifying truth. This is the Ice Queen, one of the 7 great miracles. It is over. With that, Huan Yue completely slips into a deep coma. The Ice Queen slowly descends to the surface. She wears a stunning ice crown, her eyelashes coated in a delicate frosty layer of sparkling ice. Standing right at the crater's edge, 3 brilliant beams of light crash down right behind her. That pink light. That is the fluttering pink butterfly of the 3 jade heavens. The second silver beam is the winged swan Jing Hong. And finally, a pure white light reveals the third member, the white snow. The Ice Queen just glances at the trio. Suddenly, from another direction, a girl comes running up to her laughing out loud. This is the current ice concubine. But mid-run, she trips hard over a rock and faceplants embarrassingly right at the Ice Queen's feet. The 3 jade heavens watch this totally familiar scene absolutely speechless. Jing Hong immediately scolds her. What on earth are you doing? Hurry up and send someone to fix this place. The ice concubine stays glued to the dirt face covered in mud, painfully stuttering out broken words. But the Ice Queen raises her hand, stopping her. This move completely surprises Jing Hong. After recovering her composure, she asks respectfully, Ice Queen, what are your orders? A new challenger, the Ice Queen says coldly. Now, watch closely. Following her gaze, everyone spots a dark silhouette slowly emerging from the distant fog. They are here, she continues. And as the figure steps into the clear light, his identity is revealed. It is Su Liang. She figured this was the Sea of Cloud's true master plan all along. They fought by sacrificing 3 absolute supreme overlords, awakening a figure from tens of thousands of years ago. But for a 9-star demigod to be allowed to leave the sacred temple, there absolutely had to be one final most crucial condition left to fulfill. You and I might not know that condition, but the guy who climbed the 10,000-meter heavenly ring definitely does. And right now, there is only exactly 1 hour left before the full moon completely fades away. The Moon King is going to use his completely shattered body to fight this era's strongest overlord, the Ice Heaven Empress. Absolutely insane. Su Liang grits his teeth, forcing his completely exhausted body to keep pushing forward. Right in front of him loom 2 massive shadows. One belongs to the Thunder Emperor, an absolute sky-type monster at the Emperor tier. The other shadow is the Ice Sea Falcon, another Emperor tier sky beast. Su Liang forces himself to walk right past them, his body enduring a truly massive crushing pressure. Intense streaks of light violently whip around Su Liang's battered body. Watching him, the Thunder Emperor scoffs. Why did the kid who ran away a month ago come back? Is he just begging for a death wish? With your half-dead state right now, you should just give up. But our main character completely ignores the warning, continuing his slow, agonizing march forward. The Ice Sea Falcon chimes in, joking that maybe he just wants to drop dead in front of the Ice Empress to frame her. Yet standing before these 2 giant birds, Su Liang doesn't show even a single ounce of fear. He yells at them to get lost, declaring his challenge to the Ice Empress. Shocked by his words, they just watch him quietly pass. The Thunder Emperor and Ice Sea Falcon realize something. If the Moon King reached the Heavenly Ring's peak, then given his actual status and crazy battle record, he truly does have the right to fight an all-out battle against the Ice Empress. But is he seriously doing this right now? He wants to challenge the Ice Empress in this battered state. Challenging one of the 7 great miracles, the Ice Heaven Empress standing at the absolute pinnacle of this era. Su Liang speaks coldly. Absorb as much as you want. Whether we face the Peacock Palace, Dongxi Liusha Yuji, or even Hunsha, I never let you waste any energy. We secretly hoarded it all exactly for this moment. Now the 12 heavenly gods, the 3 Jade Celestials, and the Ice Empress are all here. And unlike those illusions on the Heavenly Ring, these are their true physical bodies. Su Liang raises his voice. Show me the absolute limit of your evolution. Mirror, flower, water, moon. He finally steps right up to the Ice Empress, panting heavily from exhaustion, under her absolutely massive crushing aura. Standing opposite him, the Ice Empress leads the formation with the 3 Jade Celestials right behind her. She radiates an intense freezing aura, whipping up winds that force him to shield his eyes. Su Liang clenches his jaw, desperately holding his ground. The 3 Jade Celestials exchange a silent look, but the current Ice Consort cannot stay calm like them. She steps forward angrily, shouting, "Moon King, how dare you!" Jinghong quickly grabs her, covering the current Ice Consort's mouth, to completely stop her from spewing any more reckless nonsense. Suddenly, with a bright flash, everyone else completely vanishes. Su Liang makes his terms clear. If you cannot take my life in 1 hour, you must unconditionally agree to one request. The Ice Empress replies coldly. Moon King, if you came here just to insult me, you should leave now. A fight between the two of us will end in exactly 1 second. He summons his weapon, gripping it tightly. As soon as it fully materializes, Su Liang smirks. Bring it on. Exactly how long this fight lasts is something I will decide myself. The crown on her head trembles slightly. Then the Ice Empress's entire body vanishes into a blinding streak of light. Su Liang closes his eyes to focus. Snow begins to fall. Suddenly, whoosh. A terrifyingly powerful beam strikes him, catching him completely off guard before he can even react. That beam slams violently right into Su Liang's body, sending him completely flying backward. Now watch this. The impact launches Su Liang off the ground like a meteor. Just a single strike from the Ice Empress actually blasts him from Earth straight toward the moon. Back on the ground, glowing magical circles appear. She slowly materializes right in the dead center of those intricate rings. Having dealt with Su Liang, the Ice Empress gently blows on her hand, basically saying that defeating him was completely effortless. Before her eyes, everything has returned to its original peaceful state. She speaks softly to herself. It seems the miracle of the moon ends right here today. But suddenly she hears Su Liang's voice echoing. Is your full power strike really just that weak? The Ice Empress quickly glances up toward the distant moon. Up on the moon, he is standing right inside a massive crater, staring back at Earth. Earlier, Su Liang got hit so insanely hard that his body shot from Earth straight into the moon. And it didn't even stop there. The blow smashed him completely through the moon, only halting when he finally crashed into a massive piece of floating meteorite. That heavy collision triggered a huge explosion, shattering that massive meteorite into total dust. Seeing Su Liang still alive, the Ice Empress realizes she has never seen an existence like this. Honestly, nothing like him has ever existed in the entire history of this world. He is someone who completely defies all logic and common sense, a brand new emperor. The Ice Empress charges straight ahead to fight Su Liang, creating a series of massive explosions all around the moon. Watching their insane battle from Earth, the 3 Jade Celestials can only wonder. What kind of terrifying power is the Moon King even using to fight right now? Jinghong thinks exactly what you and I are thinking. With such an exhausted body, how can he possibly withstand the Ice Empress's devastating attacks? Then another massive explosion suddenly erupts. After the smoke clears, he tightly grips his blade. Still got 58 minutes left. Su Liang swings the star-sinking crescent blade forward. But honestly, that weapon is just a cover. He knows he cannot face the Ice Queen head-on. He closes his eyes. The real overpowered combat strength, it is hiding deep within his own body. Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes lock in. He has this gut feeling tonight you and I are about to witness a literal miracle unfold. Oblivion Shield, the moon system alerts him. This Emperor-tier Oblivion shield can absorb absolutely every attack and shockwave anywhere near him. Hit the limit and his body explodes. Fatal. But his defense, it skyrockets by 532,000 times. It deflects and scatters all incoming impact force immediately. Once this cube opens, 1% of original power remains. Oblivion erases all injuries for 60 straight minutes. And the second he exits this state, every single drop of damage gets shoved right back at his opponent. A 30-day cooldown. From Moon in the Lake to Mirror Flower Water Moon, this system has totally abandoned all attack power up to now. But that just proves its defense has evolved to the absolute extreme. So right now, there is zero reason for him to lose. A slight smirk crosses his face. Su Liang floats among cherry blossom petals. He glares straight at the Ice Queen, challenging her. Come here and try to beat me. She stares at him coldly. Not one word. Her body turns transparent, transforming into a blinding light that shreds through the petals and strikes him directly. Su Liang enters the Oblivion state. He does not take a single scratch. For 60 minutes in this state, he is completely immune to damage. He just has to wait for that final second to reflect everything back and defeat her in one hit. Still, something about this feels incredibly weird to him. He is dozens of times closer to the moon, yet the moonlight inside his body is actually getting fainter by the second. A thought suddenly flashes through his mind. Wait a minute. Is the moon in this starry sky totally fake? The true power of the moon system probably rests back on their own planet. Finally, after relentlessly attacking, the Ice Queen speaks. So relaxed, Moon King. Do you really think you can survive until the end just by defending? But I honestly have to give you some genuine praise. This shield is thicker than the turtle shell from the 7 miracles. Su Liang freezes. Wait, that turtle shell actually exists. These 7 miracles do not mean the strongest combat power. They basically represent beings who pulled off absolutely mind-blowing feats. Once praised enough by the world, they naturally became known as the 7 great miracles. The first miracle, the snow wheel flower. The god of love's crimson prison miracle, and the fearless 7-string Oblivion river miracle. The moonlight Aquarius palace water lotus miracle, and the tear pearl ocean swallow blue dragon miracle. The sky miracle. The Ice Queen of the heavenly orchid. The eternal miracle. Could the Ice Queen be talking about this final eternal miracle right now? People only know that an eternal miracle exists. But its true nature, absolutely nobody in this world knows what it is. Su Liang lets out a breath. That obviously has nothing to do with him right now. He focuses up. Ice Queen, you have 40 minutes left, she replies calmly. Oh, Moon King, you really are a worthy opponent. Way stronger than that little cloud system brat. But it is still not enough. Not enough to fill the void in my heart after that battle with the Aquarius Palace. The ice crown on her head slowly retracts. She speaks. Perfect, let's see. Ice shards materialize as the Ice Queen enters her transformation state. Her armor shatters, and an insanely massive power spreads out into the air. A massive pair of wings erupts from her back. What right do you have to inherit the Aquarius Palace? Extreme state 10% release. Even the surrounding meteorites are suddenly covered in a thick layer of solid ice. Hovering midair, the Ice Queen gives a freezing warning. Moon King, if you are the one who awakened this era, then do not dare die too early. This whole power release leaves him totally stunned. Then she turns into a massive beam of light and slams straight into the Oblivion shield. That terrifying force launches him backward through space, hurtling directly toward the blazing sun. Their collision with the sun triggers a massive explosion. As the smoke clears, a thick layer of frost actually covers the surface of the sun. Looking from afar, the sun's surface now has a giant crater completely sealed in ice. The Ice Queen floats back watching. This is my true authority. Moon King, I trapped you inside the heart of the sun and totally sealed the surface shut. You are not making it out of there alive. You did spark a little bit of fighting spirit in me, but in the end, this is all you amount to. Wait, you and I are about to see something wild. She uses her magic and freezes in shock. Impossible. The Moon King's life force is still there. All right, watch this. Right near the sun's raging flames, a tiny speck of light appears. And inside that halo, Su Liang stands perfectly straight, completely unharmed. Su Liang focuses and runs the numbers. At this rate, breaking away from the sun is going to take 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the Oblivion shield just keeps absorbing all that insane energy without stopping. In the final deciding moment, he plans to return every single bit of this to the Ice Queen. It's gonna be the ultimate climax to end this entire era. Out in the galaxy, the icy storms grow overwhelmingly dense. The Ice Queen silently expands her power, freezing the very surface of space itself. Su Liang walks slowly near the sun's fiery surface, counting down the time. 30 minutes. 20 minutes. 10 minutes left. In the very last minute, the layer of cherry blossoms swirling around him grows incredibly thick. Facing Su Liang, the Ice Queen realizes something wild. If this guy lives up to his words, he might actually awaken her long-lost battle spirit. Suddenly, his solar armor releases 20% of its absolute limit. He raises his star-sinking crescent blade, totally ready for battle. The plan: smash the Ice Queen first, then chill and absorb the sun's warmth for another half hour. Honestly, even he has absolutely no clue just how terrifyingly powerful this next strike will be. The massive ice seal, covering the sun, starts cracking. She's completely stunned by this. But the Ice Queen raises her wings, bracing herself for the impact. Time's up. He swings his blade at her with insane force, screaming, "Bring it on, Ice Queen." One massive slash comes crashing down, fully completing the Oblivion technique. The Ice Queen erupts with blinding light, and a colossal explosion instantly triggers. It's so huge you can actually see the blast in the sky from far off Earth. Thousands of fragments shoot out in every direction. Those glowing shards violently crash into nearby planets, carving out massive, devastating craters all over their surfaces. Sanbekshao quickly shoots upward into the sky, dodging the flying debris and clearing the smoke. Jinghong watches in shock, wondering what insane power level this battle even is. Then she gasps, spotting something wild. Far in the distance, a blazing beam of light plummets down toward Earth. Floating right in the middle of Oblivion, Su Liang hasn't taken a single scratch. Glancing around, he realizes the frozen zone is bigger than a dozen planets combined. He's honestly mind-blown. Is this really the true terrifying power of the Ice Queen? However, even when he finally manages to break out of the Oblivion state completely, the Oblivion shield still absorbs the attack perfectly. Get this, the shield's total durability only drops by a measly 10%. Absolutely broken defense. I won. That's Su Liang's final thought before his body slowly gives out. But just as he falls, a pale white hand reaches out and catches his back. The Ice Queen catches Su Liang just in time. Staring at the boy resting in her arms, the ice crown on her head slowly shatters, then magically pieces itself back together. What a shame, she thinks. You actually came dangerously close to killing me. Gently caressing Su Liang's face, she whispers, "This feeling is just way too magical, my Moon King. You are going to stay with me forever. I won't let you leave me as easily as Aquarius did." It has been exactly 3 days since that chaotic night of the full moon. Princess Yun returning completely defeated absolutely shocks the world. It proves one thing clearly. A peerless overlord is still the absolute pinnacle of existence in this world. That's simply not a monster the new era is ready to challenge yet. But honestly, ever since that insane night, you and I can clearly feel the world's entire atmosphere shifting. The sheer number of powerful emperors rising up in the Western region is skyrocketing at a pace anyone can see with their bare eyes. Even Princess Yun, the #1 powerhouse who just barely made it back with heavy injuries, hasn't leaked a single piece of news. Meanwhile, hidden deep inside a random ice cave over in the eastern region, Su Liang slowly opens his eyes. Completely confused, he asks, "Where am I?" He's completely naked, and his hair has noticeably grown out. Su Liang checks his body, and sudden realization hits him hard. Hold on a second. After just taking a nap, all the intense physical damage from that non-stop battle has been completely healed. Unbelievable. And it doesn't stop there. His pet's power has spiked massively too, already hitting the mid-stage 6-star tier. Plus, the weirdest part is that he's totally naked in this freezing ice cave, yet he doesn't feel a single drop of cold right now. The system suddenly chimes in. Book of the Moon scanning. Host Moon King Su Liang. Special physique unlocked. Absolute Moon physique. Ice resistance active. You won't feel any cold up to -200 degrees. Hearing this, he's absolutely stunned. Wait, what? What in the world actually happened here? Right, the Ice Queen. Is that crazy woman actually still alive? Su Liang desperately looks around the cave, searching for her, then violently flinches. Su Liang panics and yells out, "The Ice Queen!" Seeing her lying completely naked right next to him, his brain totally short-circuits. What is going on? He desperately questions why he's literally sleeping next to the terrifying Ice Queen. Refusing to believe his own eyes, he wonders, did I get isekai'd again? What did this crazy world do now? Then he stares at her with intense suspicion. How did she take that absolute nuke of an attack and survive unharmed? Suddenly, Su Liang notices something super incredibly wrong. Looking into a makeshift mirror, he's totally shocked. Is this really me? In just 1 second, Su Liang completely turns to stone in pure disbelief. He immediately barks a command. Book of the Moon, check my physical status history right now. The system instantly kicks into its rapid search mode. Then a massive screen pops up right in front of him. The system dumps a flood of data, announcing he has absorbed the blood of an ice god. Ice affinity significantly improved. Body genetics and cellular activity massively enhanced. Frost resistance perfectly upgraded across the board. Alert ice compatibility has been isolated by the absolute moon physique. Final alert, successful absorption of the ice system deity's blood. Absolutely wild. His ice element improved, his genetic activity leveled up, and his ice resistance totally maxed out. System notice. His ice compatibility was completely severed by the absolute moon body, then multiplied by 999. He just acquired a very special ice-resistant physique. Alright, you and I are seeing Su Liang completely stunned. What on earth was this? He started making some wild guesses. He had absolutely no idea what the Ice Queen did, but this insane transformation was definitely caused by absorbing that crazy divine bloodline. Su Liang slowly approached the queen. Looking at the situation, it seemed like a total win-win scenario, but he was still pretty clueless. He really didn't understand what her actual goal was. Suddenly, an invisible chain violently yanked Su Liang's arm backward. His face showed pure confusion. And then he completely wiped out, legs flying high into the air. He landed right where the Ice Queen was laying. She slowly opened her eyes. They locked gazes passionately, and Su Liang started sweating absolute bullets out of pure terror. The Ice Queen stared at him for a long time. She bit her lip, craving something, leaving Su Liang looking totally and completely puzzled. Reaching up, the Ice Queen gently touched his face. She pulled him closer and unexpectedly kissed him right on the lips. Before he could even react, he blushed bright red. They just kissed deeper. The system panel popped up, announcing the absorption of ice element divine blood, making his ice powers surge massively. Genetic activity inside his body rapidly accelerated, and his ice resistance spiked tremendously. System notice. The ice element compatibility has been totally cut off by the absolute moon body. Snapping back to reality, Su Liang forcefully pushed the Ice Queen away. He froze, covering his mouth and coughing awkwardly. The system chimed again. The concentration of his divine bloodline had just broken past its absolute limit. He unlocked a brand new power, Sky Blessing. This Sky Blessing actively divides his total life force into 7 distinct stages. Whenever incoming damage exceeds 1/7 of his maximum health, that extra overflow damage gets completely nullified and wiped out. Each lost health segment will fully regenerate after exactly 10 days. Reading this, Su Liang was still pretty confused, so he checked the health bar right above the Ice Queen's head. Then it hit him. Wait, he hadn't actually defeated the Ice Queen. He thought to himself he had only wiped out 1/7 of the Ice Queen's total life force. But why did she give him this incredible power? Gently touching his lips, he realized his very first kiss had just been stolen away. What a crazy turn of events. The Ice Queen finally spoke. Moon King, do not panic, you have already won. Now, you and I need to hear this. Smiling happily, she told him he could ask for anything per their agreement. Su Liang didn't hesitate to make his demand. He simply wanted the exact coordinates for the sinking star crescent. The Ice Queen completely agreed without a second thought. Of course, that was the entire reason he came here, right? She promised to take him there soon. She added that the sky element was basically useless to her. She just didn't want the Flying Rabbit Palace or the Moon King taking it first. But Su Liang was still feeling conflicted. Alright, he had one more pressing question. Why exactly did she give that rare power to him? With a soft smile, the Ice Queen stepped closer. The Flying Rabbit Palace is about to emerge, and he definitely has to go there, right? She explained she was guarding the cave and couldn't join him. She could only try her best to heavily boost his combat power in the shortest time possible. Slowly dragging her feet forward, she hesitantly admitted that the Aquarius Palace had completely rejected her back then. After that, she had to wait 1,000 long years, and she finally managed to wait for him. Su Liang was absolutely stunned by her words. His absolute moon body could purge any impurities. Even if her aura was incredibly evil, it couldn't change his core attributes at all. Acting seductively, the Ice Queen revealed she had another ice element power that she could totally give him for absolutely free. Leaning in close, she whispered that she just had one small request. Stuttering, Su Liang nervously asked her what it was. She boldly suggested leaving behind the strongest descendant bloodline in this entire world. A crazy triple hybrid of moonlight ice and sky elements combined together. How did that sound to him? Hearing this, Liang turned to absolute stone, completely speechless. Honestly, even in his wildest everyday fantasies, he only ever really thought about his time with Xiao Lu and the sinking star crescent. Scratching his head, he pointed out that sky and ice elements didn't mix well. Those two elements were just way too different from each other. Noticing this, the Ice Queen immediately asked what was wrong. She kept tempting Liang. Whispering in his ear, she said since he had the once-in-a-millennium absolute moon body, he definitely knew doing this wouldn't negatively affect him at all. Right? Hesitating, Liang stammered out that he was just thinking. Holding her, he asked just how incredibly strong this future descendant would actually be. He really needed to confirm the power level of this next generation. Slightly swayed, he nervously asked if it would be powerful. The Ice Queen just smiled again at his very predictable question. She countered by asking if he had ever heard the legendary tale of the Supreme Azure Tribulation. As far as she knew, 50,000 years ago, the Supreme Azure Tribulation supposedly created a bloodline with another White Deer Emperor. But after that, she added there was absolutely zero trace or activity from them ever again. Could he guess exactly why? She pictured a powerful, majestic goddess with long horns resting on top of her head. All right, you and I are diving in. The Ice Queen explains that absolutely nobody has ever seen this hidden existence. It must have been sealed away for tens of thousands of years, until now, all just to end this current era once and for all. The true killer is from the White Deer clan. A powerful hybrid, forged from the blessings of multiple gods, holding the insane power to completely wipe out this age. That being might have already awakened in secret. The royal princess of the Wen family, she is honestly nothing more than a convenient smokescreen. The Ice Queen turns to look at Liang with this mysterious gaze. Liang is confused. The power to end this entire era. The Ice Queen thinks to herself that relying only on the strength of the four unrivaled overlords from the Golden Butterfly, Aquarius, Peacock, and Sagittarius palaces is still way too weak. But what if he formed an alliance right here with her, the Winter Empress? She asks Liang straight up. What do you think? Are you tempted yet? The Ice Queen whispers in his ear that their future child would definitely possess strength, rivaling her own. She completely draws Liang in gently touching his face, adding that she could even form a contract with his special absolute moon physique. Liang closes his eyes to think. He firmly grabs the Ice Queen's hand, his face turning a little bit red. All right, I agree. Let us start right now. Hearing this, the Ice Queen gets incredibly excited. Perfect. She wraps her arms around Liang's neck and says, but before we start reproducing, I first need to pass on a little bit of my ice authority to you. And right after that, the Ice Queen pulls him in for a passionate kiss. The system panel pops up, announcing he successfully absorbed the Ice God's blood. Ice compatibility has upgraded. The body's overall genetic activity has upgraded, and his natural resistance to extreme ice has also been totally upgraded. Notification. The ice compatibility has been completely absorbed by his absolute moon physique. The two of them stay together from late at night until the very next morning. The system panel pops up again with a new notification that he absorbed more ice god blood. Ice compatibility has upgraded, the body's genetic activity has upgraded, and his extreme ice resistance has massively upgraded by exactly 19,999 points. Notification. The ice system compatibility has been completely absorbed by the absolute moon physique times 99. Divine bloodline concentration just broke the absolute limit, unlocking a brand new authority, the extreme cold domain. The extreme cold domain initially seals 99%, keeping his own base state power at just 1%, but after unleashing the power, the progress will steadily increase, maxing out at a massive 300%. Inside the cave, now all you can hear is heavy, exhausted breathing. Liang lies there thinking, after a whole day, I am finally free. Sure enough, this kind of indulgence does not just happen once, but countless times. At this point, no matter what the Ice Queen asks for, he probably will not be able to refuse her. Now, you and I need to see this. The Ice Queen jumps up and says, Liang, we can finally begin the last step. It takes half a month. Are you ready? Liang panics and asks, wait, what did you just say? Half a month, a single drop of red blood falls right into the water pool. Liang is shocked. Wait, is this what you actually meant by creating our future child? He asks her, "Do we seriously just have to drop blood here for 15 days straight?" The Ice Queen calmly replies, "It will be ready soon. Later I will jump down and incubate this essence. During these 15 days, you can freely roam around my cave." Su Liang is still standing there completely bewildered by this. We can really have a baby just like this." The Ice Queen responds confidently, "Well, of course. Did you actually think we had to use the primitive method? If we did that, we could never break through the basic barriers of reproductive isolation and gender." Su Liang blushes, super annoyed he did not get any adult action. He subconsciously lets out a disappointed sigh and says, "All right then." Seeing this, the Ice Queen smiles gently and asks, "What exactly are you thinking about?" She hugs Su Liang from behind and explains, "It seems you still do not understand our true relationship. In human terms, this basically means that we are officially life partners. Even if you ask me for something totally unreasonable, I might not actually refuse you at all." Su Liang blushes and stammers slightly as he tries to speak. The Ice Queen cuts him off. "But wait until I finish incubating the egg before we talk about that." She whispers these sweet, tempting words. "The scabbard is right over there. Go ahead and take it yourself, my dear." Su Liang does exactly as the Ice Queen says. The system announces host Moon King Su Liang, special absolute moon physique, and incredibly powerful ice resistance abilities. Ultimate moon god, sacrifice once. 12 zodiac moon illumination once. Heavenly blessing, and finally the extreme cold domain. He thinks to himself, no matter what happened, the harvest this time is huge. The forgetful heavenly water, the Ice Queen's authority, and even more. Suddenly, Su Liang notices something else. He steps into a magnificent space, and right in front of him is the locked blade. Su Liang touches it and notes that compared to this, there is something way more concerning. He looks around and wonders about that computer belonging to the Ice Queen. Su Liang sits down at the computer, figuring that since they are official partners now, it absolutely would not hurt to understand a little bit about her inner world, right? He accesses the Ice Queen's computer, and Su Liang gasps in absolute shock. Wait, what? The computer displays info for a game called Super Pet Beast. Her ID is Most Beautiful Winter Empress Clan. Massive accumulated spending history, cheap pet food, and #1 server honor. Can you believe this? Su Liang panics, wondering if this legendary Ice Queen is actually just a hardcore internet addict. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. They said the eastern region had 0 signal, but somehow the Ice Queen's network is still going strong. A sudden notification pops right up on the screen. Su Liang is honestly a little bit confused. It's today's hottest trending news. The latest massive update directly from the Moon Priest of the Lunar Faction, officially broadcasting a major declaration to the entire world. The mighty guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace will finally awaken on the very next full moon. They're openly inviting top-tier experts from every single faction to gather in the central region and witness the grand return of their absolute king. Scanning through the details, Su Liang's face drops in shock. He quickly realizes there's actually way more hidden information about the Moon Priest. Scrolling across this site, the screen flashes the crazy stats. All 3 princesses who dared to challenge them returned in total defeat. It just proves one simple fact. The current peerless overlord's absolute authority, completely unshakable. Nobody can touch that throne. The top trending topic. The Moon Priest personally crushing Hunsha of the Western region and dragging 3 sinful emperors straight into the endless dungeon. Total domination. The comments demand an immediate all-out strike on the Twin Moon sect. Another massive headline drops. The Moon King successfully scaled the 10,000-meter peak of the heavenly Devouring. Thanks to that insane stunt, the Twin Moon sect's followers skyrocketed by 16 times, the highest growth rate they've seen all month. The article even features an epic photo of the Moon Priest utterly dominating the Western region and dragging those 3 corrupt emperors right into the eternal abyss. Su Liang just stares at the screen. He has to admit the photo looks incredibly majestic. A huge contrast compared to the absolute mess happening on the other side. The fan comments are wild. Moon King, let me be your loyal dog. And to those demanding war on the sect, the fans are telling them to shut up. In a brutal world where pure strength dictates everything, crying online because the Moon King conquered the Western region is pointless. Nobody's handing out sympathy points here. He chuckles to himself. The Western region probably never expected their massive defeat would literally just skyrocket his reputation even higher. The haters fire back online. You brainless Twin Moon fans need to stop flexing. If your Moon King is really that strong, let's see him actually challenge the Ice Queen of the Eastern region. Calling himself the absolute strongest warrior of this era without fighting her. It's honestly just a complete joke. Su Liang reads that and just shakes his head in disbelief. If only the internet knew the crazy intimate relationship he actually shares with the terrifying Ice Queen. Meanwhile, back in the freezing absolute zero temperatures of the ice cave, the entire space is covered in massive razor-sharp crystals sparkling in the dark. Su Liang casually calls out Ice Queen. The flying rabbit palace is waking up soon. I think I'll take a quick trip down to the central region. The Ice Queen glares back. What exactly did you just call me? Su Liang freezes, suddenly realizing his massive mistake, and quickly decides to switch up his tone. Wifey, he corrects himself. The Ice Queen instantly smiles. Good boy, you may go. Su Liang just sighs helplessly as thick ice magically forms an endless glowing bridge forward. Right in front of him, the cave exit opens up to a completely different world. A blinding flash of radiant sunlight pours in, making Su Liang instantly squint. When his vision clears, 4 incredibly powerful women are kneeling respectfully on the ground before him. Jinghong looks deeply obedient, while Bei Shui gives off this incredibly ruthless, dangerous energy. Fentong stays totally silent, forcefully pressing the current ice concubine's head lower. Su Liang just smirks. All right, girls, time to move. You're coming with me to the central region. Meanwhile, over at the Cloud Mist Ore Camp in the eastern region, thick snow blankets the massive ice formations. 3 girls huddle together, shaking uncontrollably as they cry and beg. Please don't eat us. We honestly don't taste good at all. Dongxi Liusha rolls her eyes, trying to calm them down. Look, I already promised I wouldn't hurt you. I'm strictly keeping you here so you don't snitch to the Ice Queen. Plus, I don't even eat ice citizens. And here is the real kicker: she only spread those crazy rumors to pick a massive fight with the Supreme Bihua Tribulation. The 3 girls just keep hugging and sobbing in pure terror. Liusha finally snaps, screaming loudly. Are you guys even listening to me? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes out. Liusha turns purple, with pure rage. Don't you dare laugh at me? Floating on a rock in the distance, Basie watches the chaos. She thinks to herself, still absolutely zero news from the Moon King. These 2 overlords are dangerous, especially Dongxi Liusha, a pure-blooded member of the Eastern Queen's clan. Every single day, her raw power is visibly regenerating at a genuinely terrifying, impossible speed. Basie realizes she's only a high-level emperor. If these 2 monsters decide to actually start a massive riot in the eastern region, there is absolutely zero chance she'll be able to stop them. But then she suddenly senses something incredibly powerful approaching. Basie snaps her gaze toward where Liusha is standing. She quickly flies over, shouting, "Who goes there?" Then she freezes. The 3 Big Xiao, and worse, the current ice concubine is actually standing right there with them. She panics internally. Could it be that the absolute supreme existence has already figured out their hidden agenda? The tension is unbelievably heavy. The massive ice block suddenly cracks down the middle, splitting the 2 factions apart. Through the thick, swirling mist, Su Liang steps out in the most dramatic, earth-shattering entrance possible. Dongxi Liusha's eyes go wide in total shock. Wait, you're the Moon King. Basie connects the dots, totally bewildered. Hold on a second. Why isn't it the Ice Queen instead? Su Liang looks totally unfazed. Ice Concubine, take the 3 Big Xiao and Dongxi Liusha and head out first. Waxing Moon Yuji and Baisi Feiyue. You 2 are coming directly with me. He lays out the master plan right there. We're splitting up. We push toward the central region using 2 completely different routes to crush the Flying Rabbit Palace and the 10 Moon Axis. Jinghong and Bai Shui, Bo, without hesitation. Your will is our command. Basie is absolutely speechless, staring at Su Liang's commanding aura. And you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. What on earth has the Moon King been doing for the last half-month? Meanwhile, at the central region's 10 Moon Axis, a massive glowing moon hangs directly overhead. All right, you and I are jumping into the chaos. Messages flood the screen. The king returns. Sorry, but it is Su Liang's era now. The Taiyan faction should just accept defeat. If you don't understand, just ask what exactly is the former Moon King's ranking on the Heavenly Dao leaderboard anyway. You dogs from the Taiyan faction need to beat the Moon God Palace first before crying about the Moon King. By the way, can anyone in this entire world even defeat the Moon King? A furious voice suddenly shouts out, sounding incredibly pissed off. All right then. The Twin Moon sect actually dares to cyberbully me. If that is how they want to play, you all better watch your backs. She threatens them, bragging about how the 10 eclipses will conquer the world tonight under the full moon. With such weak defenses, do you really think the Moon King isn't scared of the eclipse anymore? Her eyes flash with absolute resolve. Let's get this started. She immediately gives the command. The remaining 5 seal pillars completely shatter the sky. The 10th yin pillar area is suddenly covered in a cold bluish-gray glow. The full moon casts a pale light over the massive empty wasteland. In the dead silence, a group wearing white cloaks quietly moves into the zone. Their shadows stretch long under the pale moonlight. Towering stone pillars stand right ahead. Ancient markings give off a sacred and totally mysterious vibe. The older sister suddenly speaks up. Are we really okay with abandoning the other areas just to protect the 10th yin pillar? Further ahead, thick layers of ice cover the ground, stretching all the way to the distant horizon. She rushes over in a total panic. Urgent reporting. The 7th yin pillar is broken. The enemies are 2 high-level emperors. Massive beams of light keep appearing. The sister shouts another urgent report. The 6th yin pillar is destroyed. It is the Overlord. The Overlord's cold voice echoes out. It seems the subordinates of the 10 eclipses have fully joined forces now. She gently lands straight down from the sky. It looks like the Twin Moon sect is truly desperate this time, rushing to release the White Jade Azure without a second thought. We can totally ignore the other zones. We just need to protect this final sealed area, and we are good to go. The younger and older sisters shout in unison. Understood. The Overlord touches down gently, right in front of Xiaoyou. She bows her head respectfully. My lord, thank you for training me up until now. But relying on my strength alone cannot possibly stop this incoming wave of absolute chaos. Her face is dead serious, the Overlord continues. In this crucial moment, please sacrifice yourself for the cause. They stare at each other, in total silence. Deep inside Xiaoyu's mind, someone else's voice suddenly starts echoing out. Just tell her that you already know. Under the pale moonlight, Xiaoyu slightly tilts her head. Her distant gaze makes it look like she is listening to something echoing from deep inside her mind. Her lips part. She hesitates to speak, stopping herself completely. Her expression slowly clears up. She replies calmly, looking exactly like she completely understands. I know. She answers back cheerfully. Hearing you say things like that makes me feel so much better. Now you and I need to watch this closely. The Overlord glances back. And they will be here soon. Meanwhile, 3 blinding flashes of gold, blue, and red explode together. Abai screams out loudly. Who is that? Another voice gasps in pure shock. The Blue Moon Emperor. Glowing rings of cherry blossoms completely surround her. The Nether Queen Mother bows gracefully. 3 kings. Spring, the Nether Queen Mother has arrived. Next up is Little Tiger, the Western Holy Tribe, and the Western King. Finally, the 3 Divine Spirits, the White Deer Tribe, and the 3 Cloud Princesses. The Overlord winks playfully. I used up half of the Moon God Palace's resources just to convince all of them to show up here. In the middle of the dark night, the gray ground below glitters brightly, shining exactly like scattered diamonds. She continues speaking. Sadly, the eastern region is completely locked down. Otherwise, the Ice Queen would definitely be here too. A massive explosion goes off in the distance. The Overlord glances over. With this lineup, even the eclipse won't be a problem at all. Twisting lightning rips right through the sky, pouring cold light onto the dead earth. The roaring thunder drags on, teasing a massive incoming storm of pure destruction. The Overlord adds, even the former Moon King would probably have to think twice before making a move against this. A smartphone is suddenly held up high. Abai cheers loudly. Wow, it is the Blue Moon Emperor in the flesh. Fast comments absolutely flood the phone screen. Wait, why isn't the Moon King here? The 3 backup Cloud Princesses and the Nether Queen Mother actually showed up for this. The closest Holy Land Apostle also revived. They look so funny. Wait, is that really the Holy Maiden Xiaoyu? She does not look like an expert at all, another person comments. If you do not know, just ask. They invited this many crazy experts just to fight the Moon King. Someone else claps back. Can someone explain this? Is the Moon King really that insanely strong? Abai screams out. Awesome. Hey everyone. Suddenly a foot kicks her right in the face. Smack. Abai yells out in pain. Hey, who the heck did that? The Overlord glares at her with a deadly serious face. She puts her hands on her hips asking. Third concubine, what exactly are you doing? Abai quickly holds up the phone pointing right at it. This is a live stream. Do you understand? The Overlord just stares at the screen looking completely confused. Her image pops up on the phone screen right alongside the rolling comments. Oh wow, the Overlord is absolutely gorgeous. I can't believe it. So the Moon God Palace actually has a beauty like this. Wait, no, there is actually an Overlord who is this incredibly strong. You and I both know the internet never changes. I can see it now. Ah, she is way too cute. Move over, that first spot belongs to me alone. All right, you and I are about to see absolute chaos. She smiles happily at the palace master. Times have definitely changed. The massive rewards from just these past few hours. More than enough to cover all the backup fees for the Moon God Palace. Then ABC speaks up, making his excuse. Come on, didn't I do all of this just to get funding for the palace? Kang Yue stays completely silent, just watching. Suddenly, fierce lightning bolts start crashing from the sky. Boom! A massive explosion hits and blinding white light completely wipes out everyone's vision. Kang Yu, Xiao Hu, Phantom Cat, and the three-tailed fox, all six of them stand there frozen in absolute shock. Mysterious beings wearing hooded white cloaks suddenly appear floating silently high up in the sky. The third eclipse was heavily wounded by the Golden Butterfly Palace and still hasn't woken up. Meanwhile, the 10th eclipse's raw power just isn't strong enough to shatter the seal. One of them slowly pulls back their hood. They decide that with just the 7 of them left, it is time to destroy everything in this place. The Overlord watches in sheer panic. This is exactly what happened at the Moon God Festival tens of thousands of years ago. Wait, is this the mastermind who ended the Flower Fairy Palace's 4-win streak? The exact same monster who forced the Moon King of the Fairy Palace to retreat. Xing Xing throws off her entire cloak. She stares down at everyone below her, cold thoughts echoing through the air. The lunar faction's second eclipse, Tian Xingzi. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, Su Liang is walking straight through the snowstorm. The 3 Jade Eagle, Ice Eagle, and Quicksand forces all rush toward him. He thinks he needs to move, but suddenly he stops, his eyes widening as he glances back. Su Liang senses that dark aura instantly. Staring at the 2 weird figures in front of him, he realizes trouble has arrived. Blocking Su Liang's path is this freaky red monster with arms and legs, but it only has 1 giant eye and a twisted mocking grin. Right next to the beast is a floating cloak trailing massive chains underneath it that look exactly like creepy octopus tentacles. The white cloak finally speaks up. King of the Moon, we both know full well that this is our absolute last chance. The red beast growls. Our underworld god cult's power is completely drained, so we have to finish you right here, right now, before the 10th eclipse invades the central zone. Su Liang analyzes the situation. It looks like the underworld god cult is truly desperate. These 2 monsters clearly do not plan on making it out alive. Su Liang just lets out a heavy sigh. No, I don't get it at all. He steps toward them calmly, totally unfazed by their threats. His voice turns ice cold. Mostly because I honestly cannot understand the suicidal thoughts of pathetic buzzing insects like you two. High up, a massive glowing eye opens in the dark sky. Its intense gaze spirals downward, looking like it's literally piercing through reality itself. A bright blue ring hovers right in midair, glowing softly but pulsing with incredibly intense raw energy. This is where we see true power. The cloak and the beast stare in absolute horror. This overwhelming fear makes them feel like their bodies are being torn apart. The glowing sphere radiates a quiet yet absolutely terrifying power. A strange echoing voice suddenly rings out, filling the empty air. That is right, piercing straight through space and time. Today, after 26,000 long years, it returns. Brilliant blue lightning starts exploding outward from Su Liang's body. His inner thoughts race as the insane energy builds up. The sinking star crescent blade has finally returned to its true original form. Su Liang grips the weapon tightly. A magical blue light wraps around his entire body, and the blade looking like a thin, hazy mist that radiates pure, mysterious power. Su Liang is honestly surprised. He never expected that, after the crescent blade scabbard returned, the weapon's actual size would get this huge. The red beast and the white cloak just stare wide-eyed at the impossible scene. Pure, unadulterated shock is written all over their terrified faces. The blade stands perfectly upright in midair, surrounded by a blinding blue energy vortex. 3 glowing light orbs slowly rotate around it, patiently waiting for his absolute command. Watching the blade, he finally understands. The scabbard is actually an energy shield, forged entirely from the weapon's own massive power. Su Liang's eyes light up with real amazement. Wait, is this the fully completed 7 Mysteries form? A massive swirling tornado of power completely engulfs him as he thinks. Right now, she has easily surpassed most of the emperors out there. She might even have enough raw strength to fight the Gemini Palace. The Jade Ring nearby watches the whole thing in a complete trance. It honestly wishes its true physical body was right here to witness this. The white cloak lunges forward. King of the Moon, let's decide this right now. Su Liang just glances over. You guys are making way too much noise. His voice stays perfectly calm. I absolutely cannot let you disturb the Ice Queen. The ground violently cracks open. Hot pink light erupts like molten lava, creating a super intense, powerful, glowing aura. A purple energy ring coils around his body, while beams of light weave into a shifting, continuous magic matrix. The red beast screams in panic. The white cloak is completely stunned. What in the world is happening? Su Liang is now entirely wrapped up in wild pink magic. Su Liang strides straight toward them. They tremble in pure terror. How could they, the ultimate overlords of all creation, be this scared? Are they actually terrified of a simple human? Su Liang smoothly glides right past the white cloak and the red monster. The exact same pink magic that coats Su Liang now surrounds their bodies too. His final words echo out while they stand there absolutely paralyzed in shock. All right then, it is finally time to say goodbye to the pathetic remnants of the underworld god cult. We love a clean finish. Leaving the white cloak and red beast totally doomed behind him, Su Liang just keeps walking. One single blade strike will end this entire legacy forever. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Su Liang raises his weapon, a blue ring appears. He slams it down, shattering the earth. In the middle of that swirling vortex, glowing energy petals start flashing, forming a perfect floating circle right around his body. The sinking star blade pierces the earth, unleashing massive waves of pure power that violently crack the solid stone foundation beneath him. Golden light spreads from those cracks like lightning. Far away, the red monster screams in pure panic, his face completely twisted. This one desperate sword strike clearly drags him right back to the nightmares of that fateful year. The monster stumbles backward, eyes wide with terror, completely unable to believe this insane eruption of power. The Gemini Guardian's half-moon soul suppressor. From high up in the sky, a massive green pillar of light crashes straight down into the earth with a totally deafening boom. The sky literally looks ripped apart in that exact moment. Massive energy waves violently blast outward from the crash site, heavily shaking those dark shadowy mountains right beneath their feet. Rocks shatter everywhere as thick dust rolls up into the air. Meanwhile, the monster's fading shadow is instantly turned to ash, completely vanishing inside that blinding flash of light. Bright streaks of light scatter into glowing streams, fading into the air. Surrounded by floating pink light, Su Liang stands tall on the dry earth and mutters, "If I knew this would happen, I would have just used 10% of my power. This is basically a no-name strike." Bai Si looks down toward Su Liang, her face showing absolute shock. Speechless for a moment, she finally gasps, "Cult master, that was absolutely terrifying." The floating jade ring suddenly shows a few tiny cracks, leaving Bai Si staring at it in deep thought. The Moon King's true body just absorbed that entire strike. If he hadn't done that, forget about the Emperor's magic treasures, she probably would have been completely wiped from existence. He calmly says, "All right, let's head to the central region." Startled, she quickly replies, "No need to teleport. Traveling there during the day works just fine." Su Liang just smirks. Honestly, with his current power level, it does not matter if it is a full moon or broad daylight anymore. At that exact moment, down below the tower, the whole group stares up at a sky completely tangled in lightning. Everyone stands there dead silent. Red Hair's eyes totally glaze over as he nervously mutters, "7. There are 7 overlords." The overlord sneers. Looks like the welcome squad for this little ceremony is taking things a bit too seriously. The rest of the crew holds their breath. Xingxing peers over the edge and sighs, "Oh wow, it really seems like nobody wants to fight me today." But then something shifts, and she suddenly freezes in place. Kang Yu steps forward to challenge them. Reaching into her robes, she suddenly pulls out a bright pink umbrella. Under a pitch-black sky absolutely crawling with jagged lightning, Kang Yu stands completely still in the distance. Gripping her pink umbrella, she glares up at those menacing figures floating above. The Overlord watches in utter shock. She realizes that umbrella is actually stronger than Emperor Naluo's weapon, perfectly matched with the Mystic Lotus form. Radiating intense power, she declares that the Heavenly Tao Academy has never joined a massive battle during the Moon God Festival before, and they have definitely never taken sides with any faction either. Xingxing narrows her eyes as Kang Yui continues, claiming she is only doing this out of friendship with a disciple from the Flower Fairy Palace. Her gaze turns icy. "Since I am an ally of the Flower Fairy Palace, I obviously have to pay you back with a serious strike." Tian Xingzi. Hearing that, the little girl covers her mouth and snickers. Then Xingxing just completely loses it, laughing so hard she can barely stand. She cracks up, shouting, "What friendship? If you want to get revenge for your mother, just spit it out." Kang Yue's face instantly twists with pure rage. High in the air, Xingxing suddenly dives straight down, hair whipping around her truly wicked face. eyes dripping with pure killing intent. She screams out, "If you want to fight, then let me test the Moon King who dominated the Moon God Festival 3 straight times." A blue energy pillar blasts into the earth, ripping the ground into a glowing vortex. Her voice growls fiercely right over the crashing lightning. Let us see how pure that bloodline really is. Right on cue, a massive mid-air explosion goes off, launching rocks and heavy dust absolutely everywhere. The blinding light whips the Overlord's hair back. She instinctively turns her head away, throwing up her arms to block the terrifying shockwave that just slammed down. The entire landscape below simply crumbles apart. It looks like the area just got hit by a massive earthquake. Fighters are completely knocked flat in the thick dust. Redhair panics and asks the Overlord, "Hey, where did Emperor Kang Yue and the others go?" She replies, "They teleported in the blink of an eye. They already took the fight over there." Over in the central region near the South Sea, a huge explosion goes off. Rubble flies everywhere, revealing a blindingly bright core of raw energy right in the center. Kan Yu swings her arm, snapping open her cherry blossom umbrella to block. Instantly, flower petals fill the sky, completely shielding her from that overwhelming wave of blinding light. A cold scoff echoes out, followed by a terrifying flash of killing intent. Xing Xing growls and launches herself straight into the chaos. 2 clashing beams of light rip the night sky apart like colliding stars. The air violently shakes as the bursting energy forms a massive raging vortex. The Overlord watches the chaos quietly before making her call. Since the war has already started, we might as well pick our targets and jump into the fight. Suddenly, heavy snow falls hard. She opens her eyes wide in shock. Well, you and I didn't see this coming. Among the ruins, those once beautiful buildings are just rubble. Now, a massive razor-sharp ice pillar pierces the cold sky. Standing silently on top of that frozen structure, Dongxi, Liuxia, Iceman, and Jinghong just stare down at the chaos. Meanwhile, Kang Yue and Xing Xing actually stop fighting. You and I can feel that insane aura through the screen. Is that the East Empress clan? Dongxi Liuxia shouts out, telling everyone to stop fighting. She demands full attention because she has a massive announcement to make. The Overlord, Nether, Queen Mother, and Ji Yu. Totally clueless. Liuxia just laughs and calls them complete idiots. That mirror is showing the legendary 3 Big Xiao. We are finally seeing the real deal. She even openly admits that all of these powerful emperors are just insanely handsome. But why does this snow woman look pale as a ghost? Seriously, no one gets it. Her intelligence definitely seems a little questionable right now. The 3 Beauties clan is just built like that. Honestly, the legendary Ice Queen herself is definitely going to look even more breathtaking than this. Xiao Hu and the Nether Queen Mother just freeze, staring straight ahead. The little girl looks down deep in thought. This guy and Yuji were supposed to be following the Moon King, so why are they suddenly hanging around the eastern region's 3 Big Xiao? And if that is true, then where in the world did the Moon King actually get teleported to? Meanwhile, Liuxia faces down the Overlord without a single ounce of fear. She smirks in total disgust. Even if all of them attack her right now, she would not even break a sweat. The massive pillar, wrapped in heavy iron chains, starts shaking violently. High above, figures in white cloaks watch the chaos unfold. One of them speaks up, telling the others not to panic. This is not just a random riot. He volunteers to handle it himself. Pulling back his hood, he barks an order. The others need to monitor the situation closely, using this massive chaos to completely wipe out the Overlord of the Moon God Palace. With that, he dives straight toward Liuxia. Blinding light erupts from his body, holding so much raw power that it shreds his cloak to reveal his true form. It is the 4th lunar eclipse, Tianwu Battle God. The girl standing next to the Overlord freezes in absolute total disbelief. Wait, is that really the 4th lunar eclipse? Why does he look heavily injured, like he is literally about to die? The Overlord spots the eclipse's wound and sighs. That is just a surface injury, but incredibly, after thousands of years, it still has not completely faded away. Hearing this, the eclipse touches the wound, shaking with absolute fury. This is the exact mark left behind by the one who became the Bing Yutian line. She swears revenge, but Liuxia just points at the eclipse and bursts into laughter. Turns out she is just a defeated loser from the East Empress clan. That laughter makes the eclipse's killing intent skyrocket. A massive wave of energy pours down from above, crashing straight into the glowing stone, buried in the ground. Liuxia casually steps right through the massive tornado. She raises her hand, gently blows a breath, and sends a sharp blast of air, piercing the storm's exact center. The roaring tornado simply fades away. Liuxia stands right in the middle of it, completely unharmed without a single scratch. The eclipse just grinds her teeth in pure rage. She is completely powerless against her. Liusha raises both hands, curling them like terrifying claws, as if gearing up for her next fatal strike. But incredibly, she is literally just stretching her shoulders. The Nether Queen Mother is completely baffled by this. What exactly is she doing? Now watch carefully because things escalate fast. Before anyone can react, she turns around completely frozen. Out of nowhere, a massive boulder hurtles straight toward the Nether Queen Mother's squad. Liusha gets super excited and praises the attack. That impact. Not bad at all. Down below, Hyun screams in anger, demanding to know if she thinks this is just a fun game. Hwanyue quickly steps in, warning them not to take the bait. This crazy girl literally fought against the first generation. She suggests they stay focused. They seriously need to deal with those lunar faction rabbits right now. Suddenly, Hwanyu flinches in absolute terror. Looking up at the sky, the third lunar eclipse, the Chenyue prison master, has officially arrived. The fourth eclipse speaks up amazed that the third eclipse finally healed their injuries. Have they really recovered enough to open their eye this wide? Suddenly, a dark voice echoes from the stone. It calls them useless trash for wasting time, demanding they just kill this guy and finish the job. The Overlord stares at it on high alert. But without warning, the third lunar eclipse blasts an insanely massive beam of power straight at her. The Overlord throws her hands up, defending with everything she has, but heavy cracks spread across her energy shield. Losing all hope, she just smiles, accepting her dark fate. With her current strength blocking even this much is her absolute limit. She whispers that the rest is entirely up to her lord now. That terrifying power shatters her shield and pierces straight through her heart. She collapses onto the cold ground, a smoking black hole burned directly through her chest. The Nether Queen Mother screams in absolute panic and disbelief. There is no way. The legendary overlord of the Moon God Palace crushed. She could not even block a single casual strike from the third lunar eclipse. Xiaohu quickly explains the rumors. People always said the Moon God Palace Master was actually incredibly weak even though they run the strongest faction in the central region. The Overlord's eyes go completely hollow, fresh blood dripping from her mouth. But right in her fading vision, a mysterious new figure suddenly appears. It is Zhao Yue. The dying Overlord smiles with pure happiness, faintly whispering that her lord has finally come to take her home. Zhao Yu gently strokes her head, praising her loyalty. Keeping the Moon God Palace powerful for 1,000 long years, she did incredibly well. She promises to handle everything from here. And just like that, the Overlord vanishes completely. The Nether Queen Mother is left totally stunned. What just happened? That glowing effect, that is exactly what happens when a spirit beast returns to its master space, but that should be completely impossible. The 16-year-old saintess of the Moon God Palace is actually the true master of the Overlord. Both Hyun and Hwanyu stare in shock, completely unable to process what they are seeing. The third eclipse screams out in denial. The contract with the Overlord was never with her. You and I both know what this means. Who is the real master? Suddenly, a dense stream of energy flows right out of Zhao Yue's eyes. It twists and slowly forms a distinct human shape. The crowd sees the figure and gasps out loud. The Heavenly Maiden Eclipse grinds her teeth in pure frustration. Damn it, is that cursed old hag not dead yet? Seriously, just how long is this crazy woman going to stay alive? The Heavenly Maiden quietly steps forward after shedding her shell. Phantom Queen and Hai Yun stare in absolute disbelief. It really is her. She turns her head, glancing around before speaking up. A quick victory is all we need here. There are still 27 whole hours left before the 10,000-year event finally kicks off. The Heavenly Maiden takes slow, deliberate steps forward. She confidently declares that every single second she spends in this world is incredibly precious. The Heavenly Maiden looks down at the lifeless body on the ground. Little Zhao Yu, do me a favor and step back for now. As soon as she says that, the body slowly rises. Zhao Yue lifts her right arm, glowing energy wraps around it, and a magic flute materializes. Seeing the object in her hand, everyone drops their jaws in pure shock. Phantom Queen instantly covers her ears in terror. The Heavenly Maiden commands, play the Phoenix Melody. The 7-string Phoenix Melody rings out. The sound weaves through the entire space, and absolutely no one can escape its terrifying reach. Eclipse covers her ears, anxiously thinking the upper crescent Phoenix Melody. That sound starts mutating, burning a bright, terrifying crimson red like blood. Eclipse raises her voice in panic the moment she condenses her true form. Any creature hearing this flute will forcibly lose exactly 50% of their total beast energy. She speaks with total confidence, completely ignoring the massive phoenix growing larger by the second as it absorbs the stolen power. In other words, the more people hear the melody, the higher her cultivation tier spikes. Ultimately, the true form she summons becomes ridiculously overpowered. No worries, normal people hearing it does not matter much. As long as the mighty overlords do not hear it, everything will be totally fine. Even if tens of billions of regular beast tamers were here, their combined aura would only equal the power of a few emperors anyway. So, there is no way the Phoenix melody can reach an absurdly exaggerated level of growth. It just cannot happen. Eclipse finally looks at the creature in front of her and screams, "You have got to be kidding me." Which idiot overlord forgot to cover their ears? A loud laugh from behind grabs Eclipse's attention. This is way too fun. Not to mention the feeling of my beast power constantly draining is actually pretty refreshing. Lu Sha says this while casually lying down, letting his energy fade. Right at that moment, the giant phoenix blasts straight into the sky, diving directly toward the third eclipse. A massive explosion erupts, scattering brilliant fire across the sky like epic fireworks. The eye of the third eclipse shatters into 100 pieces. It slowly fades away, dissolving into the empty space. Hai-Yun watches in total disbelief. A single checkmate move just took down the third eclipse. Is this the true power of a 9-star demigod from the ancient era? The heavenly maiden holds her flute, perfectly controlling her music. She lowers it, staring straight ahead before hurriedly retracting her flute in a sudden, unexpected panic. She quickly strides away, leaving the entire crowd staring in absolute confusion. The heavenly maiden grabs Zhao Yue and runs, shouting back, "Hurry up, if we delay it will be too late." Right after a colossal wave of energy shoots high into the sky. Hai-Yun asks nervously, "What the heck is going on? Was all of that just an empty bluff, and she actually burned through all her power?" Phantom Queen points her finger and screams out loud, "Look over there. A hole just appeared on that iron staff out of nowhere, and it is leaking wild energy." She screams out a warning. The guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace, White Jade Lord, is about to awaken. The heavenly maiden keeps sprinting with everything she has, muttering to herself, "This is way too terrifying. Moon King. If you stay there, you will completely lose your royal title for the Moon God Festival." Zhou Yue just stares with wide eyes, not understanding the situation at all. Just how much has that little brat grown? A beam of light packed with boundless power blasts straight in one single direction. Over at the Central Region East Coast, Su Liang thinks the aura of both Gemini and Virgo are moving super fast toward the west. Could they actually be hiding from me? He closes his eyes and a dark eye-like object suddenly manifests right on his forehead. The eye scans the surroundings for tracks. Spotting exactly what he was looking for, Su Liang wonders, did they almost escape my line of sight by just a few seconds? He rests his hand on his chin in deep thought. The auras of Gemini and Virgo are moving together. Could one beast tamer really have claimed both? You and I are about to find out. Alright, let's see what happens near the western regions. Tiannu and Zhao Yue stand on a rocky cliff, finally breathing a huge sigh of relief. They actually escaped his tracking range. Zhao Yue is totally confused. She asks her master what exactly they are running from. Sure, the Feitu Palace is strong, but there is no way they could completely wipe them out. Are they really abandoning the Moon God Palace like this? She just does not get it. Feitu Palace. Tiannu quickly steps in to explain the real situation. Little Zio had it all wrong. Tiannu was totally ready to fight the Feitu Palace this time, but things just took a massive turn. A wild variable appeared. She looks deeply worried. A literal terrifying monster has just invaded the central region. She just could not let Zhao Yue stay there any longer. She had this terrible feeling. If Zhao Yue saw it with her own eyes, her will to fight would shatter, completely wiping out her precious status in the Moon God Festival. Zhao Yue thinks it over. She is the reigning champion of the Moon God Festival. Could someone really be so terrifyingly strong that she would just give up completely? Meanwhile, you and I need to see this. That huge stone staff wrapped in heavy iron chains. A massive lightning bolt suddenly strikes it, shattering the whole thing into pieces. A shadowy figure slowly emerges from the thick smoke. Phantom Queen and Little Tiger stare in pure terror. Hai-Yun's group is completely shocked while Lunar Eclipse and the White Robe Squad cross their arms in deep respect. That is the 8th Lunar Origin Palace Guardian of the Lunar Hair. The current leader of the Yin 10 Lunar Eclipses, the legendary Bai Yuqing. Kang Yue and Xingxing are locked in a tense standoff. Suddenly the little girl flinches, sensing something totally off. Xingxing whips her head around. In an instant, she vanishes, completely leaving Kang Yue absolutely stunned. She stands there totally confused. Why stop the fight right in the middle? Did something absolutely crazy just happen over on that other side? Bai Yuqing stands tall and takes a massive breath. She shouts, "Ice Empress, Celestial Maiden." Instantly, a massive barrage of lightning strikes down from the sky, blasting the ground. Little Tiger takes a direct lightning hit, completely defenseless. The moment the storm stops, she collapses totally unconscious. Phantom Queen throws up a massive energy shield to survive. Lu Sha's crew watches from the cliff. She licks her lips, finally a powerhouse, actually worth watching. Then a hand gently taps Yuqing right on the shoulder. The Yin faction's Fairy Moon King appears right behind her. She snaps her fingers and laughs. All right, now that you are out, there is no need to stay angry." She smiles and says, "Don't you see all these old friends gathered here to welcome you?" Dao Yuan Haitai, the Fairy Moon King, looks at Lu Sha and asks, "Why is the Winter Empress clan here too?" She waves a very friendly greeting back. Xing Xing suddenly pops up, shouting with pure happiness, "Lord Bai Yuqing." She stays dead silent, ignoring the shout. Yuqing just stares up at the sky, wondering aloud, is this the moon of the current era? With a dark glare, she opens her mouth wide, gathering massive power. The Fairy Moon King closely watches Yuqing's terrifying actions. Bai Shui watches in total confusion. She nervously asks, "What in the world is she trying to do?" She replies with a joke, "I have no clue. This kid is super cranky, and when she gets mad, even a master like me cannot stop her." That gathered energy keeps growing. Knowing it is time, she blasts that insane power straight into the sky, violently shaking the entire ground. The blast shoots straight toward the moon. Impact. The moon shatters into 1,000 pieces. You and I can only watch as the shattered sky falls. Nobody can believe their eyes. Jaws are literally dropping everywhere. They are completely stunned by a level of raw power they have never witnessed before. Jing Hong gasps. No way. This massive scale of combat power is completely beyond anything we can even comprehend. Su Liang stands there frozen, barely reacting. Then he grins with pure excitement. This truly is an unavoidable destiny. Right then, the Book of the Moon chimes in. A new physique acquired the dual moon body. From Bai Yuqing, a brand new moonlight physique has officially been captured. Blood Moon, Holy Moon, Absolute Moon, and Dual Moon. The reward lets him choose one of these insane bloodline legacy physiques. Holy Moon converts a beast tamer's pet power directly into moonlight essence. This insane buff lets the pet unleash its maximum combat strength absolutely anywhere, maintaining peak fighting condition even during bright daylight hours. It doubles their raw strength at night and maxes out completely under a full moon. Blood Moon maximizes power only during a full moon, leaving you completely powerless at any other time. The Absolute Moon body restricts you to only contracting moonlight beasts in this lifetime. However, it grants you a terrifying level of attraction, allowing you to easily pull in massive hordes of rare creatures. And the Dual Moon body. The one absolute requirement to unlock this insane physique is possessing a divine bloodline. It lets you freely manipulate the exact evolutionary path of your own moonlight beast. Su Liang stares at the book, deep in thought. The Dual Moon body. Just reading this text is not enough to grasp its true potential. He carefully calculates his options. Basically, he needs to personally witness the Lunar Hair Guardian's true evolution level firsthand, before he can actually make his final decision. Su Liang asks himself, Blood Moon or Dual Moon? Which path is actually the right one to guide him to the ultimate peak of evolution? He turns his head and says, "I need you to go test something for me. Show me the true strength of the Lunar Hair Palace." The cracked jade ring suddenly trembles in pure disbelief. He is actually asking me to do this. It hesitates in fear. My true original body was completely destroyed ages ago. With just this shattered form, how am I supposed to defeat someone like Bai Yuqing? Book of the Moon, I want to draw my reward right now. Su Liang demands coldly. Book of the Moon, let's roll the reward pull now. You and I both know exactly what I want, right? Just one single pull for this. He calmly declares, how I treat you in the future depends entirely on your performance, right here, right now. You only get one chance, so do not waste it. With that, the book flips a page. Alert, a brand new library is now fully unlocked. Su Liang praises it. Good job, that is more like it. I will reward you later. Suddenly, the artifact senses something completely strange and terrifying. Impossible. Is this aura the true body of Jade Apex manifesting? The Supreme Moonlight Ruler, White Jade Sinking Spirit. 7 strings, first quarter moon. 70,000 years ago, Jade Apex's real body was sliced apart by miracle Wu Wei. First quarter moon Zishao, one of the 7 great miracles. All right, you and I are back. The jade bracelet trembles. 70,000 years. Finally witnessed again. It shoots straight toward Yuji. The second it touches the ring, it completely shatters. A massive ring of energy instantly surrounds her. Liang gives the command. All right, let's go. Help me test the current strength of the Flying Rabbit Palace. Yuji stares right at Liang, stepping closer to him. She gently presses her lips against his. Liang just stares at her completely speechless. Mind blown. Meanwhile, absolute chaos up where Yuqing literally shattered the moon. Everyone is on high alert, staring straight ahead. Xing connects the dots. This is the protector of the Flying Rabbit Palace, white-sleeved Yu King. This is exactly why they used to call him the Lunar Demon God. The girl hiding behind the rock is absolutely terrified. Can someone actually defeat the Flying Rabbit Palace? Even the great Emperor Kang Yue could never pull off destroying the moon like this. Pure despair hits her. Is there literally no living creature in this world capable of fighting the Flying Rabbit Palace and the former Moon King? But right at that moment, the former Moon King spots a sudden flash of green light. Yuji appears with a calm smile. Huan Yu quickly asks Haiyun, "Who is that?" The kid replies, "No clue." Xing and the figure in the white cloak are just as clueless. Liusha is absolutely stunned in pure disbelief. Yuji floats right up to Yuqing. Well, now. After tens of thousands of years, these new little demons sure have gotten pretty arrogant, haven't they? Yuqing just glares at her. What exactly is this thing? Yuji drops a friendly smile. Never mind. I have been alive for 70,000 years after all. Right now, there are only 4 people in this entire world who actually know my true identity. Kang Xuanyue, Emperor Kang Yue's Naraku, the heavenly maiden hiding far away, and finally Copperstone Liusha. Hearing this massive flex, Yuqing just grinds her teeth in pure fury. What, she screams. That condescending lecturing tone of hers is seriously making Yuqing's blood boil right now. Yuqing opens her mouth, charging up a massive attack, and blasts straight toward Yuji. But Yuji zero fear. She just stands there and smiles right back at her. The strike doesn't even touch Yuji. The insane energy right above her, plus all the flying debris, completely freezes in midair. The former Moon King is stunned. What is happening? Is time stopped? The Phantom Queen Mother screams out, "No, that is not it." Kanyu figures it out. It is not time magic. The space around her has literally been stretched into infinity. Right then Yuji casually floats up. "Stop," screams Yuqing. But before she even realizes it, Yuji's foot is resting right on her pure white fur. Yuji chuckles like a teacher. "Little kid, when facing the moon you should always maintain at least a basic level of respect, got it?" Haiyun realizes it and yells out, "That is white-sleeved Yuqing." The hiding girl is totally stunned too. Suppressed, just like that. Seriously. The former Moon King narrows his eyes. "I had a bad feeling from the very start. That is why I told the Flying Rabbit Palace to hold back their strength. Let's pay attention here. Now that I look back, this current Moon King is definitely not someone easy to deal with at all." That laugh grabs Yuji's attention immediately. "You don't even dare to show your actual face. Is the Moon King of this era really that pathetic?" "Former Moon King, I am guessing the reason he sent you to scout is because he is hiding terrified inside the Flying Rabbit Palace's moon body, right?" Everyone just stares at her, completely speechless at that incredibly stupid statement. Total silence. Embarrassed, the former Moon King asks, "Is he really that powerful?" She stares at Yuji confused. "Are you the Gemini Palace, the Tianque Palace, or the Sagittarius Palace?" Yuji answers gently. "Too bad, kid. None of the above. The Moon King isn't actually holding back out of fear of you. He just wanted to see if your current level is even worthy of making him lift a finger. That is all." Hearing that, she grinds her teeth in pure anger. Yuqing quickly uses telepathy. "Boss, if the current Moon King is talking like that, we should definitely fall back for now. The current Moon King is actually the contracted partner of the Golden Butterfly Palace. Not long ago, he even surpassed the first Princess Yun and reached the absolute peak of the Heavenly Peach Halo." The former Moon King stays silent, looking totally unyielding. She glances at Yuqing, who is suddenly shaking violently, and gets pretty worried. "Wait, what exactly are you doing? Do you have a grudge against the Golden Butterfly Palace?" Yuqing answers frantically, "Yes, but I heard the godly bloodline concentration inside them is the highest in the world." Yuqing suddenly starts rattling off the power levels. "My mixed bloodline concentration sits at 177%. The Ice Empress is at 180%. Peach Garden is 190%. but the Golden Butterfly Palace has amazingly somehow surpassed 195%. Even though bloodline concentration doesn't directly equal combat power, the current Moon King is deeply connected to the Golden Butterfly Palace. She wonders out loud, could this be Lunar Brilliance's punishment for our betrayal? Hearing those words, the former Moon King completely freezes up in total shock. Yu Qing says it like an absolute fact. This era is going to end soon. But before that happens, no matter what, I am going to fight the Golden Butterfly Palace with everything I have. My divine blood is absolutely boiling. Finishing her sentence, she gathers a boundless amount of energy. Yu Qing is hyped. I can't wait anymore. I have to smash through this obstacle right in front of me. Saying that Yu Qing charges forward with all her insane power. The collision of their powers creates a massive explosion and blinding light. And what do we learn here? Yuji casually blocks the entire attack with just one arm. All right, Yu and I are jumping right into the chaos. If you don't want to waste energy or face the Moon King, she warns, manifesting pure power into a massive hammer. Yuji instantly launches a devastating flying strike straight toward Yu Qing. Then you better show me your true strength. Right now, the challenger screams out. The attack crashes into the protective barrier, cracking it wide open. Kang Yue watches the terrifying situation unfold and frantically shouts out, "This is bad. Master Taoyuan's barrier is breaking." The former Moon King just watches, face completely dark and totally silent. She orders everyone to go all out and end this fight fast. Watching this grim situation, the former Moon King thinks to herself, if only our opponent was a supreme conqueror, I wouldn't have to waste so much energy here. She stares at Yuji, effortlessly landing attacks and sighs. Who would have ever thought the legendary 7th chord would actually risk her life for the apostle of Yu Yao? The former Moon King grinds her teeth and barks the final order. Unleash everything, end this now. Yu Qing takes the order, her eyes totally filled with killing intent. She flashes an excited, crazy grin as explosive power erupts around her entire body. The needle strikes exactly 12 o'clock, and a terrifying wave of absolute power blasts straight toward Yuji. Haiyan gasps in shock, realizing that this is actually its ultimate final form. It almost rivals the Ice Queen Liusha adds with obvious excitement. Right on cue, Yuji's powerful energy shield visibly shatters and cracks. She forces a weak smile and speaks. "Master, I am so sorry. This is my absolute limit." Yu Qing clicks her tongue in total disappointment. What a shame. My current strength just can't force out her ultimate twin moon form. Far away, Liang calculates his next move. Just to test the waters, he hasn't signed a contract with Yuji yet. They still haven't completely merged into one entity. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, the terrifying, oppressive aura radiating from the Flying Rabbit Palace can be felt with crystal clarity. He thinks to himself, if this were the old me, I probably would have wet my pants in pure terror a long time ago. Liang gently reassures her, "It is all right, you did great. Take a rest now." Meanwhile, Yu Qing bared her teeth, looking ready to completely devour Yuji alive. Her deadly claws almost touch her face, but Yuji doesn't show a single ounce of fear. Suddenly, Yu Qing's expression drastically changes, and she frantically sprints in the opposite direction. Yu Qing aggressively lunges forward to shield the former Moon King, who looks utterly confused as she stares up into the dark sky. The Nether Queen wonders why Yu Qing suddenly stopped attacking. What happened? But before she can even finish speaking, she senses the terrifying shift herself. The legendary crescent blade materializes from the sky. Taoyuan shouts in outrage, "Moon King, can't you care even a little bit whether we actually live or die down here? Now watch this closely." Everyone is absolutely terrified. How is this possible? A true complete 7th chord, the crescent flower maiden, actually manifests right before them. Unbelievable. Wait, isn't the upper crescent flower scabbard strictly resting in the Ice Queen's hands? The Nether Queen clutches her face in absolute despair. What now? If that thing crashes down like this, every single person standing here is going to die instantly. The weapon plummets straight toward Yu Qing. She throws her arms wide open, desperately shielding the former Moon King. A massive explosion shakes the entire battlefield, and blindingly bright energy completely floods the area. The Nether Queen squeezes her eyes shut, then slowly opens them to look ahead. The Nether Queen murmurs in utter disbelief. Are we actually saved? Kang Yue's raw power had protected everyone, and her cold eyes didn't show a single trace of hesitation. A massive aura of immense energy fiercely swirls around Kang Yue's body. The maiden quietly wonders, is the Flower Fairy Palace really backing Great Emperor Kang Yue? This just got incredibly complicated. If the true guardian of the Flower Fairy Palace has already been born, then that Supreme Being's awakening definitely cannot be far off, right? The one who dominated the Moon God Festival for 3 cycles, known as history's absolute strongest 9-star demigod, the Holy Moon Body, the legendary Peach Moon King. The spirits lie completely unconscious on the shattered ground. The former Moon King's voice trembles in terror. Did the Moon King actually steal the Crescent Blade scabbard right out of the Ice Queen's hands? The young girl grits her teeth through the pain and screams. Boss heavily wounded from that last devastating strike, the woman just gasps weakly. Xiaobai. The former Moon King stares absolutely stunned at the horrific scene ahead. The Crescent Blade is pointed dead at her face. Yuqing throws both hands up frantically, trying to block it, but her raw strength clearly cannot match this monstrous weapon. The Crescent Blade violently inches closer and closer. The former Moon King calls out in pure panic, Xiaobai. She shakes uncontrollably, feeling completely and utterly helpless. The former Moon King forces herself up, raging. Even the past Ice Queen couldn't do this. Yet the Moon King hasn't even revealed his true form, and he's already pushed us to the absolute brink. Desperate, she screams the final command. Xiaobai, use your full power now. Yuqing immediately snaps her eyes shut. The power halo above her head materializes and starts spinning wildly. She knows it's time, thrusting her hands out to blast energy at the sword. A massive boom echoes as the raw power crashes into the ground. Everyone screams in pure horror, watching the Crescent Blade firmly embedded right in the earth. Did it pierce through? Kang Yue answers with ice-cold calm, no. Her incredibly dense, monstrous bone structure actually managed to completely block a direct slash from the Crescent Blade. The Crescent Blade chopped right at Yuqing's neck, but failed to cut through. She suddenly snaps open her sharp, fiercely glowing eyes. Yuqing erupts with another massive wave of terrifying power. The Crescent Blade pushes straight forward, its dark green steel violently flashing with an eerie, ghostly light. Yuqing tries her absolute hardest to block it. Both unstoppable forces violently clash in a tense deadlock. She desperately grips the Crescent Blade with her bare hands, trying to drag herself as far away as possible. The 2 massive orange and green auras aggressively collide together. Yuqing finally lets the weapon go as the entire ground violently trembles. Honestly, you and I are witnessing something insane right now. The Nether Queen gasps. She actually forced the Crescent Blade away using nothing but her own raw aura. Yuqing channels her energy and suddenly flames erupt all around her. She slowly pushes her internal power to the absolute limit. Divine blood concentration hits 180%, then 185%, then 190%. The transformation speed is going off the charts right now. Little White's pure white fur starts glowing, shifting completely into a bright golden aura. She counts it down 195%, 199%, all the way to 199.9%. Little White waves its arms around its entire body, completely recolored by this insane surge of sheer power. Yuqing holds her ground on the cracked earth, shooting a blinding beam of light straight ahead. It rips through the pitch-black sky, forming massive swirling smoke rings that look exactly like giant throwing stars cutting through the night. The second that beam hits its mark, a massive shattering explosion completely tears through. Kang Yue watches the sky, quietly analyzing the situation. Who exactly is she targeting with this? Across the canyon, 2 girls stand on the cliff edge. The Celestial Maiden looks totally lost, her eyes completely blank as she watches. She struggles to pull herself away, completely ignoring Zhao Yue, trying to help her from behind. She claps her hands together, getting ready to make a move. Up ahead, a heavenly gate suddenly appears. The massive gate glows brightly against the gloomy sky. Then boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupts from the bushes, hiding her completely inside a thick cloud of pure white smoke. The Celestial Maiden stares at the empty gateway, and the lingering smoke instantly growing so incredibly tense that she can barely even speak a single word. Back over with Yuqing, her massive attack leaves behind 3 long, jagged trenches ripped right into the solid ground. The former Moon King steps up, gripping her own arm tightly. Nobody is leaving here alive today. You all pushed me to this absolute breaking point. If this form has already been exposed, then Moon Brilliance's actual combat power should definitely be dropping by now, right? Yuqing just keeps attacking through the ruined landscape, completely ignoring every single word thrown at her, without even slightly hesitating. The former Moon King's exposed eye flashes with intense fury. She angrily snarls, the Celestial Maiden, the Floral Fairy Palace, and the Moon King too, all of you will die here. The Phantom Queen covers her mouth in total shock. How does she know? Yuqing doesn't even bother looking back. She casually answers, obviously, after my awakening, every single aura in the central domain is entirely under my absolute control. The celestial maiden struggles under the weight of her mocking words. It fully doesn't matter how far that girl tries to run away, or even if the Moon King is secretly watching from the East Sea coast. Every single one of them is trapped inside my detection range. Then Yu Qing aims her attack right at him. She distorts the very air around her, completely confident and proudly asserting her own absolute dominance. Yu Qing's hand blasts out a massive beam of light, hitting with the speed of a shooting star, slowly fading as it rips across space. Suddenly, a strange shift happens that totally confuses Yu Qing, leaving Kang Yu completely shocked as well. Facing down Yu Qing's attack, Su Liang appears out of absolutely nowhere, staring right back at her with ice-cold eyes. All right, you and I need to pay attention here. While the former Moon King is totally stunned, the Celestial Maiden appears behind her. Su Liang quietly remembers his exact calculations. He just recently formed a contract with Jade Zenith, and his absolute zero frost element powers have incredibly reached an insane 120% total unlock progress level. Su Liang just flashes a confident smile. Even though the Nether River is currently completely frozen solid, this power is more than enough to handle the situation. Su Liang stands there, his short hair blowing in the wind, asking a mocking question. What is it? Are you surprised? He casually adds on, honestly, I am pretty disappointed with the dual moon body's actual performance. All it really does is boost the divine blood concentration inside your body. For a normal human guy like me, that basically means absolutely nothing at all. Those exact words successfully managed to piss her off. Su Liang clearly decides, looks like I really don't need to consider the dual moon body anymore. The former Moon King angrily shoots back, a physique recorded in the Book of the Moon. Stop dreaming. The absolute moon body went entirely extinct hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if you managed to collect all three of the other ones. Right in the middle of her sentence, she spots something totally wrong. Wait a minute, no. The former Moon King stares right at him, secretly analyzing the situation. Could this guy standing right here actually be one of those extremely rare Moon Kings from ancient history? Possessing the absolute moon body, her eyes suddenly turn incredibly serious and deeply focused. Did he seriously gather every single one of them? The former Moon King screams out loud to warn her little white. By now, Yu Qing has already swung her hand right at him, aiming to finish Su Liang off completely. A bright orange light clearly reflects on the cracked ground, forming a blinding magic circle right in front of her. Su Liang stands steady inside the smoke, without a single scratch anywhere. Yu Qing completely refuses to believe her own eyes when she sees him perfectly fine. It's impossible. He's already fully focused on casting his next skill. 3 thick black lines and dark marks suddenly appear on Su Liang's hand. He checks the system interface perfectly, timing his final move. It is finally time to select the ultimate physique. His absolute zero frost element power has officially reached a massive 120% total unlock progress level. Su Liang closes his eyes. I choose this. The second he finishes speaking, a blinding flash of light erupts, completely blinding every single person standing in that area. Yu Qing's face instantly turns grim. You and I are about to see something wild. He hovers in midair, eyes glowing. The former Moon King yells in pure shock. Impossible. If it's not the dual moon body, and just the puny Saint Moon body, then how could it possibly reach such a terrifying level of absolute power? Moon King, what kind of insane legacy did you actually inherit? Su Liang stays completely silent, eyes squeezed shut. Then his eyes snap open. The Sacred Moon Physique, he asks. No, this definitely isn't the Sacred Moon Physique. All right, you and I are about to see something insane. The system alerts Su Liang. Special Constitution unlocked Absolute Moon Physique. It's the blessing of the 12 palaces, granting Absolute Zero. Dual Absolute Moon. This brand new power pushes his overall lunar compatibility straight to the absolute maximum limit. It entirely wipes out all realm restrictions. He can now summon any beast of any level completely unconditionally. Plus, having multiple summoned beasts won't painfully overload his own power resonance anymore. Instead, whenever they get summoned, their energy bars become entirely independent from our main character's power pool. Once drained, those beasts just have to return to their own pocket dimension to recharge their energy. His eyes lock onto the object ahead. Su Liang quietly smirks to himself. Who said you couldn't inherit the Absolute Moon Physique a second time just because you already had it? With this new power buff and his energy skyrocketing in an instant, his overall aura just hit the level of an actual demigod. Absolutely insane. He stands completely unfazed, a casual, confident smile resting on his face. Kang Yu watches this unfold. The Celestial Maiden just stays dead silent for a long while. The former Moon King is completely stubborn, still refusing to accept reality. Impossible, he thinks. None of the four great physiques could ever possibly have this kind of ridiculous effect. Su Liang casually glances at the woman in the distance. Legendary celestial maiden, he asks, playfully, are you the very first apostle of the Virgo Palace? He turns around half joking and half mocking her. Constantly suppressing your own active time like this. Isn't that acting just a little bit too childish for your status? But your ambition is seriously impressive. You've got the fractured aura of the Gemini Palace inside you plus the legendary Phoenix melody of the 7 strings. Su Liang's casual attitude makes her incredibly annoyed. She clearly doesn't want to argue with him anymore. He turns his attention to Kang Yu. And what about you? Is the contractor of the Flower Fairy Palace really having fun hiding inside her descendants forever? Or do you three from the Flower Fairy Palace, Dao Yuan and Qi Xuan, want to jump me together? Su Liang clearly just hit a massive nerve with that one. Looks like your grand master plan to finally end the endless conflicts of this era is just as insanely complicated as the White Deer Clan's strategy. Surprisingly, that huge group of powerhouses instantly drops into dead silence. Everyone just stands there, completely unable to say a single word. Finally, Su Liang himself decides to shatter this awkward, completely frozen atmosphere. You're called the 10 solar eclipses. What an absolute eyesore. He stands planted on the ground, looking even more unshakable than before. Su Liang acts like he's feeling totally generous right now. If you don't want to fight, then just walk away, he offers. Let's watch him crush this lunar faction trash first. His eyes practically glow as he locks onto his target. Then Su Liang launches into the sky, trailing a beautiful swarm of brilliant golden butterflies. The second lunar palace. Guardian of the Golden Butterfly Palace, the 8-winged moon monarch. A blinding light flashes. The 10th lunar palace. Guardian of the Grand Peacock Palace, the supreme nether king Zhou Yan. That green-haired girl is Chang Hua, of the 7 strings from the Jade Azure Sky Palace. All 4 of these legendary girls now completely surround Su Liang. The absolute zero realm boosts beast power by 200%, he calculates mentally. Capping the boost right there should be more than enough. No need to reveal all his trump cards today. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl cowers behind a massive rock, her face completely pale with panic. Sweating bullets, she questions her reality. Is this insane clash even something mortals are allowed to witness? Is the Moon King actually going to murder Ming? The former Moon King stares with wide, terrified eyes. 4 overlords. That kid is only at the few-star tier. How can he possibly sustain that level of insane energy drain? Yu Qing watches Su Liang's group flickering in and out of view. She stays totally quiet for a moment, keeping her thoughts strictly to herself. Zhou Yan happily waves at the former Moon King. Hey big guy, long time no see, right? But right mid-sentence, something makes her violently flinch. That big confident grin instantly completely freezes on her face. Su Liang is radiating pure murderous intent. Catching his absolute death glare, she quickly decides to tone down her cheerful attitude. Zhou Yan gets straight to the serious business. From this moment on, no matter what brutal punishment I have to endure, I won't utter a single complaint. Is that acceptable to you? Master Su Liang stares her down intently before dropping one incredibly cold response. Suit yourself. Go. Zhou Yan gives him a deep bow, and the two of them head off in completely opposite directions. Su Liang is already scheming in his head. Now that he wields the dual absolute moon power, the massive energy drain from his summoned beasts won't drag his own stamina down at all. Watching her walk away, he just radiates absolute unshakable confidence. When her energy runs dry, she still needs him as a battery, so there's zero chance she abandons ship. Zhou Yan is totally ready for bloodshed, so let's get this party started. Suddenly, a massive glowing crescent aura flares up from right behind the jagged rocks. Brilliant purple light erupts behind her back. It's the 3-stage peacock opening battle skill. Those furious beams of light rain down, sending massive heavy shockwaves ripping straight through the battlefield ground. Fall back, hurry, the crowd screams. As those devastating light beams strike, everyone desperately scatters to avoid getting wiped out. You and I know this battle is about to get wild. You and I are watching madness unfold. That green cloak takes a terrifying purple blast. The green fabric dissolves, revealing his tragic expression. Yu Qing turns around, completely annoyed. She thinks, are these losers seriously so useless they cannot even dodge a basic attack? Her mind races. Letting this enemy run wild and do whatever they want is only going to pile up their casualties. Someone has to step up. First things first, she needs to deal with this annoying idiot. Yu Qing spits out a bright ring of fire, watching it condense right into a massive glowing sphere. But suddenly, everything just vanishes. Swallowed completely. Yu Qing grabs her own throat, immediately hit with a violent wave of nausea. She looks ahead, totally confused. What just happened? She opens her mouth, channeling her energy to condense that power one more time. But nope, completely useless. Zero effect. Yu Qing looks up. So it was her. A blonde girl appears, wielding the legendary golden butterfly bow. Purple light constantly ripples across the ground. Xingxing charges in, looking absolutely fierce and ready for war. Boom! She lands a direct brutal strike right into Zhou Yan's stomach. Game over. A devilish smile spreads across her face. The younger girl snaps her head back completely, shocked, gritting her teeth hard. Splinters of wood blast into the darkening sky. Yu Qing clenches both her hands into tight fists. Flames suddenly erupt right from her palms as she fully activates her power. Her tie-in power makes her totally immune to all magic and energy attacks. Only pure physical hits can actually do any real damage now. Zhou Yan quickly turns around, still trying to process what the heck is even happening. Yu Qing looks up, unleashing a blinding beam of pure light. It is her ultimate move, Star Ring of Destruction. She cannot stop smiling. This is getting way too fun. Zhou Yan counters with a skill from the Star King throne. A brutal attack slams into the earth. Suddenly, a massive purple fireball rises right from the ground, completely surrounded by a giant glowing orange ring of energy. High up in the sky, everyone is still clashing in an absolutely fierce battle. Through the thick white smoke and total devastation, Xingxing and Yue Shi hit the ground. They are clearly injured, gripping their bleeding arms tight, while others are straight up collapsing right behind them. Yue Shi looks totally dazed and mutters, "Wait, is the fight already over?" But suddenly something makes her flinch. A massive crater sits right in the middle of the battlefield. And there is Zhou Yan just floating calmly in the air. She is still flashing that same reassuring smile. Seeing this, Yu Qing gets desperate and tries to condense another orange energy sphere one more time. Now you and I know Su Liang sees the problem. He yells to stop blowing things up since the enemy is immune to energy strikes. Surprised, Yu Qing instantly triggers her Emerald Jade Kingdom. The entire sky is instantly dyed a sickly green. Down below, Xingxing and Yue Shi completely lose the color in their faces. She struggles to stand, groaning about her heavy body. Her hand feels like it is glued flat to the earth. She cannot move an inch. Xingxing grits her teeth, desperately fighting back. High above, Yan Yue grips a massive long blade. Her eyes are literally blazing. As a terrifying green aura sweeps across the sky, Yue Shi screams in horror. No, both she and Xingxing are brutally slashed right in half, cleanly severed. The bodies of their battle beasts slowly fade away, turning completely into ash. The former Moon King turns his head, hoping at least Shiro survived. Yet she still stands there perfectly fine, glowing just like before. Yu Qing grits her teeth in pure frustration, a long bloody streak staining her forehead. Yu Qing clutches her bleeding wound, barely holding on. Her pride refuses to accept this. This fight is definitely not over yet. Then a twisted, eerie smile spreads across Yu Qing's face. She declares, she will not stop. She is the absolute strongest in the world. Tiannu stands right behind her, arms crossed, just watching. Seeing Yu Qing acting so stubbornly inside the circle, she gives a blunt warning. It is already over. No matter how much power she flexes, she cannot defeat those four absolute overlords. Glancing over at Su Liang, Tiannu adds her final thoughts before stepping right up to face the Moon King directly. Fine. You make the final call. After all, you used to be a core member of the Lunar Brilliance faction. Let us send her off properly one last time. Make it as flashy as you want. And hey, thanks for this. Glowing golden butterfly wings light up the dark, gloomy sky. The defeated beasts continue to slowly vanish, leaving nothing behind but faint, fading trails of smoke in the air. Su Liang turns to Zhou Yan, giving her permission to go absolutely wild. She responds with a soft, confident thank you. Zhou Yan finally clashes with Yu Qing. They both turn into blinding streaks of light, slamming together. The insane impact creates a massive earthquake and a totally blinding flash. Su Liang watches the battle, but suddenly whips his head around. The Moon King is charging straight toward him. Does this guy still have a hidden trump card left? He stares at the former Moon King, totally panicked. Wait a minute, does she actually want to fight him one-on-one? Su Liang is sweating now. But with the sealing artifact still active right here, what kind of crazy trick could she possibly pull off? Suddenly, a massive, glowing magic circle, made entirely of energy petals, bursts open right in the middle of the pitch-black sky. Before the former Moon King can rush forward, she throws her hand up to the heavens. She screams that they refuse to die here like this. She raises 2 fingers, like a sacred oath, then thrusts her hand forward, unleashing raw magic. Die instantly. Another violent earthquake sweeps right across the battlefield. Su Liang goes totally pale. What is she really going to let her battle beast self-destruct? Then a system alert flashes. Emperor Moonlight System activated. The Tai Yin Ring. When this ring touches you, all living things face an instant death sentence. A beast tamer cannot even keep their pets beside them anymore. She violently grabs his arm. Instantly, Su Liang's eyes go completely blank and soulless. Now you and I can see his dark eyes have 0 life left in them. Kang Yue and the Nether Queen absolutely panic. What the Moon King? All right, you and I are about to witness something wild. The former Moon King knocks Su Liang down, his eyes wide. Is he dead? She laughs out loud, seeing him hit the dirt. Meanwhile, Kang Yue and the Nether Queen Mother watch in absolute stunned silence, smugness written all over her face. But mid-laugh, she freezes. Blue meteor fragments suddenly flash brilliantly right above Su Liang's head. The system announces a heavenly blessing. His life force splits into 7 distinct stages. Here is the cheat code. Whenever damage exceeds 1/7 of his total health, the excess is completely ignored. Plus, he recovers 1 stage every 10 days. Insane. A fierce wind whips around his body, completely blasting away Su Liang's clothes in an explosive shockwave. Only scattered blurry lights remain. Su Liang opens his eyes, casually sitting right up and scratching his head. He thinks, if I didn't have the Ice Empress's power, that attack would have totally wiped me out. Standing up, he glares at the former Moon King. He never expected she would use such a shamelessly dirty trick. Su Liang, standing there completely naked, makes the former Moon King blush uncontrollably. He grins excitedly, knowing his own tricks are way more shameless. The Nether Queen Mother and Kang Yue are just left utterly speechless. Tao Yuan pops out from Kang Yue's chest, commenting, "Wow, both of these Moon Kings are ridiculously stacked." Kang Yue looks down at the voice. "Tell me, Xiao Tao, aren't you a Moon King as well? Do you also have something massive hiding that I do not know about?" She turns dark and snaps, "Get lost." The former Moon King clenches her fists, stuttering. You. The former Moon King reaches out, desperately trying to do something. He steps back, throwing her completely off balance. Momentum sends her tumbling face first, crying out in total miserable pain. Su Liang grabs her hair, lifting her straight into the air. She grits her teeth, face red, eyes welling with tears. Damn it, that hurts. Why is his body tough as steel? Oh, suddenly she notices something hanging down below. Wait, maybe right there. She kicks straight at his crotch. Su Liang carefully reminds her of the rules. Hey, we have an audience here, Su Liang questions. Are you done? As beast tamers, we should be using our pets to decide the winner. He drops her, sending her tumbling painfully far away. Tao Yuan, over in the Crescent Garden, turns bright red at the sight. Tian Nu comments seriously he does not know how to treat a lady. Such a perfect opening just now. If it were me, I would have just finished her off directly. Zhao Yue stands by Tian Nu, totally speechless. Now here is where you and I enjoy the drama. She sits back, watching him publicly humiliate his old enemy. Fun stuff. Zhao Yue thinks to herself, I am never buying you those weird comic books ever again. Su Liang activates the Golden Butterfly Palace power, instantly restoring all of his blown-up clothes perfectly. He figures no wonder ancient overlords hated wearing clothes. Whenever a real fight breaks out, they just get blasted off anyway. Makes total sense. Su Liang looks up at the sky for a moment, watching those overlapping beams of light. He realizes, after an all-night chaotic brawl and that devastating slash from the Moonblade Orchid, the Flying Rabbit Palace has finally hit its absolute physical and spiritual limit. Yu Qing is still glowing, looking stubbornly defiant. Her eyes widen in shock, then suddenly close, as the light completely pierces through her body. Right in front of Zhou Yan, her body explodes. She can only mutter it is over. An announcement rings out through the space. Flying Rabbit Palace defeated. The lunar faction loses its Moon God Festival qualification. The former Moon King slowly sits up, listening to the voice. Flying Rabbit Palace defeated, lunar faction loses its qualification. And Su Liang just stands there tall and unbothered. The announcement echoes again. Flying Rabbit Palace defeated. The lunar faction loses its qualification. Su Liang guesses the Moon God Festival is pretty much ready for the next phase. He stretches his arms wide. Let's get this started. The festival finally unleashes its true power. The quiet void suddenly becomes dead silent. At the exact same time, swirling mist engulfs the lighthouse at the Cloud Mist Sea. The moon hangs high. At the Three Kings Spring, the water level slowly recedes like tide. The system announces the ultimate festival power, a one-time reward for reaching the heavenly Peach Peak. Once used, it erases every restriction on the overlords, waking up all the sleeping demigods. You face every challenge of this era as a true king. Once the host wins, the absolute order of the gods will be completely shattered. Tian Nu looks at her hand, activates her skill, and cries out with some regret. The 10,000-year activity restriction is just gone. Are the so-called rules of this world about to collapse? Tao Yuan furiously objects. Oh my god, what did you just do? You promised me you wouldn't activate that thing. Now you are going to cause the biggest mass casualty event in worldly history. Su Liang shoots back, so what? It was gonna happen sooner or later anyway. What do you and I care if the world ends 300,000 years early? Dark clouds are rolling in. He just stares at the gloomy sky in the distance. If nobody before him ever reached the very top of the heavenly Peach Peak, then does it even matter if someone manages to do it after he is gone? Absolutely not. The Heavenly Maiden and Tao Yuan listen closely, and their expressions, yeah, not looking great. He keeps talking. Even if the gods predict some terrifying powerhouse is going to show up 300,000 years from now, that has absolutely nothing to do with him. He has the power, so he gets to unleash it. Meanwhile, over in the desolate eastern region, water slowly trickles down into a stream, forming a long, steady current. The current flows straight down into a lake right where Bing Fei is quietly soaking with her eyes closed. She slowly opens her eyes and rises to the surface. Wait, can she finally leave the eastern region? Back on the other side, the tense battle is over, but nobody is leaving just yet. Chang Yue lets out a cold laugh. What an arrogant kid who knows absolutely nothing. She steps up and questions him. Does he seriously think beating the Flying Rabbit Palace gives him enough power to take on the entire world? Kang Yue keeps mocking him. She points out that even the first-generation Cloud Princess and the Supreme Mural Tribulation are not actually considered the most terrifying threats out there. Plus, there are so many ancient overlords that were never even recorded in history. Why? Because nearly every single living thing from that era got completely wiped out. Her words are incredibly harsh as she repeats the brutal truth. There are still countless hidden unrecorded overlords out there, purely because almost every living being from that ancient era was completely and utterly annihilated. Su Liang just stares right back and casually replies, "So what? Now you and I know this is wild." To stop the world from being completely slaughtered, did her group really team up to monopolize the Moon God Festival 3 whole times? He calls them out one by one. First is Tao Yuan. Next up is the Naraku Umbrella, and finally the guardian of the Flower Fairy Palace, the Peach Moon King. She cannot even find the words to reply. Total silence. After a long awkward moment, she finally speaks up with pure reluctance. Forget it. At least for now, it is not the time to start a moon brilliant civil war. The glowing object inside Kang Yue's eyes completely fades away. The Heavenly Maiden thinks to herself. Even though she is not going to declare war right now either, she is definitely not happy about how this is playing out. Her grand scheme, the one she spent thousands of years perfectly crafting, totally ruined by a single decision from this absolutely idiotic Moon King. The short-haired girl finally wakes up behind a rock, and she can feel it immediately. The atmosphere has suddenly gotten incredibly heavy. Su Liang is busy making his own calculations. Exactly. He knows that if he activates this power right now, he will just waste a huge chance to level up while pulling in even more hidden enemies. But he also raises a really good point. From where he is standing right now is actually his absolute best possible chance of taking the win. A dark shadow suddenly appears right behind Yu Qing. Everyone originally thought the Lunar faction were completely sworn enemies, but honestly, they are really just regular ordinary winners in the Moon God Festival. Chang Yue appears out of nowhere, totally surrounded by glowing beams of light. Compared to them, the Peach Moon King has already dominated 3 straight times. The very first miracle of Tao Yuan is the legendary 7 strings Naraku. The 4th tier, the Flower Fairy Palace. This faction is genuinely so powerful, their true strength simply cannot be measured. The visual avatar for the Heavenly Maiden shows her gracefully playing a flute. Not to mention buried deep inside her body is the hidden aura of both Gemini and Virgo. Plus she is holding a fully complete version of the 7 strings Phoenix melody. It is absolutely wild that she managed to keep such terrifying combat power hidden until now. Now you and I really need to look at the whole picture. The White Deer clan in the Cloud Mist Sea has been running wild for 300,000 years. Even at maximum power, unpredictable variables will absolutely happen. A chart pops up showing 5 key figures with a star dead in the center. After mapping out exactly where all the heavy hitters are, his master strategy finally takes shape. Right then, the glowing avatars inside his mind literally start to crack apart. The colors of the entire strategic diagram slowly fade into a very dark, bleak gray. He is going to activate his power, totally shatter every other faction's plan, and use the information delay to secure an absolute victory. Liang turns his head back around. He stares closely at the former Moon King, but she refuses to look up, just staring down in pure sadness. Liang bends down, so they are right at eye level. Listen very carefully. Your lunar faction has already been completely kicked out of the Moon God Festival. You guys have absolutely zero chances and zero hope left in this game. He boldly lifts the former Moon King's chin. If she transfers Bai Yuqing's contract straight to him, he is willing to sign a temporary contract right back with her. Liang lays out the deal. By doing things this way, her faction will keep their qualifications and actually get to fight in this Moon God Festival. The former Moon King gives absolutely zero reaction to that. His eyes just grow sharper and way more determined before Liang stands up and pulls everything back. Jia Yue, standing right beside the Heavenly Maiden, is absolutely amazed. Wait, living things can actually be retracted just like that. The maiden calmly replies that yes, as long as there is completely zero resistance, it is totally possible. Liang just grabs his face in total frustration. There is literally no time to keep trying to convince her right now. He will just have to try again later. The glowing system panel pops up to inform him. The Moon God Festival has officially entered its final brutal stage. All the old restrictions on the overlords are instantly completely lifted. Based on how power is currently distributed, the system automatically divides the entire world into 7 massive distinct factions. The rules are simple but deadly. The second a representative of any of the 7 factions gets destroyed, that entire faction gets permanently disqualified from the war. So here is the massive lineup you and I are looking at. The Northern Region camp features Moon King Liang, the Sagittarius Golden Butterfly Peacock, and Aquarius Guardians plus Upper Quarter Moon Jade Zenith and Shihua. System prompts flash right near the goddess. The central faction lineup currently includes her, Holy Maiden Moonshine, Gemini and Virgo guards, and Upper Moon Fengqua. Meanwhile, the West faction deploys the first-gen lovers, 7 Great Miracles, Miracle of Love and Wedding Carriage. The South faction boasts Heavenly Peach Ring, Peach Moon King, Pale Moon Emperor, 7 Great Miracles. First Miracle, Peach Ring Flower Fairy Guard, and Upper Moon Naraku. What a lineup. Moon Slashing Peach Sword Tower. The East faction drops first-gen Ice Empress 7 Miracles, Miracle of the Sky Ice Empress Winter Stone, Quicksand Lord of Eternal Winter and Endless Winter itself. The 3 Kings faction packs, Phantom Queen Mother, 7 Miracles, Miracle of Tears, Sea Concubine, Dried Sea Emperor and Painted Spirit. Cloud Sea faction unleashes first-gen Cloud Princess Supreme Mural Tribulation 19-color Moon Treader and the World-Packed Cloud Dream Originals. The 4th, 6th, and 9th Great White Deer Emperors are ready for war, plus the 13th, 14th, and 15th Great White Deer Emperors. Absolute madness here. Right now, the neutral faction holds 7 Miracles, Miracle of Inaction, and Upper Moon Zixao. 7 Miracles, Miracle of Eternity White Breath, Moon Radiance, 7th Palace, and Heavenly Guard Palace. Upper Moon Tianqi. Upper Moon Lige drops a warning. Neutral members must pick a side within 1 year, or they get totally disqualified from this apocalyptic faction war. The system keeps dropping bombs. Even non-representatives can pick absolutely any faction they want to join. Winning factions split the massive loot. However, system balancing nerfed the White Deer clan's Fog Realm powers big time. The current Moon King's authority and Sea Concubine clan's symbiotic effects got completely slashed. Peach Moon King's divine bloodline and Winter Empress's climate control took hits too, but the West faction goddess, her immortality stayed completely untouched. Now you and I need to pay attention. Liang watches silently as endless text scrolls. The final battle rule. If Extreme Cold Realms Beast Boost tops 100%, you absolutely cannot use shields to revive the undead zombies. Only the Moon King himself can see this hidden data. His mind is racing. Liang scans the room. He notices every person has detailed stats hovering over them completely invisible to anyone except the system host. He calculates like crazy, trying to find the ultimate apocalyptic survival advantage. If he cannot exploit the extreme cold realm's recovery to infinitely spawn those undead hordes, the consequences are going to be totally disastrous. Seeing the 3 white deer girls dead silent, he keeps plotting. Their eternal fog realm getting severely nerfed is a huge factor here. The goddess exhales a heavy breath. Victory is still possible. If they delayed this apocalyptic clash for another 100,000 years, their odds would plummet. The Moon King made the right call. She glares at distant shadows. That Cloud Sea faction is seriously terrifying right now. Are all these white deer emperors seriously acting as combat representatives now? The goddess feels an anxious twist in her gut. Big trouble brewing. She figures the Winter Empress and Sea Concubine clan must have already formed a secret alliance behind her back. Heavenly Peach Ring and East faction are pretty tight too. Rumor has it Wedding Carriage and Peach Ring share a very solid history. She is frustrated. That basically leaves her totally isolated without any backup, well, except for the Moon King. Finally, she makes a hard choice. Teaming up with the Moon King is perfect. She stares straight at Liang. They were once Moon Radiance apostles. More importantly, she can literally sense his bloodline resonating right now. Better to act than stand around waiting. She instantly jumps right in front of him. What do we learn here? No beating around the bush. Lord Moon King, are you married yet? Yeah,